The apostles are those who stand at the top of the world, collectively known as the 12 supernatural beings. The story goes that each of the apostles, dressed in a blue cloak with a deep hood, was incredibly strong. Some could control water volumes comparable to the oceans. Others confronted entire human empires. Moreover, they could create new worlds from their own flesh and blood, cradling them in their arms like babies. Among them is the most powerful apostle named Yulman, who has unlimited power. According to records, his fighting power far surpasses that of other apostles, but its origin is unknown. The highest category of danger is designated as an apostle, but when the apostles themselves disappeared, they gradually began to be forgotten, remembered only in legends. A dark-haired guy dressed in a formal suit and cape sneezed loudly. Scratching his nose, he looked back at the icy mountains with snowcaps surrounding him and thought with displeasure that soldiers would come to this cold as soon as possible and fight this small dragon. Ice Dragon Warcraft, category Disaster. The most dangerous category in the existing classification of Warcraft, has great destructive power. The brunette watched as the ice dragon led the various monsters of the north into the Thunderfield. In order to protect national security, the Empire of Guam immediately deployed its troops to defend. This battle will begin soon. The human warriors talked among themselves. Some asked whether their temporary detachment would be able to win. Others answered that only God knew the answer to this question. Finally, a cry was heard from a warrior at the front, which started the battle. The armored men, waving swords in one hand and holding shields in the other, rushed towards the army of monsters, led by the ice dragon with a roar. Huge giants brought down the power of their fists on them. Raising his head and opening his mouth in surprise, the knight watched as birds of prey flew down on him from above with a deafening roar. The human army, like toy figures, flew away from the blows of the enemies. The dragon, with its red eyes flashing, crushed knights left and right with its sharp wings. The guy stood on a high slope and, seeing the squad running away in horror, muttered that these soldiers were not opponents of monsters. Thoughtfully putting his finger to his lips, he thought that the disparity in combat power was too great. Most likely, the humans would soon lose. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a red-haired stranger appeared on the battlefield, calling for no panic. The brunette looked around in surprise, hearing a girl's voice in the icy mountains. She continued her speech by saying that if the opponent is stronger, it does not mean that they are losing. Standing on the edge of the ice floe, she released a stream of fire straight from her palm upwards. If she retreated now, everything would definitely end in failure. Lowering her hand, the girl directed the fire straight towards the ice dragon. This fragile-looking stranger's name was Sierra Charlotte. One of the 4 great mages of the Guam Empire, known as the Fire Witch, was appointed to lead this army. The people came to life, joyfully exclaiming that now, thanks to Madame Sierra, they had a chance to win. Pointing her hand towards the monsters, Charlotte loudly gave the order to attack. With their fighting spirit raised, the knights rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. A snowstorm, immediately after the fiery stream, covered the dragon with a huge shaft, and when the snow settled, the predator's eyes narrowed dangerously. The dragon flapped its wings, roared, and rose up. The people turned around in shock, and Sierra, who attacked it with the magic attack Fire Blast, could not believe that it was still moving. The animal released a large ice ball from its mouth, to then, the next second, spew ice and snow onto the human army, burying the warriors alive within themselves, killing them on the spot. The dragon flapped its wings, and the ice figures broke into several pieces right in the air. The Fire Witch, gritting her teeth, watched helplessly as her army perished. Unable to bear it any longer, she took a running start and jumped down, right into the thick of things. Raising her fiery sword above herself, Sierra shouted that she, as a mage of the Guam Empire, would not allow the dragon to win. The monster turned towards the sound, its eyes flashing with rage. The girl's sword landed with a clang on the dragon's icy tail. Their gazes, full of fury, stared at each other. Each one, calling upon magic, attacked the enemy with his weapon. But they were unable to touch each other. Charlotte jumped up, saving herself from the ice attack. The girl landed confidently on the cold ground. She formed a circle of fire around herself, from which flaming arrows separated, ready to fly at the ice monster at any second. He, without wasting any time, released from within another frosty, deadly portion of the blizzard. The witch rushed forward with a furious cry, followed by her faithful arrows. The dragon opened its fanged mouth and spewed out a magical ice ball. All that was left was to watch as ice and fire rushed towards each other. The two elements clashed in battle with a deafening sound. But the dragon's power turned out to be many times stronger, and the ice floe broke the fiery circle. Sierra squealed, realizing she was trapped. The ice extinguished the flame in a matter of seconds and crushed the witch into an ice block. Charlotte fell into the snow with a dull thud. Wounded, she coughed and tried to turn over onto her stomach, but her body did not obey the girl. The knights watched the leader in shock. No one dared to come closer. One of the warriors began to wail in despair, asking what to do now, even if Lady Sierra had lost. Someone's sword landed on the ground with a clang. The knight stepped back, sobbing that he couldn't believe what he saw. He turned sharply and rushed out of the battlefield. They cannot win! The others looked after him with their mouths open. Realizing that there was no point in resisting, the entire company ran away after their comrade. Charlotte, still lying on the cold ground, stretched out her hands, trying to stop her fallen army. When she was able to sit up, she found herself completely alone in the middle of an icy desert. The girl's shoulders were shaking with anger, and somehow, throwing away the fiery sparks, the witch managed to get to her feet. With just her lips, she hissed words of hatred at the cowardly knights. Suddenly, behind her, she heard someone asking her why the witch didn't run away, since there was no chance of winning at all. Charlotte turned around sharply. Who dared to say such a thing? A guy stood in front of her, holding his hands in his trouser pockets and smiling smugly, introducing himself as a man who wanted to earn a few gold coins here. Leaning forward slightly, he repeated the question, still smiling. Sierra shook her head, replying that the word escape was never and never would be in her vocabulary. The stranger chuckled, pretending to cover his mouth with his hand. He said that although it was cute, they didn't have time to chat about it now. The witch had no intention of stopping the argument and defiantly asked what he was talking about, not seeing what was happening behind her back. Finally, she realized she had been distracted and turned around at the sound of flapping wings. At that very moment, the dragon opened its mouth and attacked its opponents with ice magic. Sierra had no choice but to cover her face with her hands helplessly. Now it was all over. But for some reason, after a few seconds, she realized that she was still alive and opened her eyes. Incredibly, the stranger literally held the monster with one hand, while the other remained in his pocket. The guy loudly exclaimed that the dragon was bothering him. A shadow passed over his face, suggesting that he was talking to a miss. The brunette casually threw the ice creature away from himself, because a small creature like this dragon should calm down. Having fallen on his back, the enemy, still rolling on the ground, comically began to wave his paws in the air. He couldn't understand what had happened a minute ago. While being towed, he regained his balance and turned over, clawing at the ground. The dragon seemed to have doubled in size after its absurd defeat, bristling and now looking down at its tiny enemy. The stranger extended his hand, gathering his magic together. He smirked and said that it looked like he had encountered a naughty dragon, while purple magic runes formed on his palm. The red eyes gleamed dangerously. Unfortunately for the dragon, he would soon be burned. It seemed that the monster had never encountered anything like this before, and looked at the guy in bewilderment. Sierra couldn't believe her eyes. A purple vortex emanating from the palm of the skinny stranger was spinning the dragon around like a rag doll. Finally, the raging magical hurricane hid the enemy's enormous figure from view. When the purple haze cleared, a beautiful blue crystal remained in the air. It landed right in the brunette's palm. He threw the stone into the air, turned around and asked the witch if she would go on a date with him at the expense of the life she had saved. The girl dropped to her knees and pressed her left hand to the wound on her right forearm. This impudent fellow was able to kill a disaster category monster with one movement. She felt something ringing in her head and her eyes closing. Charlotte only had time to ask who he was before she fell back unconscious. She was immediately picked up in the arms of a sudden savior. Leaning over the girl, he said with a smile that he was a simple mercenary who decided to earn some gold coins. Yulman, the first among the apostles, nicknamed Limitless. Everything that was happening flashed before my eyes as if through a veil, a purple whirlwind in which the ice dragon met his death. The stranger looked over his shoulder with a caustic grin, tossing a crystal in his palm. Sierra's eyes widened in horror. Sitting up abruptly in bed, she screamed and reached out her hand for the ice dragon. "We must catch and kill it." But suddenly the realization overwhelmed the girl. Her hands felt not a blanket of snow, but soft blankets. Where was she? The voice of the chief magician of the empire, Guam Aces, the gray-haired director of the Royal Academy, was heard. He looked up from the book he was reading and asked the witch how she was feeling, since she had been sleeping for several days. Sierra clutched the blanket and let out a desperate cry as she asked the principal what had happened to the ice dragon. The old man slammed the book shut, replying that the dragon had been destroyed and that Charlotte herself needed to lie down, rest, and not worry about anything. The lenses of his glasses flashed as the man looked closely at Sierra and asked what happened in the end and how the monster died. Biting her lip, Charlotte frantically tried to remember at least something, but she couldn't do it. Aces chuckled under his breath, so that's how it is. He brought a thing to the girl that looked like a small lamp the size of a finger, in which a purple light was burning, and asked her to take a closer look. Charlotte stared at the flames in shock. The mage said that when he arrived at the battlefield, the fire was next to the witch. Even when Sierra didn't come to her senses, it didn't disappear. Hellfire is a flame that humans can never manipulate unless it is. The witch clenched her teeth angrily and finished the director's speech. If this is not an apostle. The man, fingering the strands of his long beard, said that the apostles had long since disappeared. But since hellfire had appeared in this battle, it meant that they clearly didn't know something. Aces placed the book on the table before leaving the room. Finally, he told the silently sitting witch that she had tried hard and should rest, so he was leaving so as not to disturb her. The old man, without turning around, said that in addition, the Empire would claim that it was Charlotte's squad that defeated the Ice Dragon. Then he finally turned around and smiled, comforting the dejected Sierra. After all, everything connected with the apostles would cause a lot of unnecessary panic, so the girl should just accept all the honors and praise. She, clutching the blanket with all her might, whispered to the rest of the room that she would do it. The people gathered at the walls of the academy, enthusiastically greeting Sierra and thanking her for the victory. Meanwhile, in the city tavern, one of the military detachments gathered to have a feast. Yulman sat in the corner of the bar, holding his forehead with his hand. He was worried that there would be a fuss when his identity was revealed. But then it dawned on the guy. He would never see cute girls who would treat him like a hero, because the apostle came to the world of people to find himself a girlfriend. Throwing a bag of things over his shoulder, he got ready to leave, and thought about leaving this city and hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, a detachment of Imperial warriors was heading towards the doors of the tavern. Tears appeared in the brunette's eyes as he said goodbye to his favorite tavern and the beautiful lady behind the bar. The knights approached the doors of the bar, and the leading warrior, a fair-haired man in a red cloak, loudly asked those present which of them was a mercenary. Everyone in the tavern looked around and simultaneously pointed their fingers at Yulman, who was trying to hide. The guy froze. Had he really been exposed? The commander-in-chief loudly reported that Yulman was now invited to take part in the entrance test to the Royal Academy. The warriors began to hum in displeasure. This is the very best academy in the Guam Empire, and this guy only recently came here. Why did they call him? In response to the indignation, the man asked a counter-question. Did everyone present here participate in the battle against the Ice Dragon together with this man? The warriors' faces lengthened. Could it really be about the recent battle against the Ice Dragon? Someone spoke into the silence that only a handful of people survived there, and this guy was one of them. The man in the red cloak pointed at Yulman. Besides all this, the guy was safe and sound in the battle. He asked the warriors if they had any questions, and they fell silent again. Yulman raised his hand sharply. Clenching his fist, he asked as he exhaled if there were many beautiful girls in this academy. The commander-in-chief was at a loss. He clearly did not expect such a question. Meanwhile, the academy was indeed attended by young beauties in short school uniforms that did not hide their thighs in high stockings. The elastic chest rose in time with the girls' breathing. Yes, the Royal Academy of the Guam Empire could boast of its students, as if handpicked. Yulman had found himself in a real paradise. Aces stood on the balcony with the commander-in-chief, who asked the director why he decided to train an incompetent mercenary. The old man, squinting good-naturedly, replied that young people should be given the opportunity to prove themselves. The magician watched the young man spin like a top, looking at the pretty girls, and continued that these people could have unexpected talents. Yulman did not notice anything around him, looking lovingly at the short skirts. Ace's voice thundered through the hall, congratulating those in the building on getting the chance to enter the Royal Academy. And in order to see if they were suitable for the academy, the entrance test would begin right now. The man added that he hoped the candidates would do everything in their power to pass and survive, as various pentagrams painted red began to appear on the floor. Those present began to talk among themselves with concern. What did he mean? How to survive? Suddenly, huge clawed paws began to appear from the magic circles. A furious clicking sound could be heard from all around, and fiery demonic wolves emerged from the runes, summoning beasts that only experienced fire mages could summon. Trembling with fear, the candidates asked each other if this training would kill them. At the end of the hall, Yulman, who had developed a habit of calling all the pretty girls sisters, assured one of them that he would protect her, and that there was no reason to worry. The crowd scattered as a pack of fire wolves rushed towards them. Some still did nothing, not believing that this was a real monster. The apostle, putting his hands in his pockets, chuckled boredly. Is it really worth making such a fuss over such a small fish? One of the candidates tried to shake off the panic and began to cast a spell. He called on the others to show their best together, creating runes in the air with confident movements. A multitude of dark vines began to sprout from his palms. But they were no match for the wolves, who easily jumped up and playfully avoided the trap. Someone from the crowd released air currents at the enemies. But the fire wolves dealt with this even faster than with the vines. One of the magician's eyes widened. He had never expected such an outcome. What no one could have predicted was that one of the wolves would run up to the guy standing nearby and tear his head off with one jerk, licking his bloody mouth. The pink-haired witch shook in horror as it happened right next to her. The future students scattered when it became clear that this was not an imitation. The fire wolves really decided to kill everyone. There were desperate cries calling for escape. Yulman still seemed not to understand what was happening and awkwardly stood near the wall. Suddenly, someone loudly called the fleeing people fools. The tall, long-haired blonde man in uniform, who had been silent until then, created a shield between himself and the wolves, shouting that in such a situation, a mass exodus was indeed a stupid decision, as people were becoming targets for the enemy. He waved his hands and created magical aerial targets. They tightly enveloped the unsuspecting animals. The stranger then ordered the fleeing candidates to attack the wolves. It worked. The future students divided into their battle groups. Archers attacked with arrows from the left flank. The mages should attack from the right flank. The swordsmen are right in the center. A huge amount of magic and fighting force attacked the entire flock at once. A moment later, the immobilized monsters lay whining in different corners of the hall. The delighted candidates saluted each other and gave high fives. They did it. Loud cries of joy could be heard from everywhere that they had actually managed to win. But unfortunately, this was not the case. Red fiery figures were approaching the crowd. It wasn't the end, oh no! The flock suddenly merged into one huge bloody fiery dance. The future students raised their heads, watching in horror what was happening. From the flames he appeared, the fiery wolf Cerberus, several heads sticking out of one body, ready to tear apart anyone who came close. The magicians and warriors pointed their swords and wands at the monster. Cerberus watched them, spewed flames, and was made of it himself. The inspired candidates were ready to rush into battle. The blonde noticed that this was indeed a royal academy, since they were using such a dangerous monster for the test. The monster roared and released fiery clots from its body into the crowd. The candidates frantically thought about how to protect themselves from the flying fire. But the force of the attack was so great that it instantly knocked the warriors off their feet. Yulman, who had not moved from the spot since the beginning of the battle, who was watching this, felt one of the clots flying towards him without even taking his hands out of his pockets. He shrugged his shoulders. Such a weak attack, not even worth paying attention to. But the others made such a noise because of this. Suddenly he saw a shadow above him, of someone else's female breast. Yulman raised his head, blushing deeply. The stranger ran straight at him, pushing him away from the burning attack. Still red as a lobster, the boy looked reverently at the stranger lying on him. White hair tied with a bow and huge eyes of the girl, which examined the rescued. She rose to her knees, telling him to be careful because he almost got hit. The girl hung over him and asked if everything was okay. Yulman could only open and close his mouth. Another explosion went off, showering the couple with shards of glass and walls. The girl rose to her feet and walked away from Yulman, but turned around and wished him to be more careful next time. The discouraged boy sat on the steps and watched as the fragile stranger approached Cerberus, saying that the rest should be left to her. The apostle blushed again. She was really worried about him. Thoughts of battle faded into the background for him. Pressing his palms to his face, he realized that some feeling was making his heart beat faster. Meanwhile, the blonde girl swung her arm and created an ice boomerang, and the next moment she threw it at the monster. Ice boomerangs attacked the demonic dog from all sides. Crouching down, the stranger created a large magic circle. Vines began to crawl towards Cerberus, enveloping his powerful paws. The rest of the warriors stood menacingly. Their help should not be forgotten either. The girl asked to distract Cerberus for a while so that she could use a restraining spell. A crowd moved towards the dog from different angles, attacking with swords, arrows, and magic. The enraged Cerberus threw all his heads at his opponents, throwing them aside. Meanwhile, the witch jumped into the vacated space to cast a powerful attack spell from there. The magic circle hung directly above Cerberus's head. The dog raised its head and belched streams of fire in that direction. The girl stretched out her hands and created ice shackles. First, ice crystals stretched out under Cerberus, trapping the dog's paws. Then, from above, collars fell out of the magic circle for each of the monster's heads. Cerberus found himself trapped in ice, with ice collars around his neck and his paws shackled by ice floes. The surprised candidates opened their mouths. Could she really have done it? Yulman smiled dreamily. The test should be over soon, and he himself would definitely talk to this young lady later. Sierra, standing in the distance, smirked. No, this is not the end. Suddenly, a powerful stream of fire flew right next to the blonde witch's face. She turned around abruptly, not understanding what was happening. Right behind her, Cerberus was burning all the ice magic she had created with hellfire. With the teeth of 3 mouths clicking, he bit through the collars and trampled the ice under his paws. The girl jumped to the side. What kind of flame was this? The blonde man who had attacked Cerberus earlier shouted that some idiot had used fire magic. His hair flew up as the boy created a powerful wind barrier that blocked the flames. The crowd began to buzz. Could he really cope with fire? What amazing wind magic! The air currents picked up the dog and lifted him up. Yulman told himself that the wind could not extinguish the flame, but it could contain it. Had this man really calculated such subtleties? Despite this, after a few seconds, Cerberus was free and ran towards the blonde witch. The girl cowered in fear as a huge shadow loomed over her. A nascent magic flashed in her palm and immediately died out. It had not yet been restored. Yulman came to the forefront. This was his chance to show himself. He suddenly appeared right in front of the witch, grinning triumphantly in advance, and she screamed in surprise. Grabbing the stranger by the shoulder, he pulled her towards him. Turning away from Cerberus, Yulman hugged the witch, whispering that his sweet little sister shouldn't be afraid. The apostle's red eyes glittered with anticipation. He said pompously that this wild dog just needed to be kicked so that it would finally shut up, and he put his left hand forward, clutching the girl in his right. From the powerful magic, Cerberus flew sharply into the opposite wall and landed on it with a crash, destroying the surface. Yulman chuckled. He should be able to charm his little sister with this. He looked down and saw her face turn red and her eyes fill with tears. Without letting go of the witch, he asked worriedly if he had hurt her while kicking that dog. She, without moving, tearfully asked to finally let her go. And only then did Yulman realize what kind of softness and elasticity he had been feeling in his hand for a long time. The blonde witch pressed her fists into his chest and turned her head away, asking him not to touch her. The apostle, blushing, quickly walked away and put his hands forward, apologizing and assuring that he didn't do it on purpose. Both of them, blushing, stood at a distance from each other. The other guys, watching this scene, were indignant. How dare this scoundrel use such a moment to touch the goddess? And when did he even manage to approach her? A clear female voice was heard. At this point, their test was over. The crowd parted, and a beautiful, stately woman appeared before those present. She stood at the ruined steps, her arms folded across her chest. One of the candidates, covered in scratches and with some of his clothes charred, asked in surprise who she was. The stranger sternly introduced herself, Sarah, deputy director. The blonde man who attacked Cerberus with his strong magic asked the woman reproachfully what the hell happened here, and she was surprised by the question. Then the guy pointed his finger at the lifeless body of one of the students. Could a regular test for the Royal Academy really just kill people? Sarah narrowed her eyes and smiled mysteriously. Before the blonde could even blink, the deputy director seemed to use magic to draw out all the destruction, human, and that which had affected the building itself. Moreover, from the way the supposedly dead students gradually disappeared, it became clear that this was just an illusion. The woman waved her long hair and found translucent cards in her hands. She laughed. What did they say about the students? The blonde looked at Sarah in bewilderment. Was this really puppet magic? The warriors were talking among themselves about the rumors that there was a deputy director of the Royal Academy who could control objects using magic. Sarah stepped forward and said that now that everything was settled, she wanted to say a few words. First of all, the vice principal wanted to congratulate the remaining people on passing the test and being accepted into the ace class of the Guam Royal Academy. Yulman perked up his ears when a couple of pretty girls started discussing how Ace's class was being taught by a great wizard, and who would be doing it this year. The boy's eyes lit up. What if it turns out to be his cute little sister? Sarah caught everyone's attention again, announcing the teacher of Ace's class. A shock of red hair flashed before Yulman's eyes. He took a step back in surprise. The vice principal introduced Sierra Charlotte, the new class leader and the person in charge of the students. She sternly glanced at those present with her blue eyes. The blonde witch opened her mouth in admiration. The fire witch herself would teach them. Sarah said that it seemed like everyone had heard of Sierra's teacher reputation, but if there were any other questions, they could ask her directly. Sierra said goodbye to her deputy, who said she needed to get back to her duties and left the room. The crowd enthusiastically clung to the girl, bombarding her with questions about what they would do now. Yulman, meanwhile, tried in every way to avoid being seen. Sierra, arms folded across her chest, was deadly serious as she explained that the students were free for today, but that tomorrow, at 7 o'clock in the morning, they needed to gather at the training grounds to practice fighting. After a long silence, she added that she hoped that the warriors would get along with each other, and if there were no more questions, those present could disperse. But the long-haired magician was not going to let her go so easily, he called out to Charlotte. She turned around, unhappy that she had been distracted. He shouted that if they got into the ace class because of her strength, then why did that guy get through too? Naturally, he could not help but notice Yulman creeping from the center of the hall, and in his speech he singled him out from the crowd. The apostle forced a smile. "Calm down, you need to control yourself." Sierra looked at the guy with confusion and asked what was wrong with him. Yulman was immediately buried under a pile of accusations. The crowd said that he had done nothing, that he was lustful as a wolf, that he pestered his female students every now and then, and that he was simply awful. The blonde witch immediately stood up for him. She said that it was a lie, that he was there to help her, and the rest was just an accident. Some student gasped, "What a kind goddess!" Sierra walked quickly towards the apostle. At first he was horrified inside, but he thought that he had erased her memory that time, which meant the girl shouldn't recognize him. The red-haired witch looked closer, thoughtfully saying that the guy's face seemed familiar to her, and they could have met somewhere, but he waved his hands as if to say that it was impossible, and she had confused him with someone else. Charlotte clearly didn't trust him and asked her question again. Yulman waved it off again. He would certainly remember such a nice girl. He definitely wouldn't forget. The guys from the crowd began to indignantly talk about how this guy dared to hit on the fire witch herself. The teacher shouldn't allow such a person to enter Ace's class. The girl raised her hand, calling them to calm down. She would only place the boy in Ace's class temporarily. She said that the girl he saved explained that the student did nothing wrong. Besides, he was the only one who dared to help her and stood up to Cerberus. This courage is not like that of an ordinary person. Yulman broke into a reverent smile and thanked Teacher Sierra for such a compliment. Charlotte challenged the crowd. If any of them were unhappy with her decision, let them try to convince her otherwise. The silence in the hall meant only one thing. There were no people willing to do this. The fair-haired mage clenched his teeth in anger. Finally, this long day ended, and night came. Aces received Sierra and Sarah in his office. He, folding his hands in front of him in a lock, asked if all those who felt in the battle against the ice dragon got into Ace's class. Charlotte replied that it was true. She leaned forward anxiously and asked if it was possible that the apostle would also be among these disciples. The director leaned back in his chair and asked how the entrance test went. Sarah revealed that there was a student on the test who was capable of standing up to Cerberus. She frowned and continued to talk about how they didn't see the moment he was right in front of the dog, because the next second Cerberus flew so far away as if his body was out of control. The old man thought for a moment and replied, "If the monster flew away, then perhaps the student used talent magic. Spells that ordinary magicians cannot use, only a few, and very capable ones. Talent magic is the rarest type of magic." Sierra convinced herself that maybe this was true. Aces looked at the large grandfather clock opposite and advised the girls not to think too much about the apostle, as it was already quite late, and sent them off to rest. The witches bowed and prepared to leave, wishing the director a good night and a good rest. A few seconds later, the door slammed behind them. The old man muttered something into his beard. He reached into his desk drawer and grabbed the beautiful carved handle. In the box, there was a lamp with a purple, hellish flame blazing in it. Taking the jar in his hand, the director stared at the light, and his loud sigh echoed throughout the office. Yulman, dressed in an academy uniform, walked sadly around the yard, complaining about having to get up so early. He yawned sweetly. He really wanted to sleep, but the dream immediately disappeared as soon as he noticed the blonde crown of the witch he had saved. Sparks danced in her eyes. This was yesterday's little sister. It was high time to talk to the stranger. He ran towards her, shouting greetings as he went. He suddenly turned deeply red and ran closer. The witch's chest swayed as soon as she turned around. The guy almost fainted from this sight. He was in heaven. The girl, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, asked in a gentle voice what he wanted. Yulman's cheeks turned red, and he awkwardly recalled yesterday's incident during the test. The witch also blushed deeply. She denied it and assured him that everyone had misunderstood everything, and that she should thank her savior. The student giggled and asked his name, introducing herself as Aisha. Yulman began feverishly thinking about how to avoid pronouncing his real name. He replied that his name was Lu, just his first name. no last name. Aisha noted that the name suited him. The apostle awkwardly scratched the back of his head and suggested that they go to class together. A long-haired blonde man watched them from afar. He growled quietly, still unhappy with the presence of the impudent guy. Finally, the students gathered in the large hall, and Sierra, standing in front of them, suggested that the lesson begin. She put her hands on her hips, cast magic runes on the floor, and announced that today the students would fight each other, and their opponent would be. But Charlotte didn't manage to finish speaking because a huge fire tiger jumped out onto the crowd right from the circle. The student, clearly one of the smartest in the class, noted that the Yang tiger, although a normal fire-type summon beast, had great firepower. The long-haired mage mockingly said that they would be dealing with only the Yang tiger. Was it really fair to the tiger itself? Charlotte immediately retorted. She didn't say that there would be only one animal. There will be a lottery whereby students will be divided into pairs, with two people with the same number forming a group. While she was saying that they would have to defeat the tiger within an hour, more and more huge saber-toothed cats appeared behind her. Yulman unfolded the sheet. There was number 7. Aisha got the first number. The guy whined that fate was not at all kind to him. Meanwhile, someone approached the witch, and she turned around at the sound of footsteps. The long-haired mage bowed respectfully to her and introduced himself, saying that he was very lucky to have the opportunity to team up with such a beautiful miss. His name was Kyle, and the boy was the eldest son of the Smith family. But the witch seemed unimpressed by Kyle's attempts to charm her, and worriedly suggested that they first discuss battle strategy, since they had little time left. The magician waved his hand at those present and confidently replied that, compared to the others, he believed that one person would be enough to defeat the Yang tiger, so let him figure it out. Aisha wanted to say something but didn't have time. Kyle had already started walking towards the tigers, saying at the end that it wouldn't take long. He thought with a cheeky smile that, with the strength of his family, he would deal with the tiger, and then this girl would take care of him. The magician stopped a few meters from the fire tiger. He held his hand out in front of him, conjuring something, saying that the animal looked very cute. The wind blade spell swept through the hall like a whirlwind, heading towards the monster. Sierra, who was watching this, thought that Kyle's talent magic was a broken limiter. It could increase the outgoing magic attack by 1 level. Now, with the increase effect, his attack level had increased to intermediate, or even advanced, talent magic. Ian made a furrow in the stone floor with his claws, flying back a couple of meters. The wildcat's yellow eyes narrowed with rage. He roared and released a burst of fire from his mouth. Kyle clenched his palms and called him a pathetic insect as he cast another spell. He threw a new stream of air straight at the tiger, which again doused everything with fire. A wave of fire passed right past the crowd. The wind lifted the girls' skirts and they began to cover them with their hands, squealing. The boys coughed from the dust and flashes of fire. Kyle smiled smugly, saying that as he said, he managed to quickly deal with the monster. He walked slowly towards Aisha, telling her how easy the training was, but she looked behind him in horror. The girl screamed, warning the magician of the danger. Kyle looked around sharply, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a completely alive and even more angry tiger, Yang, pounced on him. The magician looked at the approaching monster with confusion. The guy continued to awkwardly shift around in place. It seems he only woke up when he saw a monster flying towards him with outstretched paws. Tiger Yang knocked him to the ground. Looming over Kyle, the animal released a deadly stream of fire from its mouth. A student from the crowd turned to Sierra with concern. The tiger would destroy the magician on the spot, but she didn't even react, but continued to watch the fight with her brows furrowed. The entire hall was filled with raging fire, and for a moment the silhouettes of the fighters disappeared from sight. Suddenly the tiger recoiled in shock, and then he flew back, thrown back by the flow of air. Kyle, who only had damage to his clothes, stood with a victorious smile, his hands in his pockets. He was not going to die here. The guy approached Aisha, asking her opinion, because their team should be the first to complete this task. Charlotte approached the couple and called them. She congratulated the winners and allowed them to rest, as they were the second to complete the task. Kyle was incredibly surprised, as was the witch behind him. He immediately shouted that it was impossible. No one could do it faster than him, and that there was some kind of mistake. The teacher pointed somewhere to the side, and that's where the team that finished first was located. They had already completed the task and were one step ahead of Aisha and Kyle, the latter of whom kept repeating that it was impossible. When the enthusiastic crowd parted, they saw an incredible picture. The fire tiger, like a house cat, lay on its back, wriggling comically, and Lou and her partner stroked its belly and called it a cutie. This is what happened 15 minutes ago. Still frustrated, Yulman lamented the impossibility of being paired with Aisha. Suddenly, someone came up to him and called out. He turned around, asking who was speaking to him. A warlike-looking student stood in front of him, holding an axe in her hands as if it weighed nothing, and boldly said that they were now in the same group and the guy could call her Arya. But Yulman did not pay attention to her and continued to sigh languidly for Aisha. This made the girl quite angry, and the other students now laughed at the couple. Hissing in annoyance, Arya swung her weapon with all her might and lunged straight at Lu to get his attention. But he seemed not to notice anything around him. Finally, he sighed heavily. Then he stopped the axe flying towards him with 2 fingers. Still looking at the piece of paper, the apostle assured that he had heard everything. Arya's face darkened. This guy, she easily threw the weapon over her back and mockingly said that she heard that Lu was a real pervert, causing him to cry out in indignation. Turning around, the girl threw out one last word that she alone would cope with the Tiger Yang, and that her partner should not cause problems. He watched thoughtfully as Arya, weapon in hand, walked towards the tiger. Could she really handle it alone? The student jumped straight at the animal with a scream. Then she brought the axe down with a crash, but not entirely successfully. Tiger Yang jumped to the side. He roared, opening his fanged mouth. A shadow fell across the girl's face, and her eyebrows drew together at the bridge of her nose. She shifted her weight to her right leg, holding the base of the axe firmly in her hands. Then she suddenly lunged with her foot straight at the tiger's face. But with this, Arya trapped herself. A fiery vine, a tiger's tail, closed around her ankle. A few seconds later, the animal threw the student far back with its tail. Her axe spun through the air several times like a boomerang, and a little later it landed with a crash, hitting the marble floor, making a hole there. Arya huddled up and found herself on her knees, the weapon falling right next to her. The next moment, the tiger picked up speed and pounced from above straight at the girl. The student, weakened, clenched her teeth in helplessness. She grabbed the base of the axe tightly and pointed it at the tiger. The animal sank its teeth into the wooden base. His teeth were dangerously close to Arya's hand. The girl closed her eyes tightly, surrendering to chance, if only she were a little stronger. At the moment when the Tiger Yang had already begun to pounce on the student, Yulman's voice was heard, addressing the wild cat, asking why she was cruel to his little sister. The boy's eyes gleamed dangerously, and he muttered something about a little kitten, as if he was out of his mind. Suddenly, the tiger loosened his grip and even seemed somehow taken aback. As usual, Yulman, with his hands in his pockets, rocked on his toes and said that the matter with the tiger was decided. Arya opened one eye and stared at him in bewilderment. And then she immediately discovered that opposite her was no longer a fierce, fire-breathing tiger, but an affectionate and playful cat. She pointed her finger at the surprised monster in shock and hysterically asked what had happened to it. Sierra, who was standing nearby, noted that the hardest way to defeat a monster was to tame it. Aisha clapped her hands and exclaimed in delight that this was the first time she had seen a person do something like this. Kyle's eyes narrowed, thinking this was some kind of nonsense. He was seriously angry. Not only had he fought, but these two were just lucky enough to encounter a harmless animal. Meanwhile, Yulman and Arya were squatting next to the tame tiger and scratching its belly. The long-haired mage walked up to Lu and said loudly that he really envied him. Arya looked up at the guy. He asked with a wry smile why Lu was so lucky, since he had met a harmless tiger. The apostle's partner stood up abruptly, attacking Kyle with accusations. At this time, the other students also began to be indignant, saying that Kyle was right. Their team had come across a very angry tiger. Some were even wounded during the battle. Yulman smiled and said that it was all because of his magic, in magic called taming the beast. Hearing this, Charlotte's eyes widened as she stared at the guy. Kyle rolled his eyes. He had never heard of such talent magic. Could Lu demonstrate it to everyone to prove his point? The apostle grinned in response to this. The tiger, lying on its back, immediately stood up. All the tigers that took part in the test began to circle around Yulman. The crowd buzzed. What's going on with these fire cats? The apostle did not answer, but only looked away. As if on command, the entire pride lay down on the floor and bent over in something like a bow before Yulman. He, smiling from ear to ear, quoted the proverb, "If you don't see it, you won't believe it. But if you haven't seen it, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Hearing this, Kayla was overcome with anger from defeat and not understanding what was happening. Aisha seemed speechless at what she saw. Arya could only open and close her mouth, silently watching what was happening. This pervert was hiding such power. The crowd was silent too. The students just stared at Yulman with wide eyes. Sierra interrupted this scene. She had had enough. She created a magical circle of fire in the air. The test was over for today, and all the tigers disappeared into the swirl of the magic circle. The teacher walked up to Lu and sternly asked when he would register his talent magic. The guy scratched his cheek and replied that no one asked him to do this. Charlotte bowed and apologized to the students, as she urgently needed to visit the academic affairs office and bring in new information. The girl let the students go and went to the exit, while the apostle thought that, fortunately for him, in one of the human novels that he had read, there was talent magic, taming, which meant that Sierra should not suspect anything. The sun illuminated the inner courtyards of the academy. Arya, Yulman, and Aisha were walking along the alley. Arya slapped the guy hard on the shoulder and exclaimed that she didn't expect such strength from such a pervert, and that he was a good guy. The apostle was indignant at this and asked not to call him that, because he had a name, Lu. Aisha chuckled softly as she listened to their bickering. The fun was interrupted by Kyle appearing in front of them. He dryly addressed Yulman, that now he understood what kind of talent magic it was, and it was not surprising that Cerberus from the entrance test did not attack him. The other disciples, hearing this, looked at each other. It really seemed like the truth. The apostle sighed. Well, here it goes again. The warriors continued to talk. Someone said that with the ability to control the summoned beast, the guy could have directed Cerberus to attack the others. He was told that Lu could have done it deliberately in order to have the opportunity to touch the goddess. The apostle was amazed at how developed the human imagination could be. Arya spoke up in his defense, loudly saying that this couldn't have happened, because if Cerberus had been set on the students, would they have been able to pass? This made sense. The warriors did not know what to answer. Aisha couldn't stand the injustice and said that talent magic requires great ability and long training. Besides, the wind barrier that time was unlikely to resist Cerberus, and Lu saved her, and the girl feels only gratitude. She expressed the hope that the students will not make erroneous assumptions. Kyle growled at Aisha's words. She said that the wind barrier wouldn't be able to stand. What impudence! The guy's fists involuntarily clenched, ready to pounce on the enemy, whom they were also protecting. He couldn't believe that the student was lying to help that freak. Yulman sincerely thanked the blushing Aisha, to which Arya jealously reminded him of herself. There was silence in the director's office, interrupted only by the ticking of the large grandfather clock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the director allowed them to enter. Sierra literally flew into the room saying that she had found him, a man with the magic talent of taming. Aces sat up straight in his chair in surprise, his fingers clasped together tense. The man asked how strong the beasts were that this student could control. Charlotte thought for a moment and replied, "It's not clear yet. It seems like he can instantly tame a beast like Cerberus." Aces ordered the teacher to find out as quickly as possible. The trio of new friends strolled lazily around the building. Arya stretched sweetly, regretting that the time for rest ended so quickly. Aisha, studying the scroll in her hand, remarked that if she was not mistaken, the class would be studying history today. When Lu asked again, she replied that she had heard that it was a subject that looked deeply into many major historical events. Yulman's eyebrows drew together, and he hoped that they wouldn't talk about the cities he had bombed. Suddenly, Arya saw Sierra and greeted her. Aisha and Yulman exchanged glances. The guy was dejected. He had a bad feeling. Charlotte immediately, without any ceremony, called the student to the court tower. The inside of the court tower was decorated with statues of 4 beautiful maidens on columns, located around the arena with signs inscribed on it. Sierra and Lu found themselves right in the center of the arena. The area was also illuminated by 4 multicolored magic balls on high stands. Yulman smiled awkwardly, wondering why Miss Sierra brought him to this place. The girl replied that she wanted to ask the student a question. Suddenly, a circle of fire formed around the arena, and the teacher herself rose into the air and, warningly, said her name, then said that she would ask her question only once. Would Lu become the Fire Witch's apprentice? The guy was taken aback. It was very sudden. Sierra smiled triumphantly in advance. She was sure that no one would refuse to be a student of the great imperial magician. But her expectations were not met. Yulman crossed his arms in front of himself, apologized, and refused. At first, the Fire Witch did not understand what exactly the guy answered. She smiled and asked to wait a little. But then the realization dawned on her mind. Sierra screamed, pointing her finger at Lu, who stood calmly. She was beside herself and yelled at Yulman, unable to believe that he dared to refuse. The guy rolled his eyes once again. Yes, he is only here to find himself a wife, and he is not going to become someone's apprentice and work hard. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled. Lu thought out loud that there was no rule that prohibited a student and teacher from getting married. But Charlotte did not support this idea. warning the student not to even think about it. The apostle sighed in disappointment. What a pity. He turned around and waved his hand, asking Sierra to forget about it. The witch clenched her teeth in irritation. She asked ironically how Lu planned to find a wife given his status. The girl suggested that he remember how the guy lived before he got to this academy. Yulman lowered his head and indulged in memories of the time when he first came to the world of people. Huge price tags, bigger than the records of the apostles. He walked past the shop windows and was horrified by the prices of ordinary cakes, a large commission that took most of his coins. He vividly imagined Aisha running away from him because he was too poor, and therefore they could not be together. Yulman raised his head to the ceiling and screamed in horror that this would never happen. Sierra smiled contentedly. She had finally managed to appeal to the student's voice of reason. She raised her finger and offered a deal. If Lu became her apprentice, he would gain status and access to her property. She rose up again, and fire began to blaze around her, and fiery flashes also burst from her hands. The witch asked her question again. Is Lu ready to become Sierra Charlotte's apprentice? Without turning around, the apostle's voice was heard, asking Miss Sierra if she really thought she could convince him just by that. He turned around and smiled slyly. And at that very moment, like a child, he ran to the teacher with a squeal. He agreed to become Master Sierra's student. The witch was loudly indignant when she realized that Lu had simply jumped and grabbed her leg. The next moment, they both fell to the floor, Yulman tightly hugging his teacher's hips with both hands. The guy also demanded a reward from the master. At the same moment, various magical symbols and constellations began to appear on the ceiling, shimmering in blue. An immobilized Sierra said that the student might not bow to her, and he should have let go of her already. A completely happy Yulman, without letting go of Sierra, asked what was wrong with the student holding the master's hips. Suddenly, fiery flashes began to burst out all around the perimeter of the circle in which they lay. The apostle looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The flashes grew larger and larger, and now they were jumping around the entire hall like sunbeams. Sierra hissed that Lu was an idiot. Finally, a dome of fire covered them both, and one of the statues on the column said in a muffled voice that the contract was concluded. Yulman felt his forehead heat up as a mark appeared there, looking like a small fire dragon. He slapped his palm. Something strange had happened to his forehead. Sierra, freed from the embrace, was beside herself with rage. She grabbed the apprentice by the scruff of the neck and started shouting that when a contract between a master and an apprentice is made, the contract mark appears at the place where they touch. The boy, embarrassed, quietly noted that Charlotte had not warned him. The witch, realizing that nothing could be changed, sighed and let go of the wayward student. Wearily putting her hand to her face, she said that, in any case, this mark does not appear just like that. Yulman, hearing this, jumped up and down with delight, asking if this meant that Sierra's mark was on her thigh. But the girl ordered him to get lost. A day later in the academic canteen, two students from Sierra's class were talking among themselves, discussing Lu's invitation to the courthouse tower yesterday and how it seemed he hadn't returned from there yet. Ari and Aisha couldn't get enough food, and the girls sadly thought about the fate of their friend. Arya cried out belligerently that in the court tower, the Royal Academy judges and punishes students. Aisha clutched the hem of her dress, nervously protesting that the boy had done nothing wrong. Kyle came up to them and joined the conversation, laughing when he heard what the girls were talking about. He smiled evilly and said that Lu must have lied about his taming talent magic, and it was discovered. And now the lower classes were worried about each other. Raising an eyebrow, he added that he must have been expelled yesterday. After all, scum is scum. Arya jumped up from the table and loudly, screaming, asked him what the hell he was talking about. Aisha tried to calm her classmate down, but she failed. Kyle couldn't stop himself from throwing mud at the student, calling them, like Lu, scum. The blonde witch tried to defend the apostle. She objected to Kyle that he himself saw the magic of Lu's talent with his own eyes, and he would do well to watch his words. At that moment, Yulman's voice was heard. He asked if everyone was talking about him. Kyle narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the guy who entered. The apostle, as always, was unperturbed and kept his hands in his pockets. He said that he had only been gone one night, and they had already missed them. While he pressed his back against the wall and languidly put his palm to his forehead, the guy had an impressive bag of money hanging on his belt. Aisha jumped up from the table and rushed towards Lu. He clapped his hands. His little sister, as always, remained a cutie. Arya put her hands on her hips and said reproachfully that Lu was still just as lustful. The guy repelled the attack with a smile, calling his partner just as cruel and active. Arya folded her arms across her chest and feigned indifference as she asked Lu to tell her why Teacher Sierra had taken him away yesterday. Kyle, who no one had asked, butted in again, mockingly asking what the student and teacher were doing there. He assumed that Lu had been expelled from the academy. Aisha sobbed. "This is not true." The apostle raised an eyebrow and looked at the offender. Then he raised his head high and said that Master Sierra had made a contract with him. In the dining room, where most of the students were tensely following the conversation, silence reigned. All eyes were on Lu. A contract between a master and a student? The apostle summoned magical streams of fire, and that very mark appeared on his forehead. It would prove to everyone that the guy was not lying. Kyle, pretending not to be impressed, said that even if his classmate had beast-taming magic, he was just lucky that there were beasts on the test, because if it were different, would he have gotten into Ace's class? The guy bared his teeth and challenged Lu to a fight with him, Kyle Smith. Aisha couldn't remain silent when her savior was insulted, so she clenched her fists and replied that even if that was the case, Lu had talent magic, enough to enter the Ace class. The apostle looked admiringly at the girl who defended him so zealously. The long-haired mage abruptly moved his palm, causing a magical flow of air. He, like a knife, rushed towards Aisha and cut off several strands of her hair. Lu and Arya immediately huddled together and ran up to their friend. Kyle shook his hand and sharply told the offended witch not to butt into someone else's conversation unless she was asked to. Arya ran up to Aisha, excitedly asking if she was okay. The girl nodded timidly. The apostle moved closer to Kyle to talk. He agreed to fight the magician. Then a spark flashed in his red eyes as he asked Mr. Kyle in all seriousness to be gentle with him. The wind currents created by Kyle gradually dissipated. He and Lu now stood opposite each other, each gazing at the other. Yulman folded his arms across his chest and asked what the rules and conditions of their duel would be. Smith replied that he would release the maximum of his energy and strike. If Lu held out, it would mean victory, and if he lost, he would immediately leave Ace's class. Arya clenched her fist. How mean this magician is. There isn't a single monster there now. It's not fair at all towards Lu. Aisha, frightened, said nothing, only looked pitifully at Lu. Yulman was not at all scared. He said with a smile that Mr. Kyle looked confident. He laughed mockingly right in his classmate's face. At first, he continued to stand motionless, then air magic runes formed in the air. From the small whirlwind that appeared, the magician pulled out a superbly constructed sword. The apostle raised his eyebrows in surprise. Aisha, who had retreated to a safe distance, stood at the stands, but upon seeing the appearance of the weapon, she jumped up and shouted that this could not be. Arya, who was standing behind her, asked what was the matter. The witch, looking somewhere into the distance, told a legend. One day, the ancestor of the Bale family received a gift from the king of the elements. Countless amounts of gold and silver that did not fit into the carved chests. And one of the rarest treasures is the magic sword. Aisha wondered if she remembered the name of the weapon for sure. It was he, that same famous and unattainable Excalibur. Yulman smiled slyly, saying that Kyle had an interesting sword. He bit his index finger and set new conditions. If he lost, he would not only leave the class but also leave the academy. Holding Excalibur in front of him, the blonde brazenly replied that Lu had finally realized that he didn't belong here. Yulman ignored the attack, but offered to take Kyle's sword if he won. The magician tensed up when he heard such a proposal, not that he was unsure of himself. At the podium, Arya, in her usual manner, screamed, calling Lu a pervert and wishing him to deal with Kyle. The apostle smiled and mockingly asked Kyle if he thought he could lose. The offended blonde clicked his teeth and accepted the conditions. He told his opponent not to blame him for the lack of beasts that could help block Excalibur. Kyle, twirling the sword in his hand, urged Lu not to ask for mercy. Smith, moving the sword in front of him, began to cast spells in an ancient language. Yulman, who stood calmly in the same place, watched this and noticed that the weapon was releasing magical energy quite well. The girls caught their breath at the tension in the air. Kyle swung with all his might, and he rushed at the apostle with his sword at the ready, using the air sentence spell. Yulman only smirked at this attack. He lazily extended his left hand and held it out in front of Kyle. In a matter of seconds, the apostle created a fiery shield, which the unsuspecting Kyle struck with all his might with his sword. The magician exhaled in amazement, and the air currents from his magic covered Aisha and Arya with their heads. The air cloud completely hid the battlefield and the fighting students. The girls leaned forward, trying to see at least something. Who would win? Kyle stared ahead, unseeing. How could this bastard do it? The apostle, hiding his eyes under his bangs, said that they should not waste time. Smith stared at his opponent in shock. Lu, meanwhile, was already holding the sword in his hands, carefully stroking the blade, saying that he would accept Excalibur. He continued mockingly, thanking Mr. Kyle for his generosity and gift, while Kyle stood in front of him and clenched and unclenched his fists furiously. Iria and Alicia, jumping up and down with anticipation, loudly asked Lou if he was okay. Yulman turned his head to Kyle, reminding him of the attack on Aisha, and expressed hope that this would not happen again. At this, his red eyes lit up with a dangerous fire. The blonde still seemed unable to accept his defeat and looked at Lou with wide eyes. Yulman, seeing his enemy approaching him again, sharply extended his right hand, not letting go of Excalibur in his left. A powerful blast of fire hit Kyle's chest, sending him flying backwards. The guy spat blood out of his mouth. Such was the power of the enemy's spell. Smith flew quite a distance, and eventually, with a deafening roar, it hit the opposite wall, partially destroying it. Aisha and Arya's mouths dropped open in shock. Kyle lay there defeated, spitting out more and more blood. Yulman lowered his hand and smiled. Well, that's all. The clouds of dust cleared and everyone was left with a bloody Kyle lying on the floor. He rose to all fours, spitting out blood again. The magician raised his head, and a veil of rage clouded his eyes. This was impossible. Yulman smiled contentedly as he looked at Excalibur and said that he was taking it. Smith's furious look answered him. At that moment, Lou was called out. He turned around and saw Arya and Aisha running. Arya couldn't believe her eyes. She excitedly asked if Lou was really taking Excalibur. Aisha, smiling sweetly, praised her classmate, saying that he turned out to be stronger than she thought. He blushed and replied that he was indeed very strong. Arya had another brilliant idea and raised her index finger. The girl suggested throwing a party in honor of Lou's victory, since they had no more classes that day anyway. Yulman's eyes sparkled. He imagined an incredible amount of varied food and was already anticipating how he would try it. The trio turned to leave, shouting victory slogans as they went. A thin stream of blood flowed down Klein's chin, and he thought with horror what would happen to him if his father found out about the loss of Excalibur. Then he took a deep breath and, shouting with all his might, ordered his disciples to stop. Yulman stopped and turned around. Wiping his chin with the back of his hand, the fair-haired mage told the apostle that he could not give the sword to him. Aisha spoke up, reminding him that this was the condition Smith had agreed to, and she hoped the boy would be able to keep his word. Klein, annoyed, shouted that Lou had definitely cheated somehow, and just to be fair, the sword had to be returned. Yulman firmly replied that he refused. Smith was amazed at such audacity. He immediately began to create magical air currents, thereby announcing the battle. A large ball formed in the magician's hands, a concentration of his powers and a powerful weapon. The guy shouted to Lou, let him not think that he would leave this site intact. The Trinity found themselves right in the middle of a raging windstorm. Arya said loudly through the noise of the wind that Cain would definitely not allow himself to lose the sword. But a counterattack was already levitating in Yulman's palm. Magical fiery clots. He, smiling, assured that Smith would not succeed. The apostle gripped the hilt of the sword tighter with his other hand. He glanced down and felt some kind of energy coming from outside. Kyle created a vortex of air around himself again and told Lou that he would spare him if he obediently returned the sword to him. He raised an eyebrow and asked what would happen if he refused. Then Smith roared that the student would die right there on the spot. He was so angered by Lou's arrogance that he created one of his most powerful spells, the Wind Whirlwind Blade. The apostle watched the brewing storm with an unreadable expression on his face. The girls prepared to protect themselves from the wind with their hands. But suddenly, Kyle's magic connected with something previously unknown to the present. The space around was filled with a bright green color. Kyle screamed in shock, asking what was happening. Excalibur, which now rose above the warring parties, shone brighter than the sun. The tip of the handle with the precious stone shimmered and began to pulsate. Yulman stood closest to the source of light and looked at it unblinkingly. Aisha covered her eyes with her palms, unable to bear the glow. The apostle chuckled in surprise when he saw what was happening. In place of the sword, a cocoon formed, which rotated at an enormous speed. The outline of a man could be discerned in it, sitting inside in a fetal position. After a few moments, the cocoon dissipated and a girl with green hair appeared before those present. Her clothes were in the same colors and details as Excalibur earlier. The stranger landed softly on the floor. Bending one knee, she lowered her head before Yulman and introduced herself. The girl was the embodiment of the sword of the elemental king named Sylph, and she was greeting her new master. Arya leaned forward, surprised, asking her again what sword she was talking about. Aisha's mouth opened in mute surprise. Kyle also can't say a word from what he saw. The Sylph flew closer to the apostle. He thoughtfully propped his chin on his index finger and asked if the girl was the spirit of this magic sword. She nodded and replied that, according to her agreement with Kyle, now she, the sword of the king of the elements, would belong to Lu. Sylph also asked if she could find out about her master's wishes. Arya noticed that the sword had a spirit. No wonder it was considered a precious treasure. Yulman scratched the back of his head and first asked Sylph to stand up. She obediently obeyed. Kyle was now beside himself with rage. The magician jumped up and ran to the spirit, saying that he was her master. The girl turned around when she heard these words. The magician continued, waving his arms, shouting that he definitely wouldn't have lost to that guy if she had shown up earlier. And he ordered Sylph to return to him immediately. Arya put her hands on her hips and said in disappointment that Kyle was really so shameless as to say such a thing. Aisha was silent and only nodded at her friend's words. Yulman turned to the spirit, deciding that it would be better if she weighed everything herself, and asked if the girl wanted to return. Sylph said a firm no. Raising her head, she reminded that the conditions had been agreed upon at the beginning of the duel. Looking straight into Kyle's eyes, the spirit continued that the old owner had bet her and lost. Naturally, this led to the owner changing, and now only Sylph herself decides whether to change the owner or not. The magician was beside himself with rage and powerlessness. Yulman stepped forward and, with barely concealed disgust in his voice, asked Kyle to stop humiliating himself even more, now that Sylph had explained everything. He was silent. Only his eyes betrayed his growing desire for revenge. Suddenly, the apostle turned around as if he remembered something important. He approached the spirit of Excalibur, patted her on the head, and asked for forgiveness for using her as a bet. When the girl's eyes widened, since no one had clearly apologized to her before, Yulman asked if she would help him in the future. Sylph blushed deeply. This owner was not like the others. She happily agreed, smiling broadly. Kyle's caustic laughter filled the space. He clenched his fists, looked angrily at the guys, and warned that he should not be underestimated. Using runic magic, he quickly created a red tornado. Wind currents, fueled by his anger, circled dangerously around the master. Kyle's face grew veiny as he screamed that a member of the Smith family could not allow such scum to insult him. The guy raised his hands up. The tornado continued to circle around its owner, now adding fiery flashes around the perimeter. The next moment, a burning phoenix of incredible size flew up into the air. Arya, blinded by its light, retreated back. She was afraid that such a monster would not leave even a piece of this place. Yulman smiled, urging him not to worry. The sword spirit grabbed her new master's hand in despair. Looking into his eyes, Sylph faithfully asked him to use her in battle. The apostle was delighted with such zeal, agreed, and asked the girl to lend her strength. The phoenix, opening its huge beak, rushed from above at Yulman, who was on the alert and was already creating magical waves of his magic. The boy clutched Excalibur in his hand, ready to attack. His eyes flashed predatorily in anticipation of victory. Yulman only had to swing his sword a few times for the firebird to disappear into thin air. There was a loud explosion, and Kyle was thrown back by his own magic being destroyed. Aisha and Arya managed to put up a translucent shield in front of themselves at the last moment. A few seconds later, the apostle stood on the rubble, his sword lowered, his left hand habitually resting in his pocket. Aisha pressed her hands to her chest and peered into the thick fog from the destruction of the stone floor and magic. Arya looked around with delight, her mouth open in admiration. Kyle lay on the floor, bruised and distraught. It was all over for him now. Sometime later, Yulman and his companions came to the restaurant. The seated guests, mostly their fellow students from the academy, took notice of the loud company. Arya grabbed the menu from the counter and waved it in the air, happily suggesting they celebrate their victory over Kyle. The company sat down at a large table, which was soon filled with various dishes, which were quickly brought by the waiters. The mouth-watering and bright desserts, of which there were no fewer than main courses and appetizers, were especially eye-catching. Sylph thoughtfully propped her chin on her hand, deciding what to do first. She had never seen such food before. Aisha smiled and told the girl sitting opposite her that the food prepared in this restaurant was very tasty and that it was definitely worth trying. Yulman's hair literally stood on end with delight, and an idea came to mind. Now he would have a chance to win Aisha's heart. Becoming serious, he asked his friend if she knew how to eat so that it tasted better. The interested witch suggested that the dish should be eaten while it was warm. The guy was in awe of his own genius. Directing a playful glance at Aisha, the apostle explained, "The person must be fed with a spoon." The poor girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Arya, distracted from her meal, slowly turned to Yulman and reported that she suddenly felt full. Meanwhile, in her office as the deputy director, Sarah sat at her desk, intensely focused on something. She used magic to make paper figures in the form of people move, and acted out the scene of Kyle and Yulman arguing that she had seen earlier. Taking the small sword from the hands of the figurine, apparently representing Yulman, she thoughtfully concluded that Kyle had ultimately lost his Excalibur to a student named Lou. The little man actively waved his paper head from the table at her. Sarah let out an irritated breath and ordered the figure to report this to Sierra and Director Aces. They would decide together what to do. The deputy was worried. That sword had a spirit, which meant the Smith family wouldn't just let it go. Night fell, and the students returned to their rooms in the dormitory building. Yulman sprawled on the bed with a dreamy look, thoughts lazily replacing one another. At first, the apostle thought about the amazing ability of people to create delicious dishes from simple ingredients. Then her cheeks flushed as the image of Aisha appeared in her head. Today, she was so sweet and gentle. And what would happen if the apostle took her as his wife and they lived in his castle? The fantasy of the strongest apostle Yulman drew him Aisha in a cute apron. And with a plate of pie in her hands, the girl innocently asked whether Yulman would eat the food she had prepared, or would he eat his wife first. The level of passion in his blood was off the charts. The guy began to rock on the bed, blinded by such a bright game of the mind. The green crown of the sword spirit appeared at the bedside at such an inopportune moment, emotionlessly stating that its owner seemed to be very happy. Yulman squealed like a girl and crawled under the blanket in surprise. How could Sylph have scared him so much and appeared so suddenly? The girl looked down guiltily and apologized. She suddenly felt strong fluctuations in the emotional state of the owner, and therefore appeared without permission. The apostle felt sorry for the spirit. Looking at the girl's upset face, he said that everything was fine. Then Sylph ruffled his hair and asked him to warn him about his appearance next time, especially in human form. She asked seriously why the owner was happy. The boy looked dreamily out the window. He was happy because spring had come to him, and everything inside him was bubbling. The girl raised her index finger up. This is very similar to the desire for physiological needs that she has heard about. Yulman turned away, drooped, and replied that it was almost the same thing. Suddenly, he felt a spirit tugging at his shirt. The apostle turned around in surprise, staring at Sylph. She looked up shyly and stammered that she wasn't too sure, but maybe she could help the owner with his condition. The question finally brought Yulman to his senses. He blushed and exclaimed that this was not very good, and the spirit again, without unnecessary emotion, reminded him of her purpose, to help her master. Coughing into his fist, the apostle assumed a doomed look, but still allowed himself to help if the girl sincerely wanted it herself. A pair of scissors appeared in the spirit's hand. The guy chuckled in confusion, staring at the object. Sylph, looking bored, snapped her scissors in the air and announced that it would hurt, but she would try to be gentle. Only now did Yulman realize how recklessly he had behaved, and he began to apologize profusely to the girl. At this time, Sierra Charlotte was sitting on her bed in her bedroom with a stack of papers in her hands. She muttered thoughtfully to herself about the discrepancy between the surname of one of the students and the general. Suddenly, the girl's eyes fell on Yulman's personal file. She stared at the student's photo for a long time, wondering how he had beaten Kyle Smith today. The witch decided to ask Lou personally at the meeting tomorrow and put the documents aside. The last one on top was Aisha's case. The next day, Sierra called the student into the office. The sun was shining brightly through the floor-to-ceiling window, its rays playfully jumping across the flasks and test tubes placed around the office. But Charlotte's face did not express the joy of meeting Lou's student. She sat opposite him, gloomier than a cloud. The next moment, the witch stood up abruptly and banged her fists on the table. Leaning on it, the apostle nervously jumped up in his chair. Leaning low towards Yulman, she screamed right in his face, asking why the student had run to the cafeteria to brag about their contract, and later even started a fight with Kyle. The witch sat back down in her chair, but was still angry. It was as if Lou was deliberately creating problems for her. He raised his hands up, defending himself, and asked the master to calm down. Sooner or later, they would find out about this anyway. Sierra stood up and walked around the table, hands on her hips, demanding an explanation about the duel with Kyle. The apostle opened his eyes wide and began to lament that Smith had been the first to suggest a duel, and he looked at him so angrily at that moment as if he wanted to kill him. Moreover, the magician was very arrogant and used various tricks during the battle, but fortunately, thanks to his strength, Lou was able to easily defeat the impudent man. It occurred to Charlotte that her student was being arrogant, especially now. The witch looked at Lou suspiciously and asked how he was able to master the magic of the taming talent, because when concluding a mutual contract between a master and a student, she felt only the guy's basic magic, without an attribute. To this, Yulman playfully raised his finger and said that all his skills were natural. It was painful to look at Sierra. She thought dejectedly about how useless her student was. The witch turned her back to Yulman, standing by a large bookcase, studying the spines of books. She advised the student to get into less trouble and study the attributes of magic. Grabbing a particularly large book, Charlotte ordered Lou not to call her master because that made her feel like an old woman. He, smiling broadly, suggested that she become his wife instead of the master. His answer was a blow to the head with a thick tome. Sierra, towering over him, asked him to repeat the sentence with a special intonation. With a bump growing on his head, Yulman became more accommodating and said that he would stop calling the girl master. A little later, Sierra met the director of the academy on a picturesque street. They stood under the treetops and talked. The witch thanked Aces for resolving the issue with Excalibur. She said with concern that the Smith family had been unable to find him. The old man said that Kyle's skills weren't that good, and that losing Excalibur was well-deserved. Plus, his family shouldn't think that because they were stronger, they could do anything. He looked at Charlotte seriously and informed her that the Smiths knew about Lou's student status, and that Sierra was supposed to take the boy with her to a magical gathering next week. The witch replied that she would try to improve his skills before that time. Aces stroked his long beard and smiled. The older Sierra gets, the more polite she becomes. He suddenly remembered how she came to him when she was still very little. Having said with affection that now his ward was already grown up and independent, the old man coughed harshly into his fist. The girl immediately ran up to the director, frightened, asking what was wrong with him, but he replied that there was nothing special. It was just the years taking their toll. The witch looked at Aces with disappointment, holding him by the elbow. The old man patted the girl's hand reassuringly and advised her not to worry, but rather to concentrate on the magical congress. After all, it is possible that it is there that the chance to awaken her magic talent will appear. Charlotte replied that in that case she would be able to help the director, and he would not be so tired. Aces smiled into his beard. He would look forward to this day. Meanwhile, Yulman was leafing through textbooks in the academic library, Sylph accompanying him like a faithful servant. The guy, sitting cross-legged on the floor, was particularly interested in one book. He thoughtfully muttered that he had not known until now about people using attributes for the functionality of natural elements. Sylph approached the owner and handed him a cup of green tea, since the coffee that Yulman had asked for was not there. The apostle smiled, gratefully accepting the drink, assuring that the tea was also very tasty. The girl knelt down next to him and looked into his eyes devotedly. He was surprised by the sudden attention and asked what was going on. Sylph asked why her master didn't tell anyone the truth, since he was actually very strong. Before answering, Yulman took a sip of tea. He lowered his head and explained with sadness in his voice. When power goes beyond people's understanding, they begin to fear and try to please in every possible way. The apostle remembered the days when he had defeated entire armies of monsters single-handedly, and at that time everyone had stayed away from him. Grateful people fell to their knees, right on the ground soaked in enemy blood, and greeted the first apostle Yulman. One day he noticed a beautiful girl who was bowing at his feet. Yulman, flashing a smile from under his deep hood, invited the beautiful stranger to admire the moon with him. But she, with tears in her eyes, frightened by the greatness of the guy, did not respond to the invitation. Yulman looked at her with disappointment. His hand dropped lifelessly. Then Sylph asked if her master had any acquaintances like himself. The apostle replied that they had been, but they had been traveling for a very long time and it was not known where they were now. Despite everything, Yulman raised his head and smiled, even blushed a little. Now he felt like an ordinary person, the same as everyone else. The sword spirit wondered if there were any misunderstandings between the master and the common people. On the streets of the academy, students were already gossiping about the Fire Witch's new protege. There were even suggestions that they were just a couple. The guy with the piercing gaze denied it, because he personally saw the mark of the master and the student on his forehead. His interlocutor, with no less venom in his voice, replied that only a loving couple could engrave the mark directly on the forehead. Aisha listened to these conversations, and in her soul, surprise and sadness were increasingly mixed. It was getting dark, and lights were coming on in the windows of the student dormitories. Sierra walked down the hallway carrying a tray with a bun and tea. She remembered that she had forgotten to remove the magic seal from the entrance, and what only a stupid student could learn during this time. Walking up to the door, she ran her hand over the seal, removing it. Upon entering, she asked how Lou was doing, but found a curious sight. Her lazy student not only didn't study, he lay on little Sylph's lap while she stroked his head. A random student passing by Yulman's window jumped aside from the sudden flash of fire reflected in the glass. It was the angry Sierra who taught Yulman a lesson, who now sat on his knees with the spirit of Excalibur and asked the master for forgiveness. Charlotte had not yet seen Sylph, and now she asked with interest if she was the same sword spirit. The girl bowed down, introduced herself, and asked the witch to become her mentor. Charlotte's eyes widened at the sound of a sweet voice. She immediately noted her prettiness as soon as she saw the girl, while Yulman cast surprised glances at both of them. To hide her embarrassment, Sierra coughed into her fist and said that she had come to tell them about her participation in the capital's magical congress, which would take place in a week. Yulman rolled his eyes and asked who came up with the name, since it sounded too saccharine. Sierra's face turned darker than a cloud. The next moment, Yulman sat with a bump on the back of his head, while Sylph waved a notebook in front of his face like a fan, asking for forgiveness for her lack of restraint. The witch sat on the chair in front of them, crossing her legs, talking about how the management had no plans to take them there. Everything changed because no one could have imagined that Lu would get his hands on the Smith family's Excalibur, and that a spirit of the sword would emerge from it. Sylph stood up and began to pace the room restlessly. The teacher stood up, crossing her arms over her chest, and continued that this was precisely why the organizers of the Magical Congress had reluctantly decided to invite them. If they refused, the children's entourage could be in danger. Yulman was silent, thinking about what was said. Sierra said seriously, "The majority in Congress will want to put pressure on Lu." He smiled, assuring that his master had nothing to worry about, because who knows who will give it to whom next. The sound of daggers and various types of weapons that the students wielded could be heard from everywhere. During the training fight, Aisha reliably parried her opponent's blows. She jumped to the side from another attack and grouped herself correctly so as not to fall. The vice principal, who was watching the students, announced the end of the sparring and allowed them to rest a little. The witch stepped aside, wiping her face with a handkerchief. Behind him, conversations began again. Many had not seen Kyle for a long time. A group of guys discussed how it was because of his conflict with Lu, and now Kyle was facing off against the Fire Witch herself. They had no idea that Lu was picking on powerful people. Aisha immediately became sad when she heard gossip about her friend. At that moment, a male figure appeared at the entrance to the training hall. The girl looked in that direction with hope. It was Yulman, who heard all the talk about himself. He looked up at the gossips and said that during his absence from training there had been too many annoying flies here. Groups of students suddenly began to scurry about, as if remembering that the deputy director was calling them and they needed to leave immediately. Sarah was surprised by the sudden appearance of students near her. Aisha ran up to her friend and asked why he came here. He pulled a rose out of his inside jacket pocket and handed it to the girl, saying that he had come to visit his charming and beautiful Aisha. She blushed and lowered her eyes and replied that Sylph and teacher Sierra were the ones who were beautiful and charming. Yulman was very surprised by these words. The witch, having accepted the flower from the boy, sadly explained, she heard the students talking about Lu's trip to the capital's magical congress. The apostle smoothed his hair, nodding meaningfully. Theatrically running his hand over the back of his head, he asked Aisha not to be bored in his absence. Arya, who had come up to him with an axe in her hands, ruined the moment. They hadn't seen each other for only a few days, but no matter how much you feed the wolf, he still looks at the forest. Yulman, putting his hands in his pockets, cheerfully asked his friend if she had already received a scolding during sparring today, to which the girl almost attacked him with her fists. The upset Aisha was still quite amused by her classmates' squabble. On the tower of the academy, the flag of the educational institution fluttered in the brisk wind. Yulman and Sylph stood in the square near a large carriage drawn by several white horses. An angry Sierra looked out of the carriage window and called out to the boys, ordering them not to delay their departure. The apostle turned around and replied that this morning he wanted to have time to say goodbye to his dear Aisha. Sylph added that she checked, and it seemed the girl was not in the room. The boy wanted to say something to the teacher, but she interrupted him. Holding the curtain, she said sharply that the student had 3 seconds to get into the carriage. Yulman did not dare to disobey his master, so after a few seconds, Aisha watched from her window with a tremor in her chest as the carriage disappeared into the distance. She said Yulman's name with sadness. She was not alone in the room. A black shadow from the magical heavenly portal called her. Aisha, without turning around, understood who was addressing her. The shadow said that now there is no one strong left who could protect this academy, so in the evening she can begin the task given to her by the master. The witch obediently agreed. Shadow noticed what was happening to the girl and voiced her guess. A guy named Lu loves Aisha very much. This can greatly anger the master. Then, the witch turned around for the first time and desperately asked not to tell her father and mother about Lu. The shadow giggled evilly. Everything would depend on whether Aisha could cope with the task. On the way to the event, Sierra told her companions about what awaited them. The annual Capital Magical Congress was held in turn by the three main clans: Smith, Jones, Isis. This congress was the main identical gathering of the world of magicians, where the best of them gathered to discuss achievements and, in general, just to communicate. Propping his cheek on his fist, Yulman announced his discovery. It turns out that the Smith family is one of the three main clans, but Charlotte cut him off, warning him not to underestimate them because the Smiths are the descendants of the Empire's founding heroes, second only in status to the Imperial family. Sylph did not participate in the conversation, her head down. She was thinking about something of her own. The witch continued. The Isis clan controls most of the Empire's military forces and has outstanding magical skills. The guy thoughtfully threw his hands behind his head and leaned back on the soft seat, asking what the Jones clan was famous for. His mentor, with the same severity in her voice, replied that this clan had colonized most of the Empire's trade routes and the pharmaceutical industry, and also owned enormous wealth. The apostle chuckled. It felt like the royal family of this empire had no control over anything at all. Sierra urged him to be careful because this time the magical congress was being organized by the Jones clan. Yulman chuckled. What was he afraid of? It was just participation in a banquet. He abruptly changed the topic to something more pleasant, turning to the spirit of the sword. There would be a lot of delicious dishes at the banquet. They would definitely need to eat their fill. Sylph nodded in agreement in response. The witch sighed in disappointment. No changes. Still, she thought, there was one problem with the Jones clan that would be difficult to solve. A few days later, they successfully reached the capital of the Guam Empire. The Congress was held in a mansion in front of which a large fountain was installed. The butler approached the carriage door and bowed, announcing that they had arrived at the Jones clan estate. Sierra was the first to get out of the carriage. She was immediately met by the clan's maid, bowing and greeting. The butler thanked the witch for coming, saying that the owner had been waiting for her at the meeting place for a long time. Sierra snapped back, frowning, that the man could tell the owner not to bother, since she still had things to do. He became embarrassed, reminding the girl of the special attitude of the owner of the estate towards her. Charlotte gave him a look that spoke volumes. The butler squeaked something and did not dare to say anything else. The witch informed Yulman that he could come in with Sylph and find a place to rest, while she herself would report to Director Aces about her arrival. Charlotte added that the boys should be as quiet as possible. She wanted to say a specific name, but hesitated. Then she shook her head and said it didn't matter. The apostle glanced at her in surprise, but the witch waved him off. The witch asked the maid to show her companions the way, and she bowed respectfully. The girl pointed towards the estate and invited the guests to follow her. The student stood thoughtfully as Charlotte walked away. He turned around and looked at the girl's figure, realizing that she was not telling him something. The maid led the guests to the large gates of the estate, inviting them to enter. Inside, everything sparkled and shone. The expensive furnishings screamed about the wealth of the owners. Large tables with snow-white tablecloths were laden with food. Guests in incredibly presentable outfits walked around importantly. Yulman and Sylph looked around, looking for something more delicious to choose from. They were not at all interested in the exquisite furnishings of the hall. A passing lady covered herself with a fan in disgust, complaining that two important magicians from the Smith and Isis families had not arrived, but the city people had managed to get through and were now eating and drinking at someone else's expense. Meanwhile, the couple had already filled their plates with real langousts from the deepest depths, fillet steaks, and were enthusiastically commenting on their catch, loudly chomping. Suddenly, the sound of clattering dishes was heard. Someone pushed the maid right onto the table with desserts, loudly calling her a worthless piece of work. It was the owner of the estate who was taking out his anger on the servants because they had not brought him Sierra as he had ordered. The poor girl's eyes filled with tears. A wound formed on her cheek from the fall. She could not say a word in her defense. The butler gloated and announced to the owner that he had repeated the order to Luina to deliver the girl several times, but she had dared to disobey. The apostle, calmly eating from his plate, commented on what he saw, addressing the spirit of the sword. These manipulations are called playing dice. The man turned around abruptly, hearing unfamiliar voices, and frowned, realizing that he was seeing these guests for the first time. His gaze immediately counted the strangers. Full plates of food, sloppy clothes. This meant only one thing. Commoners had snuck into the estate to eat for free. The man, with feigned politeness like a cat, slowly approached the strangers, calling them dear guests. He introduced himself, indicating that he represented the Jones family, the hosts of today's event, and asked to see the special invitations that would admit guests. The apostle answered directly that they had no invitations. The crowd that had gathered around began to buzz with discontent. Were the guards really eating their bread in vain? It was from young people like these, who didn't know etiquette, that the empire ceased to be what it used to be. The man dropped his feigned friendliness and immediately shouted for the guys to leave the banquet immediately. Sylph, without letting go of the plate, looked at him angrily. It seemed that she was just waiting for the owner's command to teach the impudent fellow a lesson. Yulman gently pushed her away and apologized for the misunderstanding, saying that they came here with Master Charlotte, so they did not have invitations with them. But the clan representative became even more angry, lamenting that this was nonsense, and his Sierra, so beautiful and outstanding, could not take such as they as students. At this attack, the apostle was surprised that the man called the teacher his own. Those present came to life again. A lady from the crowd whispered to her neighbor that the owner Anthony was still pursuing the fire witch. Only it was a pity that she did not reciprocate his feelings at all. A man standing nearby replied that he had heard about Sierra's new student. The owner almost burst with rage after this news. The lady standing next to the maid broke into a sly smile. This brunette does not know who he is talking to by saying that he is her student. He signed his own death warrant. Yulman waved his fork, saying that if Anthony didn't believe him, he should ask the butler who had just met them with Master Sierra. The man immediately brushed off his words, replying that the guy was joking, since Mrs. Sierra was met by the maid Loena. This caused the owner to have another fit of rage. Clenching his fists, he began to mock Yulman, saying that he was not fit to be Charlotte's student. The witch's commanding voice was heard throughout the hall. She appeared in the doorway and loudly objected to what had been said. The crowd parted and fell silent, letting the guests through and watching her greedily. Sierra folded her arms across her chest, not at all embarrassed by this reception, and confirmed that the boy had become her student. Anthony laughed awkwardly, saying that he had made a mistake in his judgment and that he felt embarrassed. He approached the witch and bowed, saying that he wanted to make amends by showing her the achievements of magic this year. She shook her head and refused. Then Charlotte grabbed the elbow of Yulman, who was standing next to her. The boy shuddered, looking at the teacher with confusion. The red-haired witch smiled and, without letting go of the apostle's hand, blurted out that she and her fiancé would see everything themselves, causing shock in Yulman. Not only the student was amazed, everyone around him began to look at each other in bewilderment. Anthony stuttered and asked the girl what she was talking about. Sierra, still smiling, confirmed that the guy was not only her student, but also her fiancé, tugging Yulman's hand to make him play along. He turned his head towards her and quickly asked in a whisper what was going on. Charlotte answered him just as quietly that the Jones clan had used their influence to marry her off several times, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, the girl would force them to abandon the idea. Yulman didn't need to be told twice. He, like Charlotte, smiled radiantly and agreed with the idea of looking together at the achievements of magic. Anthony, looking gloomy as a storm cloud, blurted out that it was very short-sighted of the witch to get involved with the poor and refuse his advances. The butler tried to bring his master to his senses, reminding him that today was the day of the Congress, and all the eyes of high society were on them. He then looked at the couple with a sardonic expression, saying that he had heard that Miss Sierra had no magical accomplishments to show for this convention. Anthony grinned, pleased to hear this. He tried to diffuse the situation by inviting everyone present to try his latest development, a magical medicine. Loud claps from the crowd could be heard from all around. The maids entered the hall in an orderly row, carrying plates in their hands on which stood small glasses with the potion. A bright blue drink splashed in a small container with every step the servant took. Yulman cast an attentive glance in that direction. The guests, having tried their portions, began to whisper in admiration, evaluating the potion. It tasted slightly bitter, but even the smallest sip completely replenishes spiritual strength. Anthony smiled and thanked him for the approval, because this was the result of the Jones family's developments over the course of the year, a concentrated spirit replenishment potion. Then he turned over his shoulder at the uninvited guests, and as if by chance said that some people show up at the Congress, eat and drink, without having any magical achievements. That is the real shame. The man winked at Sierra, asking if she agreed with him. Yulman grinned. An idea came to him. The guy demonstratively knocked over the cup of potion. It spilled onto the expensive parquet floor in front of the stunned crowd. The owner gasped for air, outraged by such an act. At this, the apostle chuckled and apologized. His hand just shook. Charlotte couldn't help but burst into laughter. Anthony, his eyes wide, pounced on Yulman with accusations. He poured out a potion brewed in ideal proportions, and how many rare ingredients were used? The guy, rolling the cup in his hands, calmly listed all the ingredients: shining stone powder, basilisk scales, angelica, and the purest water from under the polar ice. The shocked man stared at Yulman, speechless from what he heard. Yulman didn't stop. He continued mockingly that he could make a box of this stuff in a day, and Anthony also called this potion the latest development with ideal proportions. As if wound up, Anthony shouted that he had worked hard for a whole month to create this potion, had achieved the perfect balance, and the scoundrel dared to say with his dirty mouth that it was swill, then let him make a box of the potion today, as he had promised. Sierra immediately approached the student, calling him stupid and scolding him for his big mouth, but he calmed her down. He whispered that he needed the girl's help in some matters. She listened and agreed. Charlotte then asked how he knew the ingredients and how to make the potion, to which the apostle hesitated for a moment. The faithful spirit of the sword came to his aid, quickly blurting out that it was she who had suggested all the ingredients to the owner. Yulman laughed with relief. That was exactly how it all happened. The Fire Witch thought for a moment, since the girl was part of Excalibur, it was no wonder that she could sniff out the ingredients of a potion by its scent. While behind Sierra's back, Yulman and Sylph high-fived each other for their teamwork. One of the long tables was cleared especially for the apostle, and ingredients, a knife, a board, and cooking utensils were left there. Anthony addressed the guy mockingly, supported by the laughter of the crowd, shining stone powder, carrots, chestnuts, sorurus. So many products from the market. Is he really ready to prepare a potion for everyone? Yulman answered him with a meaningful look. He effectively threw off his cloak and, remaining in just his shirt, tied an apron around his waist as if he did this every day. The guy heated up the vat and added more fire for a better effect. Literally a few minutes later, a potion was already splashing in the container, no different in color or consistency from what Anthony had been brewing for so long. Those present inhaled the aromas emanating from the vat with full lungs, commenting on what they felt. Such a pure smell, as if you were transported to nature and so serene in the heart. The man denied everything, because cooking was not that simple. Some special waves emanated from Yulman, who was confident in his abilities and stood in the center of the table next to the boiling vat. The liquid in the cauldron looked truly impressive. There was no doubt that this was the legendary potion. The audience was amazed by the skill of the young magician. Meanwhile, Yulman was already pouring portions of the steaming liquid into glass containers. The potion, like spring water, shimmered in the facets of the glass. Finally, the apostle asked everyone to come to the table. The potion was already ready. The first to approach him was a stately, unfamiliar man who politely asked if he could try the potion. Sierra greeted the man who approached her respectfully. It was Professor Madeline himself from the Imperial University of Potioneering. He was known on par with the chief magician aces. Yulman smiled good-naturedly and nodded. The professor held the glass in both hands and took a leisurely sip, savoring every sip. At first, his face showed no emotion. But a moment passed and his eyes widened. Madeline exclaimed in shock that he would never have thought that he would meet a person who would make a superpower potion. Anthony asked in shock, wasn't the superpower potion, which increases spiritual power several times, lost almost 300 years ago? The man, still not believing what he had just learned, agreed. But he himself had never heard of such a method of preparing the potion. So how could this young man learn the secret of its preparation? He put the empty cup on the table. Then he bowed to Yulman, saying that he would give half of everything he had to learn how to create this potion. There was silence as the boy thought about the words he had said. The apostle smiled slyly. Only half? The professor nodded and promised to add more if it wasn't enough. Some gentlemen exclaimed that this would be a huge sum, because for this magic potion lost many years ago, any money invested could be returned. Anthony gritted his teeth. He was beside himself with anger. He exclaimed that his clan Jones was also offering half of their wealth for the recipe for this potion. The old professor stared at the man in amazement. He stood there, proudly erect, because he knew that the Jones clan's fortune was much greater than anyone else's, and this guy would not be able to resist such a temptation. Yulman, picking his ear with his finger, told the men that he had no plans to sell the recipe. He grabbed his cloak and turned to Sierra, saying that since they had already looked at the achievements of magic, they could return. The desperate owner shouted after him that he was adding a share of the potion sales to half of his wealth. The apostle immediately pricked up his ears. Yulman stopped. He really was going to refuse this money. The guy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. There really was a lot of money. Sylph jumped with delight along with him. Charlotte, for the umpteenth time, sighed in disappointment. Well, who would have doubted it? Anthony took them to his office and invited them to a long table. On it stood a box with 3 richly decorated spatial rings. He said that the required amount of money was already placed in them. This could be checked. The servant took the box in his hands and brought it to the guests, telling them that after the potion began to be sold, their share would be transferred annually to the account of these rings. Anthony leaned forward and, anticipating hearing the secret of preparation, asked how the potion was prepared. Yulman took a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket, casually threw it on the table, and replied that the energy contained in a magic potion was never obtained from the ingredients themselves, but was drawn from the curdling of elements contained in the air. The man, not expecting such an answer, grimaced in annoyance and leaned back in his chair. The apostle unfolded a piece of paper with a drawing on it and explained that a magic circle was engraved in the vat that could curl the elements of air. Using higher fire magic allows one to successfully cause resonance between the magic circle and the ingredients. As for the ingredients themselves, low-level ingredients have a fairly low elemental content. So in the magic circle, they interact with the highly concentrated air elements, seeping through and filling the void. Low-level ingredients not only improve the coagulation results, they also improve the quality of the elements, which would be more difficult with complex ingredients. Anthony, greedily peering at the drawing on the sheet, let out a cry of victory. Sierra, clutching a cup in her hands, said that since the Jones clan had learned the secret of the potion, they had no reason to linger here. The man objected. There was still one more matter they needed to discuss. He asked if Charlotte was aware of the recent eruption of Mount Laertes. The witch nodded, confirming what was said. Just a natural disaster, nothing interesting. But Anthony, smiling, said that he thought so too when the clan sent a rescue team there, until they accidentally discovered traces of a rare magical beast in a mountain cave. A fire unicorn. Sierra hung her head, her eyes wide at what she heard. Yulman knew that fire unicorns did not live in the east, and asked how the beast ended up in the west. The interlocutor nodded, although it is unknown how the unicorn ended up in their area, but it can be said with certainty that it protects the raging fire of a precious stone. Yulman leaned forward with interest when he heard about the stone. Anthony explained that this gem was probably the untold wealth from Eastern myths, so his clan was sending a group to find the stone, so it can be assumed that Sierra would want to join them. The man folded his arms across his chest and offered a deal. When it was all over, the unicorn would go to Charlotte and the stone would go to the clan. The witch surprisingly quickly agreed and asked when the group was leaving. Anthony stood up from the table, setting a deadline of 3 days, and suggested that the guests stay at the estate, as it was necessary to prepare well before the campaign. Yulman smiled at his own thoughts. He had long wanted to see what kind of stone it was. When the strangers left the office, the butler turned to the owner. Not only did he give half of his fortune for the recipe for a potion that guy could make in no time, but he also told about the fire unicorn. This would surely end badly for the clan. Anthony chuckled. He only suggested that they go there, but no one said that Charlotte and her team would be able to return back. The butler clapped his hands and admired what an excellent strategist his master turned out to be. The maid led the guests down a long corridor and stopped at an unremarkable door. She apologized that because of the congress that had been convened these days, all the rooms were occupied and only one was free. Sierra replied angrily that this one would do and dismissed the maid. Yulman carefully placed Excalibur on the table in the room. With his hands behind his head, he asked the teacher why they were taking the unicorn and not the gem. The girl replied that from the heart of a unicorn one can obtain blood that can transform any fire obtained by fire magic into an all-consuming heavenly flame. And by drinking it, one can awaken its natural magic. The apostle cast an interested glance at her. Turning around, the fire witch told Yulman that she had taken him on as an apprentice, only so that he could help her deal with the fire unicorn. She walked to the bed and sat down on the soft bed. The corners of the girl's lips turned down. She regretted that she had acted selfishly. Yulman agreed with her words. Sierra looked at the floor in shock. She didn't expect the student to support her self-flagellation. But he immediately began to speak again, putting his hands in his favorite pockets. A sly smile played across the guy's face. He said that truly selfish people never face a choice, and he personally wants both the stone and the unicorn. The girl smiled and blushed. What a stupid student she got. She quickly collected her thoughts, became serious again, and thought out loud. In 3 days it would be necessary to leave, but now Lou was still weak for this. To prevent something irreparable from happening to her student, all that remains is to transfer part of her magical powers to him. She sat back down on the bed and patted the hand next to her, inviting him to sit down and show her the boy's seal on his forehead. Yulman sat down next to Sierra and pulled her bangs away from her forehead, opening access to the seal, not noticing how the girl blushed. The next moment she jerked the guy's head towards her, burying his face right into her thighs. That's where her seal was located. Charlotte exhaled, passing her powers onto her student, and her entire body became illuminated with a bright white glow. Streams of light began to form around the couple, forming large runes on the floor. Holding the boy's head tightly, she let out another long breath and ordered Lu not to move. A little later, when the ritual was over, she woke up and, looking to the side, quickly spoke. Here it is, this ancient method of transmitting magical powers through the seal between the master and the student. Now, having received her powers, the student can use her fire magic. She stumbled, lowered her head, and, screaming, realized that the guy was still lying on her thigh, not moving. Yulman slowly rose, holding his head. He leaned back on the bed, drowsily replying that he was very comfortable. Anthony sat at the table in his office and asked the butler about what the guests had been doing for 3 days. He replied that they had not even left the room. Moreover, screams could be heard from there from time to time. The master banged on the table, ordering the servant to be silent. He sat up straight in his chair, exclaiming that he didn't understand how he was any worse than this brunette. Sierra is simply blind and does not see all the advantages. Suddenly, there was a scraping sound of cutlery on a plate and a voice from the opposite end of the table. A stranger assured that the gentleman should not worry. Anthony looked puzzled at the man with the hood that hid his handsome features and long white hair and apologized for his tactlessness. He, smiling, asked if Anthony had called him to resolve the issue with his fellow travelers. The stranger was the Traveler of the Void, Hasadan, one of the 4 best magicians of the Empire, who was considered the only person in history to enter the world of the Void. At this time, Sierra continued to teach her student her own magical abilities. Right now, Lu was holding a clod of fire in his palm and asking the master if he was doing everything right. The witch nodded and added that now he could freely use internal magic. Yulman was a little scared and stepped back when the light flared brighter right in front of his face. He couldn't even imagine that it was possible to control fire in this way. Now he wasn't afraid that the flame could break out. Sierra thoughtfully rubbed her chin, either addressing her student or calming herself, while Yulman drew hearts from the flames behind her back. They didn't need any incidents during the taming of the unicorn, so the transferred magical powers should be enough to withstand fatal blows. The main thing is not to forget that the powers must be spent wisely. Looking over her shoulder and seeing the sensible use of energy, Charlotte cursed under her breath. The maid's voice was heard behind the door. She asked to hurry because the carriage to Mount Laertes was already ready. They could leave at any moment. Sierra immediately threw the door open, appearing in front of the girl along with a soot-covered Lu. Suddenly, the witch caught a glimpse of the familiar hem of a cloak out of the corner of her eye, which disappeared around the corner. Yulman noticed the teacher's hesitation and now looked at her questioningly, while Charlotte was surprised to see this man. But she decided that she was mistaken, so she waved her hand and hurried the student. Late in the evening, a chase through the narrow corridors of St. Joseph's Tower took place. A small figure, wrapped in a thick cloak, maneuvered, trying to hide from its pursuers. But the last turn turned out to be a dead end. Judging by the sounds in the distance, they were about to overtake her. The figure raised its head, staring at the wall, and began breathing loudly, trying to calm its breathing, which had been ragged from running. Sarah gave a triumphant cry when she saw the stranger hesitate and shouted at her that there was no way out, so she should give back what she had stolen. The woman, drawing magical runes in the air, demanded that this be done immediately. Magic chains quickly approached the figure, ready to bind it at any moment. The stranger turned around, her face hidden by a mask and long blonde hair. She jumped up, dodging the chains. Then she suddenly moved to the side and, breaking the window, jumped out into the darkness of the night. Luckily, the fall was not high, and the girl landed on the ground immediately. The deputy director rushed to the window and looked down. Clenching her fists, she cursed. The stranger had managed to escape anyway. The figure, meanwhile, did not go far, hiding just around the bend. The stranger turned out to be none other than Aisha. She pulled the mask off her face and breathed a sigh of relief, taking a carved white box from her bosom. She finally got it. A few days later, at the foot of the fiery Mount Laertes, a party of Jones and Sierra's men and crew rode forward in wagons drawn by white horses, the drivers urging the reins on every now and then. Suddenly, an order was heard from one of the crews to stop. Anthony growled in his carriage, again. Yulman jumped out of the neighboring cart like a bullet, covering his mouth with both hands. The others had to go outside too. Anthony looked at Sierra reproachfully and said that they could have warned Lou about the condition of the road, because due to constant stops, this one-day trip stretched out into several days. The witch awkwardly scratched her cheek. She herself didn't know that the guy would feel so bad after the trip along the mountain path. The apostle, having emptied his stomach, now walked, staggering, along the road to the carriage, thinking that more than anything in the world he did not want to return there. Suddenly, distant screams caught his attention. Sierra and Anthony turned in the same direction at the same time. One of the clan's team was running towards the company, followed by whirlwind lizards, huge reptiles with many spikes on their backs. Anthony did not move from his place and said authoritatively that there was nothing to be afraid of a couple of monsters, because they had high-class magicians with them. The boy stuttered and objected, because there were too many lizards. Sierra looked closer and realized that this was indeed the case. A whole flock of whirlwind lizards was now running towards them. Yulman perked up and reacted to this news with undisguised admiration. Anthony screamed, convinced that there were too many reptiles. He cursed the mercenaries, shouting that he had called them to kill the unicorn, not to disturb the lair of the whirlwind lizards. The fact was that these terrifying monsters were mid-low-level magical beasts that moved at incredible speeds and sprayed poison from their teeth. The man tried to calm those present. These lizards should not be feared, but now there really are too many of them. Fighting with them would waste a lot of energy. They need to come up with a way to have less contact with the monsters while the hunt for the unicorn is underway. He waved his hand towards the crew, ordering the squad to take their places to escape from the lizards. One of the mercenaries interrupted him, pointing his finger to the side. An incredible scene appeared before the leader of the squad. Yulman was stroking the beast like an affectionate cat, while the lizard leaned its front paws on his chest. Anthony, not believing his eyes, asked Sierra if her fiancé was familiar with these creatures. She waved her hands, smiling awkwardly. The witch explained that Lu's ability to deal with magical beasts exceeded that of ordinary people. Then the man suggested to the apostle that he ask the flock to move aside a little so that he could continue on his way. Waving away the persistent licking, Yulman grinned. He had a better idea. The roar of powerful paws on rocks filled the entire space of the mountain. Now the people have saddled the swirling lizards, leaving the coachman behind to guard the carriages. Anthony shouted irritably at Yulman that this was a dubious undertaking. But the apostle joyfully replied that this method of transportation was very fast and convenient. He laughed, holding onto the lizard's horn with one hand. Sierra, watching him, allowed herself to smile. She even liked the student like this. Finally, the strange procession approached the foot of the volcano Laertes. People jumped off their makeshift horses. Anthony pointed to the entrance to the cave. That's where they found the unicorn. It was clear that the stone at the entrance was covered in blood. Suddenly, one of the whirlwind lizards stuck out its tongue and hissed loudly. Looking in that direction, Yulman immediately became wary. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. It seemed like there really was something inside. The guy released a flock of lizards who, clinging to the ground, obeyed the order. Sierra was the first to step fearlessly towards the cave. The rest of the travelers followed her. The company moved slowly along the stone corridor. A man from the squad stepped forward, lighting the way with a gas lamp. Anthony looked at Lu's back. He would never have thought that this guy could get along so well with wild animals. He smiled wickedly, because even if they tamed the unicorn, Sierra and her student would not survive today. Finally, the procession approached the through exit into the main part of the cave where the unicorn lived. Coming out of the corridor, they found themselves on the edge of a cliff. The deadly burning lava was bubbling and seething, trying to spill over the edge. Everyone screamed in unison at what they saw. It seemed as if there was nothing around except a stream of fiery liquid. Suddenly, a bright glow caught everyone's attention. The man exclaimed that he saw treasure. Nearby, washed by lava on one side, the very same stone lay in the rocks. Violet-pink in color, it beckoned travelers to it. Yulman tensed up. The stone was unusual. It trembled periodically, and these movements seemed familiar to the guy. Anthony muttered happily, stepping forward, that since there was no fire unicorn, it meant there was an opportunity to grab the stone. But he didn't notice how the lava began to bubble even more, spitting out bright bubbles around him. The fire witch cast a wary glance in that direction. Suddenly, she rushed towards Anthony, holding out her hands to him, and ordered him to stop. Right in front of them, a huge fireball burst out of the gorge. The man raised his head and, with his mouth open, watched his movement. His legs suddenly gave way and he fell to the floor, moving back as a huge clawed paw stepped onto the edge of the ravine. A fiery unicorn, completely engulfed in fire, slowly crawled towards the squad with its mouth open. It was a magical beast of a rare level. It came from the eastern continent, was a master of fire attacks, and was also deadly strong. The mercenaries stood in stances, holding their magic wands out in front of them, ready to attack at any moment. Sierra, while creating magical runes in front of her, quickly said that this fire unicorn was a rare magical beast. Although its killing power was not as high as that of natural disaster-level beasts, it would not give up easily. Then the girl ordered the student to wait aside, and if there was a chance, he could use his talent for taming. The apostle thought that the master was right. Unicorns have a stubborn character. If you tame one, the creature can resist, and it is better for him not to show his magic in front of this whole crowd. Yulman threw up his hands. Ordinary people would not be able to comprehend his power. The unicorn slowly advanced on the still-lying Anthony, who, trembling, hysterically ordered his squad to get rid of the beast. The warriors pointed their staffs forward, calling out the command, "Ice Coffin!" Blocks of ice rained down on the dragon from all sides. Having surrounded the unicorn, they, led by their master, tried to block the beast. For a moment it seemed as if the dragon was trapped in snow. The beast became angry. His eyes flashed dangerously. Powerful streams of fire gushed from the beast's body. No matter how strong the mercenary's magic was, it still couldn't withstand the fire's onslaught. There was an explosion, pieces of ice flew in all directions, and the dragon found itself free. The wounded mercenaries were breathing heavily, bent at the knees. The unicorn, unfazed by anything, ran forward again, preparing to attack the people. The detachment, seeing this, hurried in horror to escape from the monster's sight. At that very moment, the beast's horn collided with the magic sword with a ringing sound. Sierra wasted no time in rushing forward, now using her weapon to block his attack. The animal narrowed its eyes dangerously, growling even louder. It moved its head to the side, trying to push the sword away from the horn. Sierra felt her grip weaken in horror, the sword in her hands moving to the side. The unicorn let out a roar and turned its head sharply, trying to throw off the annoying opponent. There was a powerful explosion from the collision. The fire witch was thrown back several meters. The sword remained in her hands. The stone that the people had come for shook dangerously from the force of the blow. He was lying right on the edge of a cliff, so a push of such force predictably provoked the stone to move, and it, jumping up, almost fell right into the flow of seething lava. Anthony watched in horror as his treasure disappeared into the raging fire. The unicorn turned around and rushed in that direction. But the stone didn't have time to land in the lava. Yulman reacted with lightning speed and in 2 counts found himself in the air, holding the prey tightly above his head. The warriors' mouths dropped open as they watched this. A few moments later, the apostle landed on solid ground. Sierra immediately ran up to him, worried, saying that the stone contained a raging flame, so he needed to be careful. The stone in Yulman's hands heated up. He screamed, and an enraged unicorn immediately appeared behind his back. Anthony clenched his fists. If this continued, the guy would end up with both the stone and the unicorn. The apostle turned around with a smile and said that the Jones clan had been wrong from the start. It was not a precious stone. Yulman didn't have time to finish telling the story before a portal formed in the air right behind him. Sharply increasing in size, huge gray tentacles began to flow out of it. The shoots approached Charlotte and Yulman with lightning speed. The guy turned around abruptly, hearing an unusual sound. He pushed Charlotte aside sharply. The girl didn't have time to turn around, and her student was already tightly grasped by tentacles and pulled into the portal. Time dragged on like an eternity, and then the witch watched the figure disappear into the dark matter. She leaned forward and screamed at the top of her lungs. Following Lou, the tentacles tightly grasped the fire unicorn. The animal could only growl from powerlessness. Sierra froze in shock at what she saw. She realized that this was the wasteland of Hasidan. Anthony gave the order to his squad to attack the unicorn. Pointing his hand in its direction, the warriors immediately obeyed. The unicorn, which was already being pulled into the portal by the tentacles that were firmly clinging to its body, was now being hit by a multitude of ice fragments. Events developed so quickly that Sierra could not fully come to her senses. The dragon was covered with snow dust and even more fragments. When the icy fog cleared, the beast was free of Hasidan's bonds, but was now pinned to the stone wall by blocks of ice. The fire witch rushed to Anthony, bombarding him with questions about what was going on, and he, smiling broadly, laughed at the girl's naivety and said that he had no intention of cooperating with her at all. With resentment in his voice, the man shouted about Charlotte's unwillingness to become related to him, although she had promised earlier, and at the Congress she and the boy made him look like a complete idiot and disgraced him in front of the guests. The villain's face twisted into a cruel grin. The Jones clan had already suffered enough from Murderbell. It was time to pay the bills. It was not for nothing that he called the master of the wasteland to deal with Sierra and her student. Charlotte gritted her teeth in anger at herself. She had definitely seen Hasidan in the corridor then. Holding her sword out in front of her, Sierra warned that no one would leave here alive if anything happened to her student. At that moment, the portal moved and separated the witch from the others. Hasidan's voice was heard. He heard what the girl was saying. Then the Traveler of the Void himself emerged from the portal, grinning, replying that her student had already become lunch for the Master of the Wasteland. Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief. All the ridiculous, sweet, and funny moments she had lived through with Lou flashed through her mind. Grief was replaced by anger. The witch swung her sword and rushed at her opponents, offering to pay them for the dinner with their lives. A magical fiery vortex formed behind her. Hasidan did not move. Putting his hand forward, he directed a portal at the girl. The gates of the wasteland. The whirlwind created by Charlotte for the attack was immediately sucked into the gate. She gritted her teeth, not believing that this was possible. The man ricocheted his own magic back at Sierra. The flashes of fire knocked her off her feet, and the girl lost her balance. However, she landed on one knee, covered in bruises, and now coughing raggedly. The mage stood there, chuckling, saying that the magic of the wasteland existed outside the basic framework of magic. Even the magic of the fire sword could not overcome it. His sharp gaze pierced from under the hood. The man advised not to make unnecessary movements but simply die. The traitor from Clan Jones asked sarcastically if it was too easy to let Y die like that. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of Sierra's lips as she listened carefully to the men's conversation, wondering what to do next. Gritting her teeth in pain, the witch analyzed what Hasidan had said. She had only one way left to overcome this supreme magic. Charlotte ran to the place where the unicorn, still motionless but still alive, was hanging. Anthony panicked when he saw where the witch was heading and shouted that Sierra needed to be stopped before she got to the unicorn's blood. Hasidan calmly replied that she was just wasting her energy. Then he chuckled meaningfully without saying anything. Meanwhile, Charlotte sat on the unicorn's lap, her palms under the wound from which blood was flowing, asking for forgiveness for the fact that she was going to take his powers. The wounded animal growled gutturally, unable to defend itself. The girl took a deep breath and quickly swallowed some blood. Something happened that she never expected. Falling on all fours, the witch began to cough violently. The sensation was comparable to that of her entire body being consumed by a fierce fire. There was nothing to breathe. It was as if my insides were being eaten away by heat. Hasidan slowly approached her, saying that Charlotte was too naive to believe the words of old man Aces, because from drinking blood she would only burn alive. Pressing her hand to her throat, the fire witch croaked that the director would not deceive her. The man chuckled, measuring her with his gaze. It seemed that the girl did not know Aces at all. Hasidan turned to the squad and said that if they killed the witch now, there might be an explosion of heavenly fire raging in Charlotte. So it would be better to leave her here, to die a natural death. The stone was in their hands anyway. The witch understood that she couldn't just let them leave, but how difficult it was to make every movement. But suddenly something changed. An unknown force lifted her above the ground. The space around her literally blazed with fire. The natural magic of the Thousand Lights Master has awakened. The men turned around in shock. This shouldn't have happened. With tears in her eyes, Sierra said that even after awakening her natural magic, she was still very saddened by the loss of her student. And therefore there is no point in expecting mercy. A bright, scorching flash hid the girl's figure from view. The magician immediately created a void field spell. But something was wrong. The Master of the Void did not answer him. Meanwhile, a fire dragon with its mouth wide open was flying towards where the men were standing. Anthony stepped back, not understanding what was happening or how the beast had appeared. It was as if a pillar of fire had burst forth from the depths of the earth, filling the entire space. Then there was a deafening explosion. After a few seconds, it became quiet and the dust from the destruction settled. Sierra's opponents lay on the ground, their clothes burnt, and their bodies covered in multiple wounds. Hasidan, unable to move, could not even imagine that someone could master the magic of heavenly fire. The fire witch landed softly on the ground. She was not at all happy about receiving the natural magic she so desired. Suddenly, claps were heard in the caves, the sound passing through the walls like the moon. The witch looked sharply towards the entrance. To her surprise, the director of the academy, Aces, slowly entered the cave. He stopped, holding his hands behind his back, and asked the girl if she had awakened her natural magic. She nodded, noticing that the director looked strange. Still lying on the ground, Hasidan laughed with difficulty, saying that this old man had been waiting from the very beginning for the day when the witch would awaken the natural magic. All this, none other than the demon kidnapper. Charlotte didn't believe what she was hearing and stared with all her eyes at the director, who was so familiar to her. According to legend, 500 years ago a monster appeared that could steal natural magic from people, and for 200 years there was no one who could defeat it. But the chronicles say that after the battle with the seventh apostle Sarlia, the demon disappeared without a trace. According to rumors, he had already died long ago. Who then was Director Aces all this time? Always so kind and sincere, the old man's face suddenly changed and he turned to Sierra. She said that if she could awaken her natural magic, the girl would help the director with many things. And since this was troublesome, she could think of another way out. The round glasses flashed playfully. The man asked what if he took her talent magic directly. Sierra screamed, not expecting such words from the director. Aces now looked nothing like his former self. He tensed up and suddenly grabbed his charge by the throat, lifting her into the air. It was a blow below the belt. Charlotte did not have time to react, and now greedily swallowed the air that was barely entering her lungs. And the man said such painful words, if he did not feel that she would be able to awaken the master of 1,000 fires, would he have raised her so carefully? He said with a laugh that Charlotte looked incredibly pathetic now. The essence of her existence is to awaken natural magic and allow Aces to take it away. The man was completely illuminated by light, his eyes wide open, as if he was drawing all the strength out of his former student with just one glance. The witch didn't believe that this was happening in reality. She croaked a quiet teacher, not understanding what hurt more, from his actions or from the lack of oxygen. The fire, and with it the power, slowly flowed from her body to the director. When the exchange was complete, the fire arced through the air and finally left the Sierra. Aces waited a few more moments. A second later, Charlotte was lying face down on the ground. Easily creating a small cloud of fire in his palm, Aces exclaimed with delight how beautiful natural magic is. He folded his hands behind his back again and glanced at Sierra, saying that there was no point in keeping her alive now. Hasidan, deciding that it was better not to move, thought with horror that when the old man dealt with the witch, it would be his turn. But why had the master of the void not yet answered? At that moment, the air above the abyss split open. Aces cast a wary glance in that direction. Black cracks went straight through the air, growing larger with each passing second. Then a stream of air gushed out from there, almost knocking the demon off his feet. He immediately began to create runes in the air in order to attack if necessary. At first, he could not see anything because of the thick cloud of dust. But soon a piece of a huge tentacle fell out of the crack, and then a male figure appeared. Yulman deftly jumped out of the abyss, holding a sword in his hand. He stepped hard on a piece of flesh. Aces froze. It couldn't be. Could this guy really deal with the strongest of the void world, its master himself? The apostle pushed away the tentacle with the toe of his boot, from which the blue liquid was flowing, and winced. Why does this octopus have so many tentacles? He just wasted his time. His gaze fixed on the director, immediately realizing that everything had not gone according to plan. But when the guy saw Sierra lying there with no signs of life, his eyes darkened. His master, covered in blood, did not move at all. Yulman's voice echoed throughout the cave as he asked who did this. Aces smiled into his beard and replied that it was he. Then he kicked the girl's body aside. The apostle lowered his head, assessing the teacher's injuries. He immediately asked if the director had taken away her natural magic. He agreed quite well and said that the guy should feel proud of his master, because it was she who had a hand in his future victory over the apostle. 300 years ago, in the battle with Sarlia, he realized that ordinary natural magic, no matter how much of it there was, would not be able to defeat the apostle. And so the demon needed even more power. The old man continued, his eyes wildly darting off into the distance, saying that he needed high-level magic and the energy left by the apostle to do this. So he spent his strength to teach Sierra and didn't reveal his true identity in order to obtain the apostle's energy. The man bent down and wiped a tear from the girl's closed eyelids. Then a lamp with a purple flame appeared in his hand, and the figure of the demon itself began to burn. Today was the day when he obtained both the highest level magic, the heavenly flame, and the energy of the apostle, the hellish flame. Aces laughed demonically because now, with many unique abilities, he was ready to fight the apostles again. But before that, he needs to deal with people, real scum. The apostle turned his attention to the unfortunate unicorn. Then he walked up to Sierra and knelt down on one knee, checking her pulse. At this time, Aces was already creating a magical fireball, loudly boasting that now heaven and hell were with him, so he didn't need anyone else. The demon threw a wave of fire into the air. Yulman asked mockingly if the old man really hoped for these splashes. Excalibur in his hands glowed a bright green. The apostle swung his sword and aimed it at the scorching magical waves. A tangible light passed right through them, and the next moment the flame died down. Only streams of air remained when the boy lowered his hand. Hasidan sat down on the ground, muttering that this man was really strong. Could he really be Sierra's disciple? Aces noticed Yulman's unusual abilities and asked who he was, because the guy didn't look like a person from a famous family at all, and could even use sylph. He smiled charmingly and asked to guess. A batch of rocks fell from the ceiling of the cave. Yulman broke loose and ran straight towards Asas, shouting as he went that if he guessed, he would receive a prize. The demon bared his teeth and began to summon the stolen magic. Spell runes formed at his feet. Yulman was already in the air and now swung his sword. The apostle swung, creating a soft green magical line around himself. He crashed to the ground, and space seemed to split into several parts again. A stream of incredible force now emanated from the sword, dangerously lifting up large pieces of rock. Yulman pointed his sword at Aces. The demon spread his arms, trying to hold back the whirlwind flying towards him. Lightning of the highest level magic emanated from the palms. Yulman hissed threateningly, knowing that Aces could hear him. If he doesn't guess, the old man will be punished. The two forces collided with a roar as the apostle ran towards the director. A deafening explosion occurred. Its echoes were of such a scale that they broke through the top of the cave, creating a large hole there. Hasidan looked up in concern. If they continued like this, the volcano might explode. The magician stood up staggering, cursing Aces and his opponent. He didn't care who survived. They wouldn't let him go alive anyway, so he had to run away from here. The demon coughed from the resulting cloud of dust. Yulman once again demanded that Sierra's natural magic be returned, but Asasis only laughed. The stolen magic of talent could not be returned. Blood was oozing from his torn clothes, but the demon seemed unfazed. He asked if the boy really thought he could defeat him. The man squeezed his palm and the glass lamp in it cracked, releasing a violet flame. Hasidan recoiled in shock. This was the fire of the underworld, belonging to the mythical apostle. What was the old man planning? Aces laughed madly, looking at Yulman. The flame that had been dancing on his palm suddenly grew to enormous proportions, and now the demon seemed to be burning within him. He spread his hands, controlling the flame, and said that this was the most powerful force left by the apostle, and that the guy was lucky, because he would be the first to die from such a force. The magician directed the flame forward, and it obediently obeyed its master. A destructive fire swept through the bodies of people lying on the ground. Aces breathlessly admired the apostle's strength. At that moment, Sylph appeared. She stood in front of Yulman and created a storm barrier with her magic. It helped for a short time. Her energy was able to hold back the fire of the underworld. The apostle shouted for the girl to take Sierra, and they left there. The sword spirit, holding the barrier, replied that her main mission was to protect the master. Suddenly, she felt a soft stroking on the top of her head, which had already become habitual. Yulman confidently ordered her not to worry because this light could not harm him. The girl looked at the apostle with admiration. The director, standing in a purple whirlwind, watched Yulman. He did not expect that there was a person who cared about his weapon more than his own life. His hand rose, fingers touching the purple haze, kill the guy and then catch up with them. A matter of 5 minutes. Yulman stood casually, his hands in his pockets, listening to his opponent's threats, while the hems of his cloak fluttered from the magical storm. The director's glasses sparkled. His crazy eyes bored into the guy. Having lived in this world for 500 years, he had finally thrown off his shackles and set out on the path to becoming a new apostle. The young man raised his hand. A purple flame danced on his palm. He told the old man that he was using this flame incorrectly. The purple flames that he thought were under his control instantly floated straight towards Yulman. The boy grinned, red lights burning in his eyes as he tossed the collected fire from palm to palm like a soft piece of dough. The director asked in amazement why the apostle was holding the devil's flame with his bare hands. Even compared to the apostles, this power was inhuman. After remaining in Yulman's palm for another moment, the light disappeared, and he shrugged his shoulders. He was just an ordinary student. The guy, like a cat, slowly approached his opponent, asking how the director would pay for what he did to his future bride. The old man chuckled, saying that from the moment he decided to take away the girl's natural magic, she died for him. He suddenly thought about how the apostle controls the hellfire. There must be some ability for this. A spark of madness flashed across the director's gaze, and he exclaimed that he would take the boy's abilities away. He raised an eyebrow and suggested trying to do it. The director raised his hands up, trying to absorb the fire, because in this world there should not be another person capable of controlling the hellish flames. His eyes widened in shock when he saw what was hidden. A figure, vaguely reminiscent of a student, stood at the very top of the mountain, arms outstretched, his mask frightening, but his smile evoking primal fear. Yulman's chuckle was heard. He realized that he had been seen, and said that he had sealed his powers so as not to be discovered. The director couldn't get his head around what he saw, as if it were something forbidden, something for which he would have to pay. The young man grinned predatorily, saying that since the old man wanted to take his powers so much, people needed to be given a chance. He waved his hand to the side, announcing that the first level seal had been broken. Red lightning flashed from the human eyes, and a powerful stream of energy hit the floor. The old man was amazed by the unfolding spectacle and was afraid to even blink. Yulman, still smiling, extended his hand towards the director, and the fiery whirlwind began to spin like a tornado. Streams of energy gathered together and rushed into the chest of the man opposite. The man trembled as if in a fever and let out a hoarse cry. The flame threw him from side to side, tossed him up and burned him, gave him what he wanted so much. When the director tried to croak something, the guy put his index finger to his lips, urging him to be silent. He laughed lightly, saying that he was just a student looking for a wife and a way to make easy money. Drowning out his words, an explosion rang out, engulfing the director and covering his remains in waves of dust. Yulman raised his head and stretched his shoulders. The apostle decided to catch up with Sylph. Perhaps Sierra had already woken up by that time. He looked away, habitually putting his hands in his pockets. There was one more thing to deal with. The dragon was still nailed to the wall with huge crystals. Yulman stood before this spectacle, carefully examining the monster. Reaching out his hand, the boy created a magic spell that was able to give the monster a few moments of life. The dragon sneezed, opening his red eyes and looked angrily at the man. The crystals holding his body together disappeared and the monster fell to the ground. As he fell, he growled helplessly but didn't even try to get up. Yulman, coming closer to him, spoke to the creature. In the last battle, he did not use his powers to the fullest. A scarlet egg appeared in the boy's hands, which the dragon was afraid of harming if his blows were too powerful. The creature, seeing the egg, opened its eyes wide and snorted. Yulman brought the find to the dragon's head, saying that he hid the egg in a spatial ring when he was sucked into the world of emptiness, so it remained unharmed. The unicorn dragon poked its nose into the hard shell. The guy gasped, almost dropping his load from his hands. He smiled and replied that he understood everything. Yulman stroked the unicorn's neck. He didn't know why he came here with his egg. It smelled like the apostles, which meant it was connected to them. Grasping the precious burden with both palms, the man promised the dragon to take care of his property. As if expecting only these words, the creature snorted one last time and fell silent, words of gratitude echoing in the air. The majestic volcano was awakening, preparing to spew rivers of lava, which later flowed down in bloody streams. Sylph carried Sierra in her arms, trying to get as far away from the epicenter of the battle as possible. The spirit of the sword sensed the presence of its master and looked around, finally noticing him. He slowly emerged from the cave entrance, and the first thing the girl asked was if he was okay. After briefly saying that he was fine, Yulman glanced at the unconscious Sierra, asking how she was. Sylph looked at the fire witch's face with concern, concluding that she had overexerted herself and perhaps fallen into a coma. The apostle grimaced, saying that the volcano was about to erupt. They needed to get out of here first, then they could talk. In any case, Master Sierra takes everything to heart, and will she be able to cope with her own feelings when she wakes up? As a child, Sierra spent a lot of time in the hospital and often heard the staff discussing the extermination of the Charlotte family, the work of the apostles' minions. Only little Sierra was left, and every stranger felt immensely sorry for her. With her head down, she heard someone's voice asking if the girl had heard about the villains who killed her family. The little girl looked straight ahead, her head bowed in interest before the stranger. A tall, gray-haired man in long robes offered to become her apprentice in order to take revenge. Smiling affectionately, the man scratched his beard and introduced himself. Aces, the chief court magician of the empire. Then Sierra truly believed that the teacher sincerely wanted to help her get revenge. Who would have thought that the kind old man was actually a demon kidnapper trying to steal her natural magic? She mentally asked her mother and father for forgiveness, because it seemed she would not be able to complete the mission of avenging the entire Charlotte family. It was very cold. The shirt was soaked with blood and now clung unpleasantly to her body. But she still felt someone's warmth. Sylph jumped out in front of Yulman like a jack-in-the-box, bringing important news. The girl exclaimed that she could no longer feel mana in Teacher Sierra's body. The girl in his arms did not move, but the corners of her lips were lowered in unconscious agony. Sarah's life energy was fading away at great speed. The Trinity miraculously managed to find the nearest hotel. Sierra was laid in bed, covered with a blanket, and Yulman, having removed his cloak, stood over her with his arm outstretched, drawing healing spells in the air. Unfortunately, Sylph's fears were justified. Sierra's own magic was not felt in her body, and her power was rapidly leaking away. Looking at the girl's exhausted face, the apostle knew that if this continued, she would never wake up. Sylph carefully approached the master, who was gloomier than a cloud, and asked if he still had the magic that Master Sierra had passed on to him. Yulman clapped his hands, realizing that this magic could be returned to Sierra and help restore her strength. It wouldn't be enough to get her back to her previous level, but it was better than nothing. A book appeared in front of the sword spirit. It was necessary to find out how to transmit energy when it was impossible to use the seal for transmission. The verdict was that the magic had to be transferred through a kiss, which completely puzzled Yulman. With an inscrutable face, Sylph explained that the bodies of the young people needed to be connected through the mouth, and the saliva would be the medium that would transmit the magic, at which point the apostle waved his hands, declaring that he understood everything. He grabbed his head, massaging his forehead, thinking that this was necessary to save Sierra. The guy blushed. It looked like he was taking advantage of her condition. Sword Spirit sternly said that Sierra would be more concerned about her magical powers given her vital signs. Yulman and his assistant approached the bed. The girl sadly concluded that a lot of time had passed since the old man took Sierra's energy. They needed to hurry before she degraded to the level of an ordinary person. Yulman thought hard. Although there was no direct threat to life, Sierra could wake up as an ordinary girl. It would be difficult to accept. In that case, Sylph is definitely right. The girl bowed, saying that she would go and watch the door. When the door closed behind the spirit of the sword, Yulman carefully sat the unconscious Sierra on his lap. He frowned, deciding that no matter what happened next, he would take full responsibility. Holding the girl with one hand, the apostle carefully lifted the stranger's chin with the other. The kiss was followed by a magical activation. The space was illuminated by a bright light from the raging streams. Yulman did not let go of Sierra. Holding her tightly in his arms, he closed his eyes so as not to be afraid of his own shyness. The girl slowly opened her eyes, thinking that she was still asleep, because she felt so warm and comfortable. Feeling the touch of someone else's lips on hers, Sierra was convinced that this was a dream, because everyone was supposed to die in that cave. But the unprecedented reality of these sensations seemed to hit the girl in the most sensitive spots, and she opened her eyes wide. Sylph jumped when she heard something heavy fall outside the door. She timidly opened the door. The owner was sitting on the floor, holding the bump on his head. Sierra was standing right next to the bed, with a red face, the color of her hair. The girl screamed that she couldn't do what he did, even if she had let it slip that Yulman was her fiancé. Something distracted the fire witch, and she asked the sword spirit, puzzled, what she was doing. Sylph replied seriously that she was carefully recording the duration of the kiss and the events that followed. Sylph blushed even more, as much as possible, jumping up on the bed in indignation. She almost attacked the girl with her fists, screaming that it was not a kiss, but an ambulance. The student was giving her strength back, and such events do not need to be recorded at all. Sierra turned to the beaten Yulman, ordering him to forget everything that had happened and was long gone. The apostle put on a guilty look, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes, and nodded. Once everyone had calmed down, Sierra lay back in bed to continue recovering and drank hot tea. Yulman and Sylph stood by the bed when the fire witch asked what happened to those who fought in the cave and how Yulman managed to escape. The student replied that, as he followed Sylph out of the cave, he saw Aces and the wounded magician fighting. It turned out that in the battle, they even broke off an entire cliff. Sierra thought about it, realizing that Yulman was talking about Hasidan. It was hard to imagine that he had the strength to fight the director. Yulman added that everything happened while the spirit of the sword was carrying the girl out of the cave, and no one else came out of it. The student, startled, asked Master Sierra with hope in his voice if her magic had returned. The girl remained silent and clutched the sheet tightly, returning to the sad thoughts of her loss and betrayal of a loved one. She pressed her hand to her chest, staring at the wall. Although the student had returned her powers, the current level could not even be called average. Sierra sat up straight in bed and suddenly broke the silence by calling the apostle's name. He turned his attention to the teacher, looking questioningly. The girl surprised Yulman when she quietly asked him to leave with Sylph. Resentment flashed in the guy's voice when he asked why he had to leave. Sierra replied seriously that the balance of power in the Empire, which had existed for the last 100 years thanks to the balance of power between Aces and the three great families, would be disrupted when the other families learned of the death of the director and Capella. The girl lowered her head. Her eyebrows drew together. She was afraid that something terrible might start. Yulman nodded, suggesting that a coup could even begin in the country. Charlotte's current level is not even up to the average level. In such a situation, it will be very dangerous for the student and the girl to follow her. Sierra was in a terrible mood and her thoughts were the same. She refused to fight. Not hearing an answer, the girl looked at Yulman, who did not look upset at all. On the contrary, he was shining like a new coin. This made the Fire Witch quite angry, deciding that the guy was not listening to her. She screamed, reminding him that the main clans would never leave them alone after losing Ace's protection. Frowning, Yulman in turn asked Sierra what would happen to her if he left with Sylph. This question really puzzled the girl. She couldn't even find the words, only hesitantly saying, The student smiled softly, assuring her that he had heard the teacher, so now they would definitely not leave her alone. Sierra's cheeks turned red when she heard that the boys would fight together if they couldn't escape together. Crossing his arms over his chest, the apostle added that he was Sierra's disciple and successor, and also her fiancé, so he would not be able to leave her and run away. The girl, forgetting about her fatigue, almost beat Yulman the second time when he spoke about his status as a groom. He shouldn't have taken that statement seriously. Sylph clenched her fists, belligerently declaring that she would support her master and stand shoulder to shoulder with their small team. Sierra felt a pang in her heart, and her cheeks burned at the realization that her true friends would go to the ends of the earth with her. The Fire Witch was not used to showing her feelings, so she turned her head away sharply, muttering that she wouldn't care if the boys were in danger. Yulman told the master that before his death the unicorn gave him his egg. The girl looked at the egg in the student's hands with surprise, because she had previously thought that it was a precious stone. It turned out that Capella was wrong. The unicorn was not guarding a precious stone, but its egg. Sylph raised her finger, saying that since this thing now belonged to its owner, it needed to be given a name. The apostle thought, indeed, one cannot always call it a unicorn's egg. The girls silently looked at the puzzled guy, and he was wondering what to name his new acquisition. Finally, an idea came to his mind. The unicorn came from the eastern continent, and there is a custom there of giving children popular names to make them easier to raise. Yulman raised his thumb and concluded that he would name the child Iron Egg. Suddenly, the egg in his hands began to glow, getting hotter with each passing minute. The apostle yelped in pain, almost dropping the fragile child. Sierra, her face blank, pointed out that the egg had made it clear that it didn't like the name. What followed was an even more unfortunate scenario, and Yulman received a greater dose of fire than before. A wounded man in torn clothes walked along the quiet streets at night, barely audibly. Holding his heart, Kashidan walked limping along the cobblestones. He thought that since the master of the void had died, the others thought that the magician had not been able to escape, but he had managed to use the void field to move through space. Stopping in front of a rich house, Hasadan thought about earning a good sum for the news of Capella's death. A week later, in the hotel, Sierra was reading a newspaper on the pages of which there was news of Capella's death. Apparently, Hassin had escaped from the volcano. The Fire Witch was surprised that the magician did not say anything about their connection with Aces. Sierra asked Sylph, who was holding the egg on her lap, to try to keep anyone from finding out where it was, and the girl nodded. The spirit of the sword said that the owner went out to look at the big city market, and also to find medicine to restore Sierra's magical powers. Yulman walked along the crowded street, looking with interest at the goods he came across along the way. Suddenly he stopped, put his hand to his mouth and burst out laughing. The sun was shining brightly, rare clouds were slowly floating across the sky, and the apostle was in an excellent mood. Moreover, he was more pleased than the good weather by the presence of flocks of pretty girls around. Yulman's dazed gaze fell on a stranger emerging from a neighboring building. He came to his senses because he had almost forgotten that he needed to buy some medicine for the master. The sign on the shop opposite had a red snake drawn on it, and the student decided to see what he could buy for Charlotte there. A friendly, pretty girl greeted a customer behind the counter of Rudel's trading house. She smiled even wider, asking whether the gentleman needed a helmet and armor of high strength or special magic stones. Yulman replied that he would like to buy oriental materials for medicines. He added that the things he needed were very rare. The girl winked, urging the buyer not to worry, because Rudel's trading house was the company with the widest range of goods in the entire empire. Yulman laughed into his fist again. If he managed to buy everything here at once, he wouldn't have to run around other stores and waste time on the wonderful girls around. The saleswoman carefully called the daydreaming guy, and he, coughing, handed her the list. A few seconds passed in silence. Yulman, with his hands in his pockets, watched the girl. The smile gradually slid off her face from what she read on the sheet. 1,000-year-old ginseng, dragon grass, Tianshan bitterweed. The apostle asked if everything was okay. The girl laughed nervously, thinking how to explain that these ingredients could not be obtained even on the easternmost continent for 1,000 coins. The saleswoman was forced to tell the customer that these ingredients were very rare and could not be found in Rudel's trading house. Yulman thought hard. He didn't think that the plants that grow near the palace of the apostles in the human world are considered rare. The apostle propped his chin on his bent fingers, and his fingers came into the girl's field of vision. More precisely, she beamed when she saw a spatial ring instructed by a top-level magic stone on the buyer's middle finger. At that moment, Yulman turned to leave, and the saleswoman ran after him, begging him to wait. When the apostle stopped, she, embarrassed, told him about auctions where he could buy the things the guy needed. As it turns out, once a year, the black market hosts large auctions to sell stolen goods, ranging from ghost slaves to the world's only weapons. The girl, like a magician, took out an entrance ticket from her bosom, hoping to interest the buyer. Yulman froze. Looking at the piece of paper, he wouldn't be able to get to the eastern continent quickly. Maybe he could really buy the necessary ingredients at black market auctions. The apostle pointed to the ticket, saying that he would take it. The girl held out the goods with a smile, offering 100 gold coins for them, saying that the auction would begin at 7 in the evening. The saleswoman added, bowing, that the auction would take place in the south of the city in the Imperial Steed Tavern, so it would be best to arrive on time. Having made sure that the customer had left, she shouted the usual farewell phrase. Then she exhaled tiredly and pulled off her work apron, throwing it on the table. The girl relaxed her shoulders and let down her hair, which was tightly pulled into a ponytail at the back of her head. A man came out of the back room, holding out his hands to Miss Linda, asking why she had come since he had already paid the fee for this month. Linda turned around, smiling mysteriously. She had come to catch big prey. Yulman walked through the evening city, trying not to be late for the auction, and with his eyes he was looking for the Imperial Steed Tavern. Suddenly, someone in a dark cloak rushed past him, hitting the guy painfully in the shoulder. The apostle raised his hands up, beginning to apologize to the stranger, but he quickly walked on. Unfortunately, Yulman encountered the wrong person. The cloaked figure was followed by servants, and the fair-haired man attacked the apostle with an axe, calling him cheap. The student, smiling nervously, did not understand what was happening, why the man was so angry. He just bumped into someone. The cloaked figure slowly raised his hand, stopping his guard. He turned around and shouted the master's name in an offended tone. Man called the man to him, saying that he was not hit on purpose, and that they needed to hurry so as not to be late. Yulman's mouth began to drool as soon as he heard a ringing voice from under the hood. There was definitely a beauty with an icy heart hiding there. The guards turned to the apostle, nodded, and said that he should look around better. The group passed by. The apostle looked after them, considering them strange. Finally, Yulman found the place he was looking for. The tavern from the street was welcomingly shining with bright light from numerous windows. Inside it was even better. On the evening of the auction, the building was filled with people of all classes and estates. A tall beer glass slammed down on the bar counter. The tipsy apostle chuckled, praising the local rye beer, and decided to drink another glass before the auction began. Behind him, he heard someone talking. A male voice told his interlocutor that today's main lot was an amazing thing. Covering his mouth with his hand, the other man spoke of important people who had gathered here to hunt for this jewel. He pointed his finger at a man in a white cloak sitting nearby. The cursed King Zeus, practically the best magician, had also arrived at the Imperial Steed. Moreover, Rizarar, Diamondell, Diamond Stan, and many others are also here today. Having calmed down, Yulman raised his glass, took a sip of beer, and listened attentively to the men's conversation. The apostle felt something soft touch his hand and almost choked on his drink. That same saleswoman from Rudel's trading house grabbed Yulman tightly with both hands, extremely happy that they saw each other again. Linda winked at the apostle. She couldn't miss the auction that was held once a year. The girl, shining with huge, malachite eyes, languidly asked Yulman to call her by name. A tipsy Yulman scratched the back of his head, hiccuped, and introduced himself. Linda, she smiled slyly. This fool had fallen for the bait so quickly, and when the auction began, he would give her the ring himself. The girl leaned against the bar counter, smiled charmingly, and offered to be Yulman's guide until the auction began. The two men, who had been discussing the people present earlier, turned their attention to the couple, the old man's precious daughter Louis, and next to her, probably, is some important person, a simpleton who fell for her bait. Finally, after some time, the auction began, and a large crowd gathered in the large hall, eagerly awaiting the bidding. Yulman and Linda took the empty seats, and the guy asked if the organizers were afraid that someone would report the illegal auction to the authorities. The girl twirled a strand of hair, saying that the auction was being held by Old Man Lewis, and no one in the city would dare to anger him, and besides, serious people were buying things here. A silhouette appeared on the empty stage and was immediately hit by a dim spotlight. The auctioneer, a smiling man in a tailcoat, greeted the dear guests. They, waving their arms, shouted loudly and began to drunkenly hoot in response. Alcohol sales in the tavern were on the rise on days like these. A charming girl in a rabbit costume came out to the host with a box in her hands, and the man declared the evening the final one in the auction series. Squinting with pleasure, the auctioneer abruptly pulled the red fabric from the item in the assistant's hands. The first lot is the Hand of Black Magic. The starting price is 50,000 gold. Yulman recognized this hand, the real one, twitching. It is only capable of calling forth black magic, or cursing others, but is not capable of anything else, but is valued here. From all corners of the room, guests began to raise their hands, shouting out their prices in unison. Linda told her neighbor that there were many other things at the auction besides the things he needed, and he shouldn't miss the opportunity. The apostle threw his hands behind his head, indifferently answering that this was so. It was not for nothing that he came here. Then his new acquaintance offered to look at the next lots, but Yulman stubbornly refused. For example, he didn't like the Hanging City ring because of its gloomy name. The guy crossed his arms over his chest, complaining that he didn't buy anything decent, and Linda was angry that he wasn't buying anything. The girl clenched her teeth, expecting something very expensive. Then she would persuade Yulman to buy it and receive the long-awaited spatial ring. The auctioneer announced the last lot, the one everyone had been waiting for with bated breath. This time the man did not quickly pull the fabric off, but continued to keep the intrigue going. For greater effect, the box was filled with smoke to hide the treasure as long as possible, and the audience began to rise from their seats in impatience. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw an ice jade lotus bracelet whose starting price was 200,000. The man in the white cloak, the damned King Suis, jumped up from his seat, offering 300,000. Then came shouts promising 380,000, then 500. Linda clenched her fist, wondering why her new acquaintance was sitting there. Had the girl made a mistake and he had no money at all? At that moment, Yulman, holding his hands in his trouser pockets, slowly stood up. Linda pricked up her ears, looking at the guy with interest. He, radiating incredible confidence, declared that his bet would be 1 million. A truly dead silence hung over the hall. The apostle's companion jumped up as if stung, screaming softly, her eyes boring into the young man in disbelief. The auctioneer stuttered as he tried to repeat the figure he had just announced. Yulman, his red eyes flashing, broke into a smile and shouted out his price again. The crowd fell silent. It was like a mass hallucination. The auctioneer, looking out for this rich man in the crowd, repeated the price he had announced. The apostle waved his hand, still smiling, and spat out his bet dismissively. The audience, without hesitation, discussed the appearance of the guy, who did not look like a rich man. If he decided to deceive old Louis, the impudent man was not destined to meet the dawn. The presenter swallowed nervously and began recording the final price. The man on the balcony decided to beat Yulman's record and shouted out a bet of 1,300,000. The crowd buzzed with the sound of a wounded animal, and it was hard to believe that the stakes continued to rise. Linda was overjoyed. Even if she didn't get the guy's spatial ring, this price race would provide her and her father with a tidy sum. The apostle, squinting, recognized in the man who had beaten his price the security guard from the street who had almost attacked him. It seems that he and his master came to the auction specifically for the ice jade bracelet and the lotus. The apostle grinned. He didn't have much time and he wasn't going to delay with the price. Taking the spatial ring off his finger, he showed it to the auctioneer and offered to give him the jewelry and 30 million. The blonde man's face opposite was distorted with anger. The crowd opened their mouths, calling Yulman a madman, and they were especially shocked that the guy was willing to part with an S-class spatial ring instructed by a top-level magic stone. The auctioneer raised his hand, shouting out Yulman's price. The man in the cloak's guard asked his master if they would continue to raise the price. Man shook his head, replying that the opponent was clearly not like the others and had learned the value of the jade bracelet and lotus. He would definitely have the means to increase his price. The gentleman ordered the man to wait and see how events would develop further. The auctioneer joyfully announced the new owner of today's auction treasure, asking him to come backstage to complete the formalities. Linda clapped her hands, anticipating big money, and offered to show Yulman the way backstage. He, hiding his hands in his pockets, jumped over the railing, shouting that the girl shouldn't bother. His companion extended her hand, squealing that Yulman should not go straight ahead. But he was already standing in front of the dumbfounded auctioneer, holding out the spatial ring in which the money was located. The apostle glanced indifferently behind him, where Linda continued to shout something at him. The girl covered her face with her hand, saying that there is a very important rule at the auction. If a buyer steps onto the stage without permission, this is considered a violation of the rules. A buyer who commits such a violation must pay for all lots offered at the auction. Moreover, any person in the room can take away what the offender has acquired. Like wild animals just waiting for this, the spectators standing closer to the railing screamed loudly. Those present rushed in a huge flock straight to the stage where Yulman stood with the auctioneer. Suddenly there was a massive explosion, and flames rose up and filled the hall. The box containing the precious bracelet was thrown into the distance. Some man cursed, recognizing the attack as the handwriting of the damned King Suis. He approached the transparent box with an arrogant smile, declaring that the jasper bracelet would soon become his property. But Suis's expression changed dramatically. He saw a tall guard, military personnel, and a looned combat vehicle. Then something happened that no one expected. The floor slowly became covered with a thick crust of ice. The damned King Suis's feet found themselves in an ice trap so quickly that he even realized when it happened. The Ice Lady, in a long, dark cloak, continued to cover the space with her magical cold. Stopping, she pulled down her hood with her gloved hand. Long, dark hair flowed like a river over the girl's thin but strong shoulders. A long cloak hid the slender figure of Manliana Isis, one of the best magicians of the Empire, who was called the Ice Lady. With an inscrutable face, she slowly approached the box and opened it. But suddenly, the hand of the young, sweet girl was intercepted by someone else's palm, not allowing her to touch the bracelet. Yulman, a head taller than the Ice Lady, looked down at the girl, grinning, saying that she was very beautiful, but that it was wrong to take other people's things. The main auction hall was half destroyed by those wishing to get their hands on the trophies. Manlian Isis looked wide-eyed at the one who had so unceremoniously interrupted her. The apostle did not let go of the woman's hand, saying that the girl was taking someone else's thing without even saying hello, and that this was completely impolite. The Ice Lady came to her senses and, frowning, pulled her hand out of the grip of the other's palm. The apostle took out the bracelet and coldly informed the master presenter that he was leaving and taking what was rightfully his. Manlian grabbed the box, which turned out to be empty, and screamed. It was such a hard job for her to get this ice bracelet that could take her magic to a new level. Now, the Ice Lady was not going to let go of the one who stood in her way so easily and created an ice spell in her palm. With a wave of her hand, Manlian caused ice to burst through the floor to fill the path. The crowd buzzed in fear because the technique the girl used was called an ice prison. Linda gritted her teeth, anticipating huge problems in the future. But those present realized it too late. The entrance was blocked. The entire auction hall truly became an ice prison. Ice covered all surfaces, sparing only people. Yulman, looking at what had happened, heard a mocking voice behind him. Isis threatened him with eternal imprisonment in ice. The apostle turned to her, laughing at her self-confidence. One of the warriors cried out in confusion when he saw his sword in the guy's hands, but the guy simply decided to borrow it for a while. The auction visitor, the big guy Diamond Stan, looked at Yulman with disdain. In his eyes, this boy with his rusty sword looked pitiful. The man's eyes turned bloodshot and he punched the ground with all his might with his bare fists, breaking the ice cover. If Stan was counting on scaring Yulman with this, he failed. The guy's figure glowed a bright golden color. He ordered the first level of the seal to open. The apostle swung his sword, creating a magical attack circle around himself. The flames emanating from the dagger melted Manliana's ice weapon. Diamond Stan was thrown far to the side by the blow and hit the wall with a dull thud. Those present were covered by a wave of dust, and ice remained only at the edges, so hot was Yulman's attack. Linda couldn't believe her eyes. She wondered who this guy was. Standing before the best warriors, the apostle clutched his sword, fearlessly urging them to attack at once because he had little time to fight each one by one. Everyone who heard this did not dare to take a step, looking in amazement at the one who had defeated the strongman Stan with one blow. The Ice Lady didn't waste time talking. Raising her hand, she attacked the apostle. Huge, sharp pieces of ice, as if coming from nowhere, flew straight towards the lonely figure of the guy. He stood with his head down in his favorite pose with his hands in his pockets. The ice needles stopped a few centimeters from Yulman's face. Manlian demanded that he give her the jasper bracelet, but the magician decided not to take the lotus of generosity. Yulman grinned and pretended to apologize because he would take both the bracelet and the lotus. The girl shook her head and grimaced, saying that she was giving the impudent fellow one last chance. The ice needles clanged dangerously in the air as they came a little closer to the human body. Yulman lazily waved his hand, declaring that he refused and demanded that they hurry, since they were already waiting for him at home. Isis snorted, asking not to be offended that the bracelet would be taken by force. The huge icicles grew several times in size and continued their journey towards Yulman, intending to pierce him. A mischievous smile played on the guy's lips. He swung his sword and slammed it onto the floor, causing a powerful flame to form that circled around his figure and spread onto the ice. The fireball melted the Ice Lady's weapon, leaving no chance to harm the apostle. The girl cursed. This technique turned out to be useless, but she had already achieved her goal. Linda started and screamed, not understanding what she was seeing in front of her. Several figures appeared behind Yulman, wanting to take the artifacts. An ice dome began to form directly above the apostle's head. Another attack by Manliana. Frowning, she crossed her arms, calling forth the Ice Death Gifts spell. Huge ice boulders began to fall from the ceiling, turning the auction hall into a dangerous cave. As if as a warning, a sharp-edged ice boulder landed on the floor in front of Yulman. Meanwhile, Isis ordered her guard to find the ice amulet, which the guy probably hid in another spatial ring. Yulman quietly said that he had indeed put the ice amulet into the spatial ring. Looking at the back of the self-confident Manliana, the apostle exclaimed that he was still alive and not under a block of ice. The girl, her eyes wide open, turned around sharply. Indeed, the guy stood behind her, smiling mockingly and holding a sword in his hand. The warrior was surprised. She did not expect that the enemy would be able to escape. Yulman scratched his ear, stating that anyone could have heard the spell that Manlian was speaking loudly. Moreover, such a huge piece of ice is surrounded by an aura of icy air. It will not be possible to hide it. It seems that Miss has not yet mastered the art of hidden strikes. Hearing these words that cast doubt on her strength, the Ice Lady immediately formed a new spell coil in her hand. The apostle smirked, asking if the girl was sure she wanted to continue. There was a sound of fabric tearing, and Manlian looked down in shock to find that the bottom half of her suit had been torn apart right on her. The apostle swung his sword a second time, but so quickly that the human eye could not catch it. This time, the girl was left naked, with only a few scraps of fabric on her body. The warriors standing around them turned red. The men's eyes sparkled from contemplating the naked female body. Manlian fell to her knees in shock, covering herself with her hands. She could only whisper, asking how this even happened. Her guard ran up to the ruler and quickly threw a cloak over the girl. Yulman, quietly laughing like lightning, ran past the stunned Ice Lady. The girl slowly turned around, analyzing what had happened. The apostle turned to the crowd with a smile, asking if there was anyone willing to take the jade bracelet and the ice lotus. The warriors shook their heads furiously, swearing in one voice that they would no longer lay claim to the treasure. Manliana's confidant asked if he should send people to capture the enemy, but the girl refused, causing the guard to bewilder. Isis hung her head low, still embarrassed by her recent disgrace. She realized that the guy could have easily killed her, but for some reason he didn't do it and spared her. The apostle approached the ice wall and with one precise movement of his sword slashed at it. The ice melted and began to gradually creep to the sides, forming a long-awaited liberation from the artificially created prison. He waved his hand towards the gap, telling those present that they could now come out. Yulman approached Linda, thanking her for today, and he also asked for help in returning the sword to its owner. The girl took the sword with embarrassment, shaking her head and stuttering. The guy suddenly thoughtfully put his fist to his chin, starting to carefully examine Linda. When she finally blushed, Yulman concluded that the girl really looked better with her hair up than now, when it was loose. At that moment, Linda seemed to be illuminated by a gentle sun. Such was the impression made on her by the words of her interlocutor. Yulman waved goodbye to her. His new girlfriend made the guy promise to return to the shop to get all the materials. Linda's friends ran up to her, asking in surprise where that heartless beauty had gone. The guy, looking after Yulman, asked who it was and where he came from. A dreamy and incredibly stupid smile blossomed on the girl's face. After spinning around, she covered her face with her hands, saying that the handsome, rich, and cool man was, of course, her future husband. Her cry of promise to marry this guy in this life and the next one echoed over the tavern. An apostle walking down the street sneezed loudly. He wiped his nose, suspecting the teacher in Sierra of thinking too much about him. A sure sign that it was time to go back. He had barely managed to turn the corner when he heard angry male shouts, promising to teach someone a lesson for stubbornness. Coming closer, Yulman saw several ragged men with guns surrounding a thin, girlish figure in a cloak. The man swung his whip, shouting that if something was not understood in a friendly way, it was worth explaining by force. The apostle was nearby in a few steps and firmly grabbed the base of the whip. Looking at the other competitors, the guy advised the puzzled man with the whip not to treat the ladies like that, so as not to incur the wrath of God. A group of people, playing with bats in their hands, slowly approached the one who dared to interrupt them, shouting that it was not worth sticking your nose into other people's business. Yulman, frowning, sharply moved his hand to the side without letting go of the whip. The man remained hanging on his weapon, and what's more, He was also thrown into the wall. Like a large sack of stones, he fell on his back with a loud thud. The man immediately lost consciousness from such a flight, possibly forever. The opponents opened their mouths wide and retreated a few steps back. Yulman asked with a smile what they were talking about, since he couldn't hear them because of the strong wind. The men began to stutter among themselves. They were not saying anything, it was already dark and it was time to leave. A few seconds later, the crowd ran away screaming, and only a lonely figure sitting by the wall remained in front of the apostle. The guy got down on one knee so as not to scare the stranger, and asked how she was doing. Suddenly, the apostle's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. But he had not imagined this meeting in such a light either. Sierra and Sylph had been waiting for the student at the inn for a long time. The Fire Witch was very worried, thinking that something had happened to the guy. Finally, she got out of bed, determined to look for Yulman. The sword spirit nodded. As soon as the girl opened the door, she stepped back, seeing the guests. Arya stood next to Yulman, completely unhappy and wounded. After some time, the table covered with various dishes became empty, as did the plates filled with food. Once Arya had calmed down and had eaten her fill, she revealed that Aisha had gone missing and had not returned from her study leave, which left Sierra stunned. The guest clutched a glass in front of her, trying not to cry. She came to tell the teacher and Lou everything. Suddenly, they could find the missing item. The time traveler asked if something happened before Aisha left school, but Arya remembered that the student left the academy with an infinitely sad face. Yulman gave Master Sierra a potion that she was to drink on her way back to the academy. It wouldn't be possible to instantly restore strength, but it would increase the speed of recovery. Sierra regretted that she wouldn't be able to go on reconnaissance to Aisha's house with her student. Charlotte crossed her arms and asked if Yulman was sure he needed to go with Arya. She looked at the girl playing with Sylph, thoughtfully saying that in their current situation, they needed to stay away from the three great families and the people associated with them. Sierra knew Arya's full name. Her last name was the same as the general's families, which didn't bode well. Yulman interrupted her, saying that even if Arya was one of the general's people, it did not change the fact that the girl was his trusted friend. Sierra smiled. She knew the student would say that. Then the master wished them both a safe journey. Finally, the horse-drawn carriage set off along the forest road. The rocking motion instantly put Arya, who was tired from the long journey, to sleep. The girl sprawled out on the bench, snoring. Yulman sat at the very edge of the bench opposite, already regretting that he had decided to go with the girl. But after thinking again, he decided that he was wrong, because Arya had come a long way from school to find them. The apostle remembered the moment when he found an exhausted girl in a dark alley. When he saw her face covered in small scratches and blood, he asked why Arya was here. She, as if in a delirium, suddenly raised her head, staring unseeingly at her savior. The girl's unhappy eyes filled with tears. She said nothing, only quietly sobbed. Screaming that she had finally found him, Arya threw herself on Yulman's neck. The apostle was taken aback, but quickly came to his senses and asked the girl why she was alone and whether she was wounded. Arya instantly blushed and froze like a statue right next to Yulman's chest. She pulled away from the guy's embrace, burning with shame, and crawled away from him as far as possible. Arya hugged herself and repeated haltingly that she was fine. She had one very important thing to tell Teacher Sierra about. She was silent for a few moments, then, glancing over her shoulder, asked Yulman to take her quickly to the master. The apostle saw a lacerated wound on Arya's shoulder, but said nothing. Only his eyes and furrowed brows revealed his true feelings. And now, sitting in the carriage and looking at this brave girl, Yulman thought out loud that she had worked hard. She definitely needs to get a good night's sleep tonight while she can. A couple of days later, the carriage brought the travelers to the western outskirts of the city of Gorst, to the estate of the Lawrence family. The courtyard of the house was overgrown with thick grass, and the walls looked very untidy. Arya, standing in front of the gate, asked the coachman if there was a mistake. But the man assured her that the house definitely belonged to the Lawrence family. He added that the Lawrence family had been completely missing for 10 years, so the estate was empty. Having dealt with the lock, Yulman and Arya entered the house, half destroyed by time. Arya thoughtfully bit her nails. They looked both above and below, and it really seemed like no one had been here for a long time. But it was obvious that Aisha's family address was this very place. Suddenly there was a loud noise to the side, frightening the girl. It turned out that for some reason a frame with a painting covered with a white cloth fell off the wall. Arya abruptly pulled the interfering fabric away. She leaned over in surprise along with Yulman, greedily peering at the image. The painting depicted Aisha's mother and father, but the painted father's head was missing, as if someone had violently torn off that piece of canvas. Yulman did not know for sure how true this was, but he knew for sure that the woman in the portrait was not Aisha. He offered to stay at the estate for a couple of days. Perhaps that way he and Arya could find out what happened to the Lawrence family estate. Suddenly, Arya remembered that she had forgotten to give something to the apostle. Before leaving, Aisha asked to give Yulman a small box. The couple decided to leave the gloomy house to discuss all matters in a local tavern. As it turned out, before leaving, Aisha asked Arya to give Yulman the ring. Looking at the decoration, the apostle thought, "The drawing on the ring does not belong to the Lawrence family, so whose is it?" Arya propped her head up with her hand, sadly saying that even the city's workshop specialists had never seen this image. The waitress's voice was heard behind the bar. She glanced at the ring and asked if it was the coat of arms of a count. Looking at the surprised faces of the visitors, the woman told about Count Theodore, a very elegant aristocrat. She still remembered the moment when the man entered the tavern. The waitress added that at that moment she was calming her friend down, but that didn't stop her from seeing that very ring on Theodore's hand. Arya and Yulman looked at each other carefully. The girl behind the counter squeezed the glass so hard in her hands that it broke. She screamed, which made the count turn his attention to her friend Lily. Arya whispered to the guy that Aisha's mother's name was Lily, and he nodded. The student cautiously asked the angry waitress if she was talking about the same Lily who had disappeared from the Lawrence estate. But the woman didn't think she had disappeared anywhere. Lily probably ran away with Theodore, falling in love at first sight, and took the child because it is very difficult to raise a child without a husband. The apostle smiled and tried to find out where Count Theodore was now. The woman thought, remembering that his possessions were in the east in the Noni Empire, quite far from here. A guest from across the room ordered a beer, and the waitress responded happily. She promised to bring a drink to the restless guest and asked the guys if they were going to go to that empire, where demons had recently been bred. Yulman thought about it, suggesting that motion sickness during travel could somehow be connected with the influx of demons. Arya looked questioningly at Yulman. The girl wanted the student to teach her a technique for fighting demons. If they really do meet demons, Arya's skills won't be enough, and she will only hinder Yulman. But she also wants to look for Aisha together. The apostle was surprised. He did not know about any reception. Arya explained that this is internal energy that appears during the process of tempering and cultivation. By combining it with natural magic, it is possible to release a huge amount of power. The girl raised an eyebrow, asking why the teachings did not know this technique, since he had previously won in the same way, and natural magic was probably beyond his control. Yulman shook with irritation. He didn't ask Arya about anything at all. The interlocutor's cheeks turned red. She decided to achieve her goal by cunning. The apostle scratched his cheek, promising that he would at least try to do so. At this time, there was excitement in Acis's house. The late director's office was turned upside down. Personal belongings were scattered and lying on the floor. Sierra, hands on her hips in displeasure, looked for the old man's important things, which, in addition to the hellfire, should have been here. The broken desk drawers that Charlotte discovered indicated that someone had broken the rules before her and taken everything. In that case, the girl thought, it was even more impossible to let people know about Ace's death. The Empire could be in serious danger. The Fire Witch exhaled tiredly. She pulled out a bottle of blue liquid, remembering that the 5 schools championship was about to begin. Sierra didn't even know if Arya and Yulman would have time to find Aisha and return back. The carriage with the travelers was on its way to the Nonya Empire. Inside the carriage, training was taking place on a technique against a demon. Arya was sitting on all fours on a bench and tearfully looking into Yulman's eyes. He leaned forward, smiling maliciously, deciding to try something. The apostle's hands reached out to the girl's waist, touching her. Arya blushed, begging him to stop. The next moment, her boot flew straight into Yulman's stomach. The guy got angry, shouting that he was helping his friend, awakening anger from the outside, and she even kicked. Arya burst into laughter, asking for forgiveness. She found it too funny from the tickling. 2 weeks later, the carriage finally arrived in Nonya. Arya looked out the window and, seeing the half-destroyed buildings, was surprised by the urban center of the empire. The doors of the houses were tightly closed and there was a deafening silence. On other, no less dirty and dark streets, one could see gloomy and exhausted people. The dark-haired man watched the unknown carriage with a frowning look. Arya nudged Yulman in the side, suggesting that they had the wrong address since Aisha couldn't live in such a place. The apostle knew that the cab driver could not have made a mistake. But in this place, even all the shops were closed, and this was very strange. The carriage, having passed several streets, stopped near a noisy crowd. The passengers decided to see what was going on. There stood the building of the Adventurers Guild. Near the house, there were tables and benches set up, and many warriors were celebrating something. Arya glanced around at the people present. Surprised that there were so many people in the guild, the girl entered the building and approached the smiling girl at the counter, carefully asking if there was a count named Theodore among them. The worker said that there was, asking why anyone would look for it. Arya almost answered, but Yulman covered her mouth with his hand and smiled sweetly at the worker, saying that they would be back soon. The student pounced on the apostle with accusations, but he rightly noted that since everyone was looking for Lily, even though she had married the count, perhaps the woman did not want anyone to know about her. Arya came to her senses, agreeing with her friend that it was wrong to ask so directly. Yulman approached the counter again and said that on the way to the Empire he found the count's family ring, so he decided to return it, maybe even get some kind of reward for it. The apostle asked the girl where Theodore could now be found. The corners of the worker's lips turned down. She said that the count lived in a castle in the suburbs, but the way there lay through the forests of Nonya, where something had been wrong lately. Arya slowly moved her gaze from the girl's face to the stack of papers. She winced, asking if there really were demons there now. The worker confirmed that 6 months ago there were many more local animals, and then rumors began to spread about the appearance of demons, and recently their traces were discovered. Yulman asked if the Adventurers Guild were demon hunters hired by Count Theodore. The girl shook her head, answering that although these were the lands of the Count, he did not respond at all to the appearance of the demons. This time the reward was announced by the Imperial Society of Adventurers itself. When she added that whoever killed one monster could get 5 million, Yulman and Arya's eyes lit up. The apostle thought, if Count Theodore is now Aisha's stepfather, the student can help cleanse the lands of demons and get good money, and maybe even marry Aisha. Arya wondered why the demons had appeared again, since they had been destroyed long ago. The worker said with concern that the residents themselves do not know what is happening here. The detachment of 100 hunters that left today has not yet returned. Yulman remembered that even before this human civilization, people and demons coexisted peacefully for a long time. But for some reason, a war broke out. The 15th apostle, Arma, and the 12th apostle, Kapasis. The first was the protector of people, the second was supported by a demon. The war between them was the first, which came in the time of the apostles. The battle ended, but neither Arma nor Kapasis were seen again, and the demons also did not appear in people's field of vision. The apostle believed that if these two had not fought so fiercely, humanity would not have to fear his kind so much. It was getting dark. The forests of Nonya were dense. The tall trees rustled from the gusts of wind. By this time, the forest floor was already sprinkled with the blood of many hunters who had fallen at the hands of the demons. The last surviving man was wounded and breathing heavily as he tried to escape the dense space. Hearing clicks behind him, the warrior screamed and ran headlong, stumbling as he went. He was unlucky. His boot got caught on a thick branch on the ground. The warrior screamed hysterically and fell face forward. Kneeling, he knew the end had come. The man was surrounded by a pack of devilish panthers. The man sat up and began to back away, covering his face with his hands, begging not to kill him. A huge clawed paw with snow-white fur appeared as if from nowhere. Blood sprayed into the air, splattering the tree trunk. It flowed from the werewolf's muzzle, staining the previously light fur, and in a matter of seconds he tore the man to pieces. Arya gasped when the worker mentioned 100 warriors, but she added that there was only one werewolf demon in the forest. Yulman snorted, saying that with someone like that the conversation was short. One strike of the sword and everything was ready. The girl opened her mouth, asking again what this young man meant. She asked in surprise if the person in front of her was really a gold-level adventurer or higher. Yulman took out his badge, saying that he was only at the iron level. The worker's silence in response spoke volumes. The other warriors heard him. One of them banged his fist on the table and laughed loudly. The worker said that this werewolf is very cunning. His movements are lightning fast. They say that he even has shadow magic and kills gold hunters playfully. The apostle was surprised. He thought that werewolves were stupid demons with slightly developed limbs. Could they really have disappeared for a while and upgraded to shadow magic? A man in a cloak approached the friends and ordered them to get out of here. They probably didn't understand what was happening. Arya quietly asked Yulman if they should change their route since this werewolf was so strong. The guy grinned, advising her to calm down. Because if the monster really did have shadow magic, it would still only take 5 minutes. Arya walked through the night forest, carrying a rapier on her back. She looked back and suggested to Yulman to postpone the expedition until tomorrow. Something rustled in the leaves, and the girl squealed, holding the weapon in front of her. A small snow-white animal jumped out of a small bush. The girl lowered her rapier and exhaled. It was an ordinary hare, but she relaxed too quickly and did not notice the attack from above at all. But Yulman quickly intercepted the other people's movements. He was constantly on the alert. With one blow of his fist, the apostle fell upon the huge panther, knocking it to the ground. The animal's body lay frozen with its mouth open on the dark ground. The next second, the panther literally melted into thin air, as if it were a stream of smoke. Arya opened her mouth slightly, looking at the beast, breathing heavily, recovering from the attack. The apostle told the amazed girl that only a demon could have created such a black panther. As if to confirm his words, a whole army, led by their leader, emerged from behind the thick trees, all growling loudly. Arya screamed again, holding her rapier out in front of her. The lead werewolf approached the couple on his hind legs, his red eyes flashing. Getting into a fighting stance, he suddenly spoke. The demon did not think that anyone would recognize his Black Panther. Not one, but dozens of them slowly and gracefully walked towards the people, thick saliva dripping from their slightly open mouths. The werewolf raised his fist and offered Yulman to join him in conquering the entire continent. Then both he and his girl would be spared. Instead of fear, the werewolf saw joy on the faces of the people who began to mimic him. The apostle started to fool around, saying that he couldn't join because of the terrible treatment of people by werewolves, and he also wouldn't allow them to conquer the entire continent. The werewolf laughed as he looked at the two boys who dared to say they could stop him. He grinned, saying that the entire group of hunters sent out in the morning had already been destroyed one by one. Yulman threw his hands behind his head, replying that the demon was a real fine fellow and deserved to be patted on the withers. This made the werewolf extremely angry. The fur on the back of his head stood on end. Yulman saw sharp teeth in front of him. The entire horde of panthers, without consulting each other, rushed at the people at once, led by their leader. The guy smirked and ordered Arya to go forward. The girl blossomed, clutching the rapier in her hands. Now her time had come. The werewolf clicked his teeth. He had just seen that the girl was scared of an ordinary hare. Arya held the weapon in front of her, closed her eyes and concentrated. After a few seconds, she suddenly opened her eyes. The girl's case burst into flames of magical fire, just as the panthers were attacking her, intending to cut her to pieces. But now, everything has changed. The golden rays of the attacking girl tore the animals in half. Bloody pieces of the creatures fell at Arya's feet. The werewolf stopped dead in his tracks. He didn't expect this from a fragile human creature. Arya patted her chest. It wasn't for nothing that she pretended to be terribly scared for a long time. The werewolf growled, realizing that the humans wanted to lure him out of the forest with their acting. Yulman broke into a mischievous smile, saying that they had been found out. A loud, desperate laugh rang out in the dense forest. The werewolf could not calm down after realizing that people had deceived him. The apostle waved his hand. They hadn't thought of this from the very beginning, but only on the way into the forest. He dreamed out loud about the reward for the killed werewolf from Count Theodore. Maybe he would marry Aisha to the hero. The werewolf interrupted the guy's monologue, scolding him for his bad manners. Not only did they want to kill him, but no one was allowed to deceive the werewolf. The monster bared his teeth. If these people had agreed to join, he would have spared them. But now it was too late. Green energy glowed around his body, and the monster itself rushed at Yulman, wanting him dead. The apostle, with his hands in his pockets, jumped towards the werewolf and kicked him in the stomach with his left foot. Blood spurted from the mouth of the stricken demon. He could not even imagine that such a thing could happen to him. The blow caused the werewolf to fall to the ground, unable to regroup in time. Yulman became serious and asked Arya to wait while he dealt with the werewolf and asked him something. The girl nodded. Slowly standing up, the demon stretched his bloody shoulders. He shook with anger and humiliation, asking if people had angered him on purpose to find a weak spot. The werewolf growled terribly. Rage filled him to the very ends. Now he definitely would not let these people go alive. Raising its head upward, the monster howled loudly and long. The werewolf's fur on his paw slowly began to be covered in a dark haze. Arya leaned forward. She had never seen anything like this before. Yulman learned shadow magic from the afterlife by asking a werewolf who taught him this. He laughed, suggesting that Yulman go down to hell and find out, again attacking the guy. The apostle deftly dodged the limb, reaching towards him and the thick black smoke. The werewolf turned and again tried to grab the wily man in his paws. Yulman dodged, dancing, managing to talk at the same time. He told the demon that there was someone very annoying in hell. The werewolf only breathed heavily and continued to try to destroy the annoying enemy. Another blow of the paw did not reach its target, only destroying the clearing where the battle was taking place. The werewolf growled, "He couldn't even touch this man." The apostle, as if nothing had happened, stood before the demon, intending to ask him a question. The werewolf bared his teeth. A man forces you to answer questions when he himself was silent when asked. This is unfair. Yulman shrugged, looking the demon straight in the eyes. A sword appeared in his hands and green flashes appeared in the air. Smiling, the apostle rushed at full speed towards the werewolf, who was puzzled by such sudden events. He stood there, his eyes wide open, realizing that he wouldn't have time to do anything. A green beam appeared right in front of the enemy's face, blinding him. The werewolf growled and howled as the searing light passed straight through him. Arya covered her face with her hands. The glow was so bright, and a strong wind arose, carrying sand and earth with it. The forest clearing was illuminated by light. It became as bright as day. After a moment, it was all over. The burnt demon was still standing in front of Yulman. The werewolf's legs stopped supporting his body, and he fell to his knees. The apostle came closer and pointed the tip of his sword straight at the enemy's face, asking whether he wanted justice or not to die. Yulman said that he would spare the werewolf, but in exchange he would carry out all his orders, then asked what he was and where he came from. Still kneeling, the demon said that he and the others planned to recapture this continent under the leadership of the Prince of Darkness Aquila. The prince sent the werewolf to scout out the situation before the invasion. The demons believed that humans were much weaker, so they wanted to first take over the surrounding area and then return and report everything. The werewolf added to himself that he did not expect to meet these two people. Yulman asked where the abode of demons is now. The demon hesitated, but seeing the blade, he continued his story. One gentleman created a small world for them, gave them the opportunity to accumulate strength and improve. Arya was surprised that the gentleman was so strong that he could create new worlds. The werewolf suddenly jumped up, shouting that the master had forbidden giving out information about him, the savior of the demon race, so the filthy humans would not find out anything anyway. The apostle guessed that the new world was the work of Arma, who possessed incredible wisdom and unrivaled magical skills. Seeing Arya swinging her axe at the werewolf, Yulman asked why the master allowed the demons to come out and invade the human world. Suddenly, the guy fell silent, staring at his girlfriend. He asked if the girl was okay, and she looked at Yulman in surprise. The apostle felt that someone had opened the gates of the limit. They connected all worlds with each other. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the door of one of the rooms of the estate. Aisha was sitting by the mirror. Turning around, she saw her mother standing at the threshold. The woman told her daughter about a man with a gift, who was sent by a certain gentleman, and now the girl was expected in the living room. Aisha smiled obediently, saying that she would tidy herself up and leave. She turned around like a doll and walked into the bathroom. The door slammed shut, and there was a single red rose lying on the table. Yulman thought that this was the world where demons were hiding. He had just merged with the human world. But one thing was unclear. That is why this world was emitting a barely perceptible smell. Arya called the guy by name. He perked up, answering that he was thinking a little. He asked the werewolf if he needed to report the situation to Yahello. And that gentleman, surely the demon would also need to open the gates of the limit, and someone would be needed who could send information between worlds. The demon confirmed Yulman's guess, because they could not directly return to their world and needed messengers with a piece of the power of the founders of a world to transmit messages. The apostle demanded to be taken to one of the messengers so that he could convey a few words to the ruler of the demons. But first he needed to go to one more place. The werewolf, without the right to choose, obediently followed the people. Yulman looked at the map. They needed to go straight in a certain direction to get to the castle. The werewolf asked if this was the castle that stood by the coast. It turned out that this was the house of the demon messenger, which surprised Yulman and Arya. The girl hesitantly asked her friend if Aisha was safe in that case. Perhaps that ring was her signal for help? The apostle saw meaning in Arius's words. He grabbed the girl by the hand, and she screamed in shock. Yulman decided that they needed to hurry and picked up Arya in his arms. The boy flew into the sky, ordering the werewolf to catch up with them. Huge waves crashed against the rocks of the cliff. The apostle landed on the ground near the palace, kneeling down to gently lower the flustered Arya. The count's castle really did stand on the very edge of the cliff. The friends turned around when they heard someone's footsteps on the grass. A fair-haired butler came out of the building and greeted the travelers warmly, saying that he was happy to learn of their arrival. The man pointed in the direction of the entrance. The gentleman was already waiting for them. The butler waited for the boy and girl to follow him towards the castle. Arya quietly asked her friend if it was a trap. He shrugged. In any case, they wanted to visit this place themselves, so they needed to find out what was going on there. The man led the guests down a long corridor, saying that the gentleman was waiting for them in the living room. Yulman was the first to enter the room and immediately looked around, freezing on the threshold. The student hid behind his back asking what happened. But the apostle, in his favorite manner, threw his hands behind his head, replying that he was simply distracted. Arya carefully warned her friend about the strange, barely perceptible smell. Both saw a long red staircase. There was a portrait of a handsome young man with blonde hair hanging on the wall. The butler loudly announced to the gentleman that the guests had already arrived. A graceful female hand placed the cup on the table and allowed the man to leave. The owner of the voice, sitting with her back to those present, slowly rose from her chair. Aisha's mother, a tall, stately woman in an evening dress, slowly walked towards Yulman and Arya, greeting them. The apostle stepped back in surprise when he saw her. Arya screamed, thinking that it was Aisha herself in front of her. But the woman smiled, winked slyly, and shook her head. She said that she was Aisha's mother and asked to call her Lilith. The student let out a breath of amazement, realizing that the family had actually moved and not disappeared. Lilith approached Yulman, saying that he was probably the one who stole her daughter's heart. The apostle became serious and immediately asked where the girl was now. The next moment, Lilith suddenly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around the guy's neck, laughing. The woman whispered in a drawn-out voice that he would not be able to take his daughter, but she herself would be able to give the guest pleasure for one night. A purple haze spread from the palm that Lilith placed behind Yulman's back. He grabbed the woman by the hand and threw her away from him. The apostle reported that there were too many succubi. Arya screamed that it was not Aisha's mother but a messenger, but Lilith immediately objected. She looked at the guest, asking how he knew about her essence. Yulman said that she knew about his and her friend's approach even at the castle gates, then invited them in. Only people who possessed black magic could do that. The abilities of ordinary magicians would not help here. When the woman suggested that this was indeed the case, the apostle asked her to explain her eternal youth, since ordinary people grow old. Only now did Yulman let go of Lilith's hand, saying that the seduction spell she had just used confirmed his suspicions. The woman sighed submissively, admitting that she was a succubus, and that Aisha was indeed her daughter, but was simply born a half-breed. Lily winked, saying that as a reward for the guy being able to resist her charms, she would tell him where Aisha was, in the far room on the second floor. The guy didn't answer and called Arya to follow him. The girl waved her hand, answering that she would wait here because Yulman was the person Aisha wanted to see now, and she didn't want to disturb them at all. Yulman asked again if his friend really wanted to stay here. Lilith spoke up, smiled, and said that she would not offend the guest. She added that it was getting late, and the guy had better go to Aisha quickly because she would soon go to bed. Arya waved her hand, urging the student, who told her to be careful and, if anything happened, to scream immediately. Lilith, hearing their conversation, became noticeably sad, lowering her head. Yulman, climbing the stairs, asked in advance if she was asleep. Seeing the nearest door, he was about to knock, but to his surprise, it was not locked. The apostle entered a pretty girl's room, quite suitable in style for someone like Aisha. He pressed his hands to his chest, feeling an unprecedented excitement, finding himself in the room of the object of his dreams. Yulman's gaze caught on some object lying alone on the table. He picked up a rose flower, the same one he had given to Aisha before going to the Magic Congress. The door to the room opened slightly, and a cloud of hot steam seeped out from there. Yulman, lost in thought, shuddered and turned around sharply. Aisha stood on the threshold wearing only a towel. Drops of water were dripping from her long hair. The girl screamed, not expecting to see a student here. Aisha shifted awkwardly from foot to foot. Pressing her hand tightly to her chest, she hesitantly asked how Yulman ended up here. The guy was no less surprised. He babbled that he hadn't thought anything bad when he entered his girlfriend's room. The apostle's gaze darted around the room, trying not to look at the girl dressed in only a towel. Aisha shook her head and found the strength to smile understandingly at the unexpected guest. Suddenly, the girl's whole body tensed up like a string, and in her head, someone's dark, snake-like voice warned that His Majesty would find out and be very angry. Trying to cover his reddened cheeks with his hair, Yulman said that he and Arya were looking for a girl. But without even listening to her classmate to the end, Aisha's face instantly changed and sternly ordered him to leave. Yulman worriedly asked her what she meant, but the girl only added that her friends shouldn't have come. She said that the ring was left by her as a souvenir, with no intention of leaving the children a clue to search, and the apostle drew attention to Aisha's sudden departure from school. She clenched the fist of her free hand, her friend's words echoing heavily in her head. In her mind, Aisha begged her friends to leave, but out loud she said that she would soon marry a rich, respectable gentleman, and then her classmates would no longer be of use to her. However, behind her cruel words, she was unable to hide the main thing: immeasurable pain and despair. Aisha did not even notice how hot tears flowed from her eyes. She realized only when Yulman asked why she was crying. Blinking several times, the student was extremely surprised by this, because she had been holding back so diligently. The guy lowered his head and exhaled heavily, collecting his thoughts and looking for the right words. He took a step towards the inconsolable mistress of the room, gently ran his fingers down her cheek to catch a hot tear, and noted that one must first deceive oneself before deceiving others. Smiling affectionately, he scolded Aisha for her weak acting. Squeezing her hand tighter on her chest, the interlocutor seemed to come to life and began to emotionally blame herself for her own carelessness. Arya should not have handed over that ring. Now the gentleman will find out about everything. The smile disappeared from Yulman's face. He looked thoughtfully somewhere at the wall, wondering if Aisha was talking about the Prince of Darkness, the Lord of Demons. Aisha continued to try to convince her friend to leave her house because that gentleman, the real ruler of the demons, was incredibly dangerous and would not leave uninvited guests alive. The girl said that even if he was not there, she would not be able to leave because she was a succubus, a devourer of human lives. She suddenly blushed deeply and shook her head, trying to hide her face behind a thick shock of hair. Aisha began to talk about the close relationship between her and Yulman, but he laughed, declaring that he did not care about the essence of his beloved, whether she was a human, a succubus, or even a demon. After all, Aisha's personality will not change at all from this. She remains herself. These words struck the girl in the very heart. Yulman carefully extended his hand, as if there was a frightened animal standing in front of him, and suggested that the owner of the room leave this place right now and not worry about the master. Aisha blushed shyly once again, and almost put her palm into the stranger's outstretched hand. At that moment, the large clock on the wall came to life and began to ring loudly. A loud hum was heard in the corridor of the estate, counting down the minutes. Lilith smirked, quietly noticing that it was midnight. Arya turned her head sharply, looking at the succubus, and stood up from her seat, looking around nervously. Aisha, frightened by the ringing, pressed her hands to her chest again, frightened, noticing that time had flown by very quickly, while Yulman nodded dreamily. The girl ordered the dazed guest to turn away immediately so that she could change her clothes, and she had to repeat her request several more times before her classmate obeyed. The way Aisha became excited when she heard the clock ringing surprised Yulman quite a bit, and he asked what it all meant. He heard a towel fall to the floor. The girl answered harshly that she would not have time to explain. He just needed to know that now they would have to fight a fierce battle. Finally, she loudly announced that she had changed her clothes, and Yulman was able to turn around to look at his classmate. The one who appeared before him did not at all resemble a nervous, frightened girl. Her warlike gaze spoke of many things, including her readiness to fight. At this sight, Yulman blushed and exhaled in admiration, saying that the girl looked wonderful. Aisha smiled tightly and turned sharply towards the door. They had to hurry. Yulman caught up with her and gently grabbed her hand, asking her to wait. He deftly took the jewelry out of his pocket and firmly fastened it on his thin wrist, glad that he had guessed the size correctly. When Aisha asked what it was, Yulman told her about the auction where he bought the jasper bracelet. It, combined with the magic of ice, would probably suit the girl perfectly. Looking at the new thing with admiration, Aisha sincerely thanked the guy, saying that she really liked it. She didn't miss the opportunity to remember the rose she had given him. Now this gift would definitely not wither. When Aisha realized that she was starting to blush again from the proximity of her classmate, she turned around sharply and hurried the guy. She opened the door to the corridor, but froze on the threshold. Yulman crept up silently from behind, examining the area. The entire space was covered in a strange, thick fog. It was impossible to see anything even at arm's length. A heavy silence fell over the corridor, broken only by the couple's heartbeat. Putting his hands in his trouser pockets, Yulman barely audibly asked the girl what had happened. Aisha explained that this is a labyrinth of thought created by Theodore Peer. His natural magic is the change of worlds. Every midnight he can transfer the entire castle to his world. Yulman realized that he could not feel the opening of the gates of the limit when the change of worlds took place, because the estate is the outer shell, and the labyrinth of thought is its main filling. The guy was dumbfounded, feeling himself breaking out in a cold sweat. What would happen to Arya? Yulman knew that he had to find Aryu, and asked his companion if she knew approximately how this labyrinth was arranged. The girl mumbled something incoherently, but the next moment she shuddered when she heard a vague crackling sound in the distance. She slowly turned towards the sound, her whole body still shaking. The corridor was filled with silence again, but the next moment someone's footsteps were heard, and through the haze one could make out a vague silhouette. Aisha swallowed hard and straightened up. An elegant ice sword appeared in her hand. Finally, the fog gradually cleared and Aisha's mother appeared before the couple. The woman, grinning evilly, lazily reminded her daughter that it was already midnight. Lilith was now dressed in a revealing costume that matched her nature, and she twirled a strand of hair around her finger, ordering Aisha to return to the room and go to sleep. Otherwise, something irreparable would happen. The girl knew exactly what was being discussed and helplessly lowered her hand. Yulman whispered the name of his beloved, holding out his palm to her. He wanted to help his classmate, no matter what. Lilith followed the stranger's hand with her gaze and smiled broadly, confident that her daughter would certainly obey her. Aisha, whose eyes were covered by thick bangs, lowered her head and decided something for herself. Imagine the mother's surprise when she heard her always obedient child firmly ask for forgiveness. Aisha pointed her sword at Lilith, announcing that she no longer intended to stay in the castle and left with Yulman. She will leave this cage forever, in which she has been truly suffocating all this time. Yulman, watching the warlike girl, once again plunged into his dreams about her. Aisha is a real cutie. She tried to talk to her mother, to explain her actions because Lilith had once done the same to her father. Before Aisha could finish speaking, something sharp flew past her face, cutting off a strand of her bright hair. The mother's knuckles cracked as her hand clenched into a fist, and the woman loudly ordered silence. Her daughter's words made her quite angry, she understood, and therefore did not want to repeat her own mistakes. For succubi, ordinary people were too weak companions. Yulman tried to explain that he was not an ordinary person at all, but Aisha shouted that for some reason her mother still secretly sighed about her dead love. Lilith fell silent and stared in amazement at her daughter, who dared to say such impudent words to her. She bared her teeth when she heard Aisha ask Yulman to let her figure things out on her own. The succubus's body was illuminated by a bright, icy fire. The tongues of flame licked her enraged face without causing harm. Ice shards flew towards Aisha like arrows as Lilith screamed that it was too late and that she needed to sleep. Tongues of ice began to lick the girl's hands, trying to shackle her, but they came across a jasper bracelet, a gift from Yulman. Aisha swung her sword, and whatever wanted to bind her shattered with a ringing sound, flying in different directions. Lilith opened her mouth in confusion, not knowing what to say. Aisha deflected the flying icicles, considering that the succubus did not use all her strength. This was usually enough to knock her to the floor and immobilize her. The woman noticed a jasper bracelet from the ice collection. And how did it end up in her daughter's possession? The flow of thoughts was interrupted by Aisha's scream, who loudly called her mother. The girl was serious. She gave the woman a stern look and warned that if she got in the way, she shouldn't expect anyone to stand on ceremony with her. Now Aisha herself was about to attack Lilith. Clutching the blade tightly in her hands, she called for help from ice arrows. But Lilith only laughed, reminding Aisha that her mother was a purebred succubus. Pressing her hands to her chest, she began to transform to confirm her words. The space was covered with a purple veil, and black wings, almost the same as those of the creatures of darkness, blossomed on the woman's naked back. Lilith's slender figure towered over those present, and behind her back, her wings, which had grown several times, flapped loudly. The succubus's thin tail playfully swayed in the air. The woman also developed rugas on her head. Her ears became pointed, and she urged her daughter to look at the true power of the succubi. Aisha clenched her teeth until they creaked as she watched her mother, whom she saw in her true form for the first time. Yulman did not take his eyes off his rival, watching her carefully. At this time, Arya wandered alone through the corridors of the castle, filled with thick fog, calling out for Aisha and Yulman at the top of her voice. She clutched a battle axe in her hands, ready to fight back, and couldn't understand why, as soon as the clock stopped striking, the living room of the estate turned into this cursed place. Suddenly, a sharp and loud squeak was heard above the girl's head, and the sound of a portal appearing. Raising her head, she was surprised to notice the appearance of many bats. A purring male voice sounded very close to Arya. He was delighted to see a small mouse appear in his labyrinth. Lilith jumped up as if stung and turned sharply in the direction of the voice. In front of her stood a tall blond man with sharp teeth, dressed in an old-fashioned suit and cloak. He urged the girl not to be afraid, welcoming her into the labyrinth of thoughts. The man's eyes glowed an otherworldly yellow, looking carnivorously at his victim. It was the master of the labyrinth, Pierce Theodore. The corridor outside Aisha's room was still filled with thick, impenetrable fog. Lilith, crossing her arms over her chest, flapped her large, sharp wings, looking attentively at the couple. Yulman raised his hands, declaring that the woman had made a mistake, but she abruptly interrupted him, saying that it was too late to beg for mercy. The succubus's eyes flashed dangerously in the semi-darkness, glaring at the guy and promising him quick reprisal. Aisha kept a close eye on her mother, knowing what she was capable of if she wanted to get her way. As if to confirm her thoughts, Lilith suddenly flew up and rushed towards the young rebel, intending to teach her a lesson. The young warrior's ice sword creaked, guided by its mistress, preparing to go into battle. Aisha ran straight at her mother, screaming that she was not going to kneel before her. Yulman tried to bring his relatives to their senses, hesitantly suggesting that they listen to him. But the succubi could not be stopped. Aisha and the mother, radiating completely different energies, were preparing to collide. Lilith stopped and extended her hand, her palm creating ultrasonic waves in the air. A strong, invisible wall appeared in front of the woman, and sharp ice flows flying towards her crashed into the defense with a ringing sound. Aisha pressed her lips into a thin line, realizing that her attack had missed its mark. She jumped high into the air, hoping she could make a hole in the wall somewhere else. With her sword at the ready, she flew straight towards the defense, intending to pierce the barrier with the blade. But something went wrong, and the girl suddenly stopped in midair, her eyes wide open. Her mother smiled widely, licking her lips lecherously. She had no intention of letting her daughter attack. Lilith grabbed Aisha tightly by the neck, lifting her above her. She coughed, trying to grab at least a little air. The next second, Yulman let out a cry of despair as huge wings whipped up the fog and the succubus carried away his beloved. He watched intently as the mother carried her own daughter away, unable to believe such cruel treatment. Sylph's stern voice was heard. The spirit of the sword asked why the master did not come to Aisha's aid. Yulman suddenly grabbed his head, pulling his hair with all his might. He didn't know how to help, because Lilith was Aisha's mother, possibly his future mother-in-law. And what if he miscalculated his strength and killed her? The guy lowered his hands and looked around. The fog had not disappeared anywhere, and he still had difficulties moving. The tenacious hands were tightly squeezing Aisha, and she, in a half-fainting state, could not understand why they were moving so strangely. My head was spinning, as if it was clamped in a vice, and everything in front of my eyes was upside down, because the succubus was flying up. But in the end, she found herself falling down. However, the woman was clearly amused and pleased by this. She, looking madly ahead, exclaimed that this was called the labyrinth of thought. The girl closed her eyes from the bright light that hit her, then tried to see at least something. Everything was covered in fog again, but now she had her trusty ice sword in her hand. Having waited for the right moment and feeling a momentary weakening of the grip, she pushed herself away from her mother with force. Once on the ground, Aisha swung her sword at the succubus, cutting off its path from herself. Then, without wasting any time, she turned sharply and ran away, straight into the impenetrable fog. As it turned out, Aisha found herself right in a labyrinth, endless and mysterious. Everything was complicated by the fact that these were not just walls. Inside, one could stumble upon amazing plants with sharp teeth, the branches of which entangled travelers. Moreover, the weak-willed knights in heavy armor were just waiting for someone to come near them. Their sharpened swords and axes were waiting for their moment. Lilith cursed and instantly landed on the ground, standing at the entrance to the labyrinth. Looking back, the woman realized that Aisha would not run far, because this was her first time here. Straightening up, the succubus loudly asked into the void where the teenagers would run, even if they managed to break away from her. Knowing that her daughter could hear her, the woman promised her endless suffering and complete despair in the future if she decided to run away. Still, Lilith was worried about her daughter. She thought with concern that the fog was getting thicker, and he would appear soon if the stupid girl did not listen to her. Finding herself among the gray walls covered with small cracks, Aisha began to frantically look around, trying to escape from the insistent voice and presence of her mother. Suddenly she tripped. A dark, long tentacle, which had slid unnoticed across the floor, wrapped itself around her boot. The girl backed away in fear, trying to escape the alien grip, but, raising her head, she realized that she was in a real trap. As if from nowhere, a multitude of long shoots rushed towards her from all sides at the speed of light. Within seconds, Aisha's limbs were trapped in a tight grip. Hanging in the air without the ability to move, the student did not lose hope of getting out, and then she saw someone's boots out of the corner of her eye. She lowered her head warily and jerked in fear when she saw his attentive gaze. The owner of the Labyrinth of Thoughts, Theodore Pierce, looked at his new toy, his hands casually thrust into his trouser pockets. From such an unexpected appearance, the sword fell from Aisha's weakened hands, landing on the floor with a clang. She twitched even more furiously, ordering the blonde to let her go immediately. He looked strangely at the caught mouse and grinned, saying that he couldn't do that. Moreover, he could not simply allow Aisha to escape from his own domain. The girl, trying to distract the man with conversation, tensed her hand, trying to activate the powers of her Jasper bracelet. Theodore, still grinning, moved his palm with a dark flame in it through the air, Clearly controlling the tentacles, he mocked Aisha, who was powerless against the labyrinth. The unfortunate woman continued to struggle, hoping for help from the bracelet, but it seemed to be all in vain. The more furiously she tried, the more painfully and tightly the long tentacles wrapped around her body. Enveloping every part of her body, the tendrils slowly crept towards her face, and Aisha screamed in horror at the top of her lungs. The vampire hissed, deciding to stop there since the girl was a future member of the family of that gentleman. But if it had been someone else in her place, he would have long ago ended up in the collection of victims of the labyrinth. The student answered Pierce with difficulty that even if she ended up in the master's family, she would still find a way to take revenge on the scoundrel. The blonde raised an elegant eyebrow, looking at his captive with interest. He pretended to think about it and said that he remembered one important thing that he had not told Aisha until now. Pierce bared his teeth, revealing teeth as sharp as steel, indicating that the gentleman only had his eye on the girl's flesh. The man enjoyed Aisha's tears as he told her how the master would erase and throw away her current personality and soul. After hearing this, the girl stopped resisting and limply allowed the tentacles to envelop her in a dense cocoon, in which the villain wanted to keep her while waiting for her master. Suddenly, he heard a whistle behind him. Cold snow rushed into the labyrinth, bringing a blizzard with it. Theodore frowned and turned around irritably, already knowing who he would see. He looked away from Aisha and held his palm out in front of him to deflect the sharp ice dagger away. Having lost control over the chutes, they fell down. The girl fell to the ground, but she did not have the strength to get up. Like a doll, the captive looked somewhere into the distance with glassy eyes. Pierce, smoothing his cloak, walked forward furiously, asking the guest what she was doing. Lilith, stepping through the thick fog, asked mockingly if the blonde didn't understand it himself. In 1 second, the woman's calm tone was replaced by a hysterical scream. She accused Pierce of lying because he did not say that her daughter's soul and personality would be erased. The succubus flew up and, clutching a sharp dagger in her hands, intended to attack the owner of the labyrinth. But he was not stupid and did not wait until he was wounded. The vampire quickly ordered the tentacles to envelop Lilith's hands. She gritted her teeth from the unexpected attack and lost her balance, feeling herself falling. The faithful servants of their master dragged her down, and only once did black wings flash above the fog. The woman fell at full speed straight onto the stone floor, crumbling it, and she began to cough violently. Theodore walked slowly towards Lilith, lazily asking why she should do this, since in this world all beings except him had their own limit. In other words, there is no person in this world who would be able to defeat him, the master of the labyrinth of thoughts. With his strong arms, the man lifted the succubus off the ground and grabbed her by the hair, declaring that it was worth sacrificing one girl to win the favor of the master. Lilith hissed in pain, saying that she gave Aisha to the master to make her future life much better. And now, there is no difference between erasing the soul and death. The next moment, Pierce grabbed the woman by the back of the head and slammed her face into the floor with all his might. Then he jerked her up by the hair, and looking at her mangled face, whispered that he would have given Lilith too, if virginity had not been a condition of the transfer. After all, he himself had held on for many years and had not touched the succubus, so now the dark tentacles had tightly wrapped around the body of the frightened woman. Pierce walked up to her, smiling arrogantly, promising that he would enjoy her seductive body today. Coming closer to Lilith's face, the vampire inhaled her scent. The succubus burst into tears, thinking that it was in vain that she did not allow her daughter to do what she wanted. With all her heart, she begged for help, and soon realized that everything around her began to change. The owner of the labyrinth himself felt the same when he saw unusual flashes of purple light above. Yulman, like an arrow, rushed at full speed towards the labyrinth, knowing exactly where the captives and the vampire were. He landed in the right place, and the guy's figure disappeared into the thick fog. Lilith couldn't believe her eyes. She decided that weakness and pain were causing hallucinations before her eyes. But Yulman came out into the light, rubbing the back of his head and coughing hoarsely, saying that he had managed to land successfully. Pierce was as amazed as Lilith, looking closely at the boy's thin figure. His eyebrows shot up in surprise, as no one had ever managed to land unscathed in the labyrinth of thought. The man turned to look at the unconscious Aisha, immediately realizing that she wanted to run away to that guy. He bared his teeth and ran his tongue around his sharp fangs. All he had to do was kill this stranger and the problem would be solved. Yulman took a closer look, and the first thing he saw was an unusual flower near the wall. He never thought that he would end up in a labyrinth garden. He felt a sudden danger behind his back and froze, trying to understand where the threat was coming from. Yulman turned around sharply. The fog immediately dispersed, and a black, blurry entity flew at him like lightning. The guy deftly dodged it and noticed that it was a tentacle that flew past him. The next moment, it split into several pieces in the air. A clawed hand of tentacles formed right above Yulman, intending to grab him. The student put his hands in his pockets with a habitual gesture and glanced up briefly. The stars sparkled in the darkness. One of them lit up green especially brightly. In the apostle's hand appeared his faithful companion, the sword Excalibur, that same green star. Suddenly, Sylph's thin voice was heard. The human body of the sword. The girl let out a painful sob. Yulman heard this and looked down at the blade in his hand with concern, asking what happened. He saw with a special vision that the girl was holding her hands to her throat and taking short gulps of air. These shadows were eating away at her. The steel was rusting. The apostle brought the sword close to his face, examining it, amazed by such a reaction to space. A cloud of energy appeared in front of Yulman, vaguely resembling a human silhouette, and he laughed loudly. The next moment, the master of the labyrinth of thoughts, Theodore Pierce, appeared in place of the silhouette, saying that shadow magic was created to absorb the most beautiful things, and the spirit of the sword was very handsome. Yulman fell silent and stared at the man in surprise, examining him closely. He raised an eyebrow, noticing that the vampire resembled Count Tepes, whose portrait hung on the wall in the Great Hall, which rather hurt the pride of the self-in-love Theodore. He laughed darkly, noting that the boy was quite the daredevil. Raising his hand, he created a huge energy scythe with a sharp blade in the air, declaring that he was ready to deal with this new little mouse. And before his death, the impudent fellow must know that the name of the master of the labyrinth is not some Tepes. The magic sword with the spirit will pass from the boy's hands into his, and then everyone will have fun. Having loudly called his name, Count Theodore Pierce swung his scythe with all his might straight at the calmly standing Yulman. The red flash barely touched the guy's forehead, who only slightly lowered his head. The next moment, a wall of dust covered the space. It looked as if the guy was buried under a layer of stone. The vampire threw his head back and laughed villainously, raising his hands. But a sharp eye noticed some movement in the fog, and Pierce fell silent, staring at it. Incredibly, the guy's silhouette stood out clearly in the cloud of fog and dust. He was holding something in his outstretched hand. Long bangs fell over his face. Yulman quietly called out to the man. With just his fingers, he held tightly the blade of the scythe that had grown straight out of the cloak of the master of the labyrinth, and laughed at his name, saying that he didn't care what the count's name was. After the words, he got down to business and squeezed the powerful weapon with his hand, and bluish cracks immediately appeared on it. At the place where the apostle stood, an explosion of incredible power was heard, destroying the walls of the labyrinth and sending blue lightning upward. Yulman shamed Theodore for lusting after his own sword spirit in his presence. The man stared ahead in disbelief, not saying a word, covering his face with his hands beforehand, not expecting the explosion. The next moment, all the fog suddenly cleared, and the owner of the labyrinth could only look around helplessly. Finally, after a few silent seconds, the boy appeared right in front of him again, holding his sword in his hands, warning that no one could take it away. The count's sharp ears twitched. He couldn't believe that a mere mortal could survive his attack. In the labyrinth of thought, the force of the blow of all other beings except his own is greatly reduced. This is the law. Yulman interrupted the man, confirming his guess that he, apparently, was a messenger between the worlds, and this place was entirely created by him. The main question that the apostle wanted to ask the master of the labyrinth remained, where are Aisha and Arya now? The vampire narrowed his eyes, remembering who the boy was talking about. Finally, he grinned contentedly, showing his fangs. That was the name of that girl. The corridor, with a strange hissing sound, began to fill with thick fog again, gradually hiding the figure of the count. His eyes, thin as a cat's, sparkled dangerously in the semi-darkness. Theodore mockingly announced that he would soon allow Yulman to see his girlfriend. The apostle grimaced, looking at the vampire with suspicion, not understanding what he was up to again. At that moment, the flow of his thoughts was broken by the clatter of armor that sounded right behind his ear. Miraculously, Yulman managed to dodge the hostile knight in tightly closed armor. In the place where the guest stood, a massive axe had already fallen to the floor. At first, the apostle did not pay attention, but suddenly his gaze fell on familiar outlines. That axe was definitely Arya's weapon. Yulman remembered it well. While the knight was picking up the axe from the floor, the boy straightened up, looking at his figure. The tightly closed visor left no chance to see who was hiding in the heavy clothes. Yulman took a step forward and hesitantly called his friend by name. No one answered him. But now other, more massive warriors appeared behind the knight. Their armor was different from each other, but they had one thing in common. all the warriors slowly approached the uninvited guest. One of them stepped forward, piercing Yulman with burning red eyes. The apostle took a deep breath of the stale air, realizing that the knights were emanating the distinct smell of dead souls. Meanwhile, the warriors did not hesitate. Their steel hands reached out to the calmly standing man. Yulman stood in the labyrinth, the fog in which began to dissipate due to the sharp movements of the warriors rushing towards him. Just as one of the largest knights was about to lower his weapon on the guy, he deftly jumped aside. The knight leaned forward, letting go of his mace, which the apostle immediately took advantage of. Breaking the hilt of the weapon in half, he reached out and struck the knight in a vulnerable spot, in the neck, where the armor did not connect. From such an attack, the dead man fell to the floor and slid his whole body across the stones. Another enemy had already managed to approach Yulman, intending to attack from behind. Turning around, the guy realized from the armor and weapons that it was Arya. He could not harm his friend. The boy grabbed the axe handle with one hand, holding the knight he was following from attacking, and with the other he reached for the visor. Frowning, the apostle decided that even if he was going crazy, he had to check if his friend was really there. She couldn't have done this of her own free will. The girl was probably being controlled. And indeed, the apostle was not deceived. Taking off his helmet, he saw Arya's empty eyes looking at him with indifference. Yulman stepped back in shock, seeing the warrior in such a state. A loud and insidious laugh was heard, and a clot of dark energy appeared in the air. The next moment, Theodore Pierce appeared before Yulman, exclaiming that he would bring Arya's soul back from the dead if the guy did not interfere with the engagement of Aisha and that gentleman. The bottom of the man's cloak was split in such a way as to hold Aisha and her mother in a cocoon, and he asked again what choice the guest would make. Lilith immediately screamed that Pierce was lying and would not fulfill his promise, and that her daughter would lose her soul and personality after marriage. Theodore tightened the bonds, causing the succubus to stop speaking and causing cries of pain to emerge. The vampire hissed, waving his hand through the air, saying that this cheap woman was talking too much. Lilith hung limply in the trap, breathing heavily, blood caked in the corners of her mouth. The man turned to Yulman again, saying that he would have to make a deal in any case, and that he shouldn't blame him for not being warned. But something changed below. Pierce suddenly fell silent and stared in amazement in that direction. The boy stood straight and stared at the Count, and an incredibly oppressive and suffocating spirit hung around him. The apostle grinned and slowly began to speak as the thick fog thickened at his feet, rising higher. Yulman's eyes flashed a fiery red light as he summoned the fourth seal. Finally, having announced the command removal for printing, a tsunami formed around the guy, which only he himself could control. Theodore clenched his fists angrily and continued to look at the boy, not knowing what to do. He noted dejectedly that no one from the human race could become so powerful. Turning sharply, the vampire decided to get out of here immediately because the guy was probably not human. The hems of his cloak, reaching out to its owner, freed Lilith and Aisha, who were bound in the fabric. The mother and daughter fell headlong without regaining consciousness. But on the ground, the apostle caught them, holding his relatives securely by the waist. Lilith was the first to wake up. She looked extremely guilty, and with dry lips, she whispered to the apostle that she was asking for forgiveness for her mistake. Tears poured from her large purple eyes. The woman begged him to leave her here and go with Aisha. Yulman unexpectedly looked affectionately at the one who so fiercely prevented his communication with Aisha, promising to save her too, so that everyone would remain alive and well. The apostle turned his gaze to his beloved, carefully examining the girl, whose chest was heaving with intermittent breathing. Yulman promised himself that he would make the Count regret coming to this world. Meanwhile, the fugitive rushed headlong into a large, round red portal right at the very sky. Having flown almost to the very border, Theodore bared his teeth. When he gets out, he will block the labyrinth of thought forever. The man decided that the guy, no matter how strong he was, would not be able to get out anyway. But his plans were not destined to come true. The vampire felt a burning pain that sharply ran through his entire body. Pierce screamed, and a stream of ice-cold blood burst from his wide-open mouth. Pierce ran his hand over his charred chest in confusion. The burning beam had taken away his right arm. The man knew that in the labyrinth of thought, he was the strongest person. But now, everything was different. But there was one exception. Someone else's power must not exceed the limit. Like a ghost, Yulman's figure slowly materialized in front of the master of the labyrinth, scorching him with just one glance. The vampire's face took on a stupid expression, and for a moment he was completely dumbfounded. However, the next second his squeal was heard in the air. Theodore did not want to put up with his fate, and the shadow split into several parts. If he has 3 of his own shadows with him, a man will be able to move freely to any of them. Moreover, this guy definitely won't be able to handle all 4 entities at once. But Pierce's problem was that he completely underestimated Yulman's incredible strength. Something tugged at the vampire's cloak, and he stopped abruptly, turning his head in irritation. With glass eyes from which fire was burning, the apostle looked at his opponent, tilting his head to his shoulder, asking where he was going. Drops of blood glistened on the Lord's face. He sobbed, caught so suddenly, and began to wail that no one could kill him. Yulman held the vampire by the collar with both hands while he stuttered and threatened him with connections in the world of the dead, thanks to which Arya's soul would disappear. The apostle interrupted the flow of meaningless speech by shaking the powerful master of the labyrinth well, like a rag doll. He strictly ordered not to call Arya his girlfriend. Pierce shouldn't vulgarize everything. Removing his left hand, he dug his right hand into the vampire's chest, causing him to shudder once again. Yulman mockingly said that, by a coincidence, he also had acquaintances in the world of the dead. Feeling the boy's incredible energy, Theodore realized with horror that that gentleman had the same energy when he first appeared to trample the Empire. Blue light filled the Count's eyes, because this energy is the source of all life on Earth. The energy of the source. Yulman approached the Count's ear to whisper someone's name to him. And then, without warning, with a single gesture, he swung Pierce with just one hand, as if he weighed nothing. The apostle ordered Harvey to come out to him and launched Theodore Pierce down like a ball. There was a huge explosion that destroyed the towers of the palace and illuminated the space with a blue color. The vampire's body lay in a crater in the ground, and the labyrinth was broken. Looking up into the dark sky, the Count barely moved his dry lips as he pronounced that very name. At that moment, a huge piece of stone landed on his chest from a great height. Then a crack appeared there, and a bright red light began to break through. Someone's bones were tearing apart the stone, helping themselves to get out into the world. The gap gradually became larger under the influence of inhuman force. Finally, the skeleton stopped, and a stone pillar burst out from under the ground like a tree. Inside it, like a butterfly in a flower, sat that same Harvey, a young guy with purple hair, frowning as he looked around. Theodore managed to jump aside, and now, sitting nearby in torn clothes, he looked at the new arrival, surprised that he had come in response to the call. Pierce shook his head and devoured the Dark King Harvey with his eyes. Yulman, with his hands in his pockets, slowly materialized in front of the king. He frowned, showing a row of sharp teeth, and it seemed he was not happy about the apostle's appearance. The Count burst out laughing. He had heard about Harvey's bad character, who disliked rude people most of all, and now he was clearly angry with that stranger. But then, the King of Darkness coquettishly reached out to Yulman, grabbing him by the collar and smiling sweetly, declaring that he did not recognize him at all in this outfit. The student boldly removed the stranger's hand, demanding that he leave him alone, while Harvey pretended to be offended, since they hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years, and Yulman trampled all his feelings with his rudeness. Pierce's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. He was so shocked by what he saw. The apostle rolled his eyes and asked Harvey not to get excited and to help him, who immediately looked at the guy with interest. Then, smiling playfully, he said with satisfaction that now Yulman needed help. Without saying a word, the student led the King of Darkness to his friend, who was standing motionless to the side. Pointing to Arya, the apostle asked if Harvey could help return her soul back to her body. The demon, instantly becoming serious, approached the girl and began to examine her, muttering that there was one but. He turned to Yulman and looked at him with distrust, asking why he wanted to help a common man so much. For the first time in all this time, the apostle allowed himself to smile, answering that Arya was his friend, nothing more. The girl's shell stood firmly on its feet. Its glass eyes looked straight ahead and expressed nothing. The corners of Harvey's lips curled downwards, and for a few seconds he looked at the mortal with a disgusted expression on his face. Then, shrugging his shoulders, he smiled broadly, replying that he would fulfill the request in exchange for a night of passionate love with Yulman. He created fire on his palm and looked gloomily at the King of Darkness, who nodded, assuring him that he would help for free. Returning to his domain, Harvey called the magic mirror, which immediately began to shower its owner with compliments. But he quickly ordered it to remain silent and get to work. Now alone, the Dark King was extremely serious and ordered his servant to scan Arya's body to find a soul that matched it. The mirror took on the form of a huge ancient tome, whose pages quickly turned by themselves. But even at such speed, the right name among the countless others did not escape Harvey's keen professional gaze. Nodding to himself, the King of Darkness mentally summoned a magic feather into his hand. It circled in the air and stuck its sharp end right into the name carved into the tome. The next moment, Arya's soul, whole and unharmed, jumped out of the book. The girl looked around in amazement, not understanding where she was or what was happening. She flinched when she heard a familiar voice calling her name and slowly turned around. Arya looked at the speaker with distrust, carefully approaching him. The eyes of the saved soul filled with tears. She sobbed, whispering the name of the person in front of her. Yulman smiled broadly, closing his eyes with joy, and was already about to greet his old friend. But she, to his incredible surprise, pounced on the guy, kissing him right on the lips. Tears glistened on Arya's dark eyelashes. In the last seconds before her death, she thought only of Yulman. The girl gently ran her palm over the amazed guy's cheek, realizing that this was exactly what her heart wanted. Arya smiled through her tears, looking devotedly into the eyes opposite. She really liked Yulman. He blushed, not knowing what to answer when his friend confessed her feelings for him, saying that she was afraid of never seeing him again, and now decided to confess everything so that there would be no more regrets. The student muttered something, but the girl did not hear him, being sure that he heard the call of her heart. Yulman smiled, saying that Arya had expressed her joy at the meeting of two friends so beautifully and naturally, which had stunned his friend's soul. She instantly became angry and grabbed Yulman by the collar, shouting that he had ruined the entire romantic atmosphere. Harvey, watching this, just rolled his eyes and asked Arya to quickly return to her body because she shouldn't linger. Arya frowned and gasped, completely unaware of the stranger, and asked who he was. But she was even more frightened by her own body. Standing to the side, the student didn't even pay attention to it at first. She trembled like a leaf in the wind and, stuttering, tried to ask what was going on. Yulman urged her not to worry and told her that, being too careless, he had put the girl in danger. But now everything was behind him. The King of Darkness, Harvey, would help her to be resurrected. Arya blinked rapidly, repeating the apostle's phrase once again, as if she didn't believe what she heard. But even this didn't bother her. Arya finally asked the question that Yulman feared most of all. Who is the guy? The student lowered his head, not daring to look his friend in the eyes, and immediately asked for forgiveness, because he had not deliberately hidden this from his friends. Arya's soul froze in the air, waiting for the revelation of Yulman's terrible secret. The guy exhaled and confessed that he was the one whom all people were very afraid of. He was the first apostle. Yulman held his breath and a deathly silence reigned on the street, interrupted only by the sounds of the night. Finally, Arya's soul let out a laugh, pressing her hand to her mouth. The guy raised an eyebrow, looking at the girl with confusion. The student laughed softly, holding her stomach, as if Yulman had just said the greatest stupidity in the world. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and easily rose into the air, smiling and saying that she would not have believed in such nonsense if she had not visited the world of the dead. Could such an eccentric really have been the first apostle? Arya chuckled and flew very close to the guy, who was looking at his friend with wide eyes. She was silent for a moment, then smiled sincerely thanking Yulman. He couldn't believe that he wasn't pushed away, accused of lying and betrayal. The touching moment was ruined by the King of Darkness, who rolled his eyes once again and loudly hissed, drawing attention to himself. Harvey pointed towards the body again, reminding Arya's stunned spirit that it was time to come to life or else the body would soon go rigid. The girl nodded and immediately flew up to her shell, looking closely into her own eyes. Before diving into the body, she turned to Yulman for the last time in this state and asked him to wait for her so she could talk about the rest. Arya's whole look said that she didn't care who Yulman was. The main thing was that he was the one she really liked. A second later, the living Arya took a deep breath, all illuminated by a blinding golden light. Yulman approached her from behind, carefully holding her with both hands so that she would not fall. Harvey spoke up, smiling as he concluded that the resurrection had been successful. But that wasn't the only news. As it turned out, the memory of the soul and the brain cannot function at the same time, so after waking up, Arya will forget about what happened while she was a soul. At Yulman's indignant cry, the King of Darkness stretched out his lips for a kiss, offering it as compensation. But the guy only waved his hands at him, saying that he forgave this oversight. Then Harvey turned, winking at the apostle to leave. He still had a lot of things to do. Yulman called out to the King of Darkness, offering to listen to him about an interesting matter. The student glanced sideways at the beaten vampire behind him, telling about their meeting. He was able to use dark magic to summon a spirit, and the Count also smelled of underground grass, the grass of immortality. Hearing Harvey smiling made his face immediately twist, and dark veins appeared on his face. His figure was enveloped in a dark, gloomy, and cruel energy, and the man himself turned black with incredible rage. The vampire's soul immediately flew out, and his body remained sitting on the ground with its mouth wide open. Harvey held Theodore's head with his left hand, barely keeping from crushing it. The deity's eyes burned with anger, and in a voice full of hatred, he asked the count who was paying him with souls for the underground grass. Squealing, the vampire immediately admitted that for reasons unknown to him, those spirits really liked the underground grass from the human world. Pierce exchanged the grass for souls, but never asked their names. Narrowing his eyes, Harvey aimed the deadly light straight at the vampire, causing him to cry out in pain. Theodore kicked in the other man's palm. Blood began to flow from the spirit's eyes, and he began to scream that he knew nothing. Finally, the King of Darkness returned to his previous state and grimaced. Apparently, the vampire really didn't know anything. In an instant, instead of the Count's soul, a small purple light squeaking for mercy appeared on Harvey's palm, for ease of transportation. The deity was going to go with it to the world of the dead for identification. After this, the man began to climb back onto the rock he had arrived on. Hearing Yulman following behind, the King of Darkness turned to the boy with a smile and thanked him. The apostle returned the smile, replying that Harvey had helped him a lot, and this was his gratitude to the king. A few seconds later, the throne, in the form of a huge stone, sank into the ground with a crash. Harvey is a deity born in the world of the dead, but every time he hears about the underground herb, he reacts quite sharply. Yulman thought that he was either out of his mind or had lost his magic. Since there are those in the world of the dead who collect this herb, it means that someone wants to put a seal on Harvey, and that's why he's angry. The apostle thought that it would be better for him not to go there. The King of Darkness would sort it out himself. Yulman, holding his hands in his pockets, looked at the bright sunrise, then headed towards the rocks. Lilith was there all this time. Leaning against a stone, she cherished her unconscious daughter in her arms. Coming closer to the woman, Yulman noticed that, as a purebred succubus, such injuries would not particularly harm her. Lilith, like a cornered animal, looked briefly at the guy without answering. The succubus's face was caked with blood, but despite the pain, she noted Yulman's nobility. She had brought the guy a lot of trouble, but he was still ready to come to his aid. The apostle held the woman by the elbow, saying that she had not yet recovered from her wounds and should be more careful. Lilith trembled, realizing that the fierce first apostle from myths suddenly turned out to be so sensitive and meek. The guy hugged the woman, and she immediately remembered the embrace of her beloved, hoping that Aisha had found her happiness. The desperate mother's eyes filled with hot tears and she pulled away. Looking Yulman seriously in the eyes, the once fierce succubus, now just a weakened woman, asked if she could entrust Aisha to Yulman with a calm heart. The guy straightened up and smiled sincerely without answering. Seeing Lilith's puzzled look, the guy promised that he would take care of Aisha, even if her mother did not give him her daughter. The comforted succubus nodded her thanks to the guy, glad that Aisha would not be left alone. Now she won't have to depend on others. She won't have to endure ridicule and humiliation because she's a mudblood. She won't have to be afraid and suffer. But the most important thing is that Aisha will gain the most important thing. She will remain with her loved one forever. Leaving the girl, both approached two pillars with various signs painted on them. Lilith said that the mediator between the worlds, Pierce, was already dead. So if you want to establish contact with the magical world, you will have to wait for someone to open a portal from the other side. The apostle touched the column, noting that previously all hope was in him, but now there was no way to know when the gates would open. The succubus bowed her head and asked for the opportunity to finish the job herself while Yulman left with Aisha. Yulman turned to the woman, asking if she was sure she wanted to stay there. She nodded, saying that she needed to explain to the others what had happened and tell them about Pierce's death. With sadness in her voice, Lilith said that her fellow tribesmen would be very unhappy if she simply left. Yulman understood what she was talking about, so he didn't argue or try to persuade her. Then, as a farewell, he decided to ask Lilith for something, and she looked at the guy in surprise. The apostle took out of his pocket a small but bright purple crystal, from which the reflections spread in different directions, and asked the succubus to convey it to the emperor on his behalf. It must be conveyed that the first apostle Yulman killed Pierce with his own hands. They will understand everything themselves. The woman smiled softly as she accepted the crystal and thanked the apostle again. Finally, a carriage with a coachman and a harnessed white horse arrived for the couple. Aisha's head was a mixture of sleep and reality. Now Pierce was strangling her mother with his bare hands. Now she lay dead, and Yulman reached out to the girl with the last of his strength, begging her to run quickly. The count immediately ran up to him, pulled him by the hair and put a sharp stake to his neck, shouting that all this was a consequence of the fact that Aisha resisted and did not want to belong to the master. The next moment, the tip of the knife plunges right into the guy's neck, and he suddenly opens his eyes, starting to wheeze. Aisha woke up with a loud scream and sat up, breathing heavily, sweating from the horror she had experienced. Opposite her, with his arms folded across his chest, sat Yulman, safe and sound, smiling affectionately. He was glad that Aisha had woken up. The girl's huge eyes filled with tears and she let out a short sob. Then she quickly darted towards her friend and carefully touched his face to make sure he was real. A few moments later, she, still sobbing, jumped straight at Yulman, squeezing him in a tight embrace. Laying her head on top of his, she continued to whisper that it was true, that she was alive, and that her beloved was still alive too. The apostle's nose almost bled from the emotional shock, and he asked Aisha in a strangled voice to calm down. However, the guy changed his mind and also asked her to stay in the same position for a little while longer. Meanwhile, while the couple was leaving the ill-fated castle, Lilith arrived in the magic world. She appeared before the emperor and his warriors in a huge hall, her hands submissively folded in front of her. The succubus told the ruler in detail about everything that had happened to her. He, sitting on a massive throne, was silent for a long time, thinking about what he had heard. The emperor of the dark world, Aquila, was surprised to learn that Pierce was killed by the first apostle Yulman. The woman nodded, summing up everything she had told Aquila. It was impossible to tell from the emperor's face what his emotions were at such news, but it was true. The ruler clutched the skull against the arm of his throne, sharp nails sliding across the smooth surface. The man declared that this was complete nonsense. No one has ever seen the first apostle alive. It is not a fact that he even exists. It is a legend. Why would he suddenly appear to kill Pierce? One of the emperor's subjects accused Lilith of slander, surely. Having learned the truth about her daughter's fate, if she were to be with the master she herself killed Pierce, the truth must be immediately knocked out of this woman. The warriors guarding the hall and the emperor laughed, grinning slyly. The emperor listened to the words of his subject and turned to the executioners. But Lilith exclaimed that she asked them to wait. She immediately declared that she had evidence that would prove her right. Let Aquila first look at it, and then make a decision. The subject narrowed his eyes, asking what evidence the succubus had. Lilith replied that the first apostle himself had asked to pass on one thing to Aquila. The emperor asked his subject to bring it to him, but he doubted it, suggesting that the stone might be a fake. Aquila exclaimed that this was nonsense. How much magic power could one magic stone contain to hurt a man himself? The subject slavishly repented, because the blood of a dragon flows in the veins of the great Aquila. He is the most powerful emperor of the world of magic in its entire history. The man knelt down on one knee and presented the crystal to his master on outstretched palms. Aquila carefully squeezed the shiny stone with his fingers and brought it closer to his eyes, examining it carefully. A few seconds later, the crystal in his hands flared up and lit up with an incredibly bright light. Aquila shuddered, removed his hand, and the crystal remained levitating in the air, casting bright rays of light around it. Whatever was hidden within him possessed immeasurable power and now blinded everyone present. The subject was horrified. He was sweating all over from the tension, and only stood there with his mouth slightly open. The warriors, languishing from the heat, covered their faces with their hands, also feeling the flow of energy from the stone. A few moments later, it was all over, the light disappeared, and the stone behind it, thick smoke hung low in the hall. Looking at the emperor's puzzled face, the subject carefully asked if everything was all right with him. Aquila himself did not know if he was okay, his whole body trembling slightly, and he stared blankly ahead. Without giving up, he realized that this force was more powerful than even that gentleman, and in this state, he had no chance to resist it. He quietly informed her that Lilith had not lied. The first apostle had indeed killed Pierce, and it was not the woman's fault. Since Pierce was dead, from today on, Lilith herself would look after his estate. The succubus nodded obediently and thanked the master. Before the perfect plan can be put into action, Lilith must first be secured. Yulman's caring voice was heard in the carriage. He asked Aisha not to be afraid, because everything she remembers happened in reality. Arya was still recovering from the recent events, but that tone even woke her up. The girl, staggering from the shaking of the carriage, slowly rose from the bench, trying to open her eyes. However, after seeing what was happening, Arya wished to never see anything like that again. Yulman was sitting dangerously close to Aisha and hugging the girl to himself. The warrior jumped up from her seat and grabbed the apostle by the collar, shouting that he was a real pervert and wanted to do something with a defenseless girl. She looked at her friend in surprise when Arya began to scold her for such careless behavior. She was lucky that she woke up. But Aisha blushed deeply in response and looked away, starting to babble something incoherently. Arya frowned in confusion, suspecting something was wrong, and angrily asked her friend what was going on. Silence reigned in the carriage. Only the wheels creaked, somehow diluting the awkward atmosphere. Yulman and Aisha moved away from each other, although they continued to sit on the same seat. Aisha smiled stupidly with a blush on her cheeks. Yulman frowned, but he blushed no less. Arya still didn't understand what was going on. She just saw how strange the atmosphere between her friends had become. She suddenly felt a vague pain in her soul, especially when the girl looked at the couple. Arya fell silent and looked blankly at the floor. Does she really like this guy? But the next moment she slapped her cheeks, willing the mental confusion to go away. It was sheer nonsense. Aisha's gentle voice distracted her from her stupid thoughts. She smiled tenderly at her friend, thanking her for saving her. Arya suddenly beamed. It seemed to her that it was not the pervert who was causing the girl's feelings. Without much concealment, the warrior called Aisha a cutie and confessed her sympathy. Which surprised the latter, Yulman was also glad that Aisha's charm was revealed to his friend. Suddenly, Aisha realized that she had missed something very important and let out a dejected yelp. Turning to Yulman, the girl asked how they ended up getting out and what happened to her mother. Arya remembered seeing that vampire from the portrait in the castle and immediately passed out. So she also didn't remember what happened. The apostle said that the vampire Arya saw attacked them. Lilith was fine, and the vampire was already dead. Aisha pressed her hands to her chest, puzzled by the realization that the villain was no longer there, and whether her mother had killed him. The girl scratched her chin, remembering that the vampire had hidden the fact that she had lost her soul for the sake of her master. So her mother found out about it and decided to punish him. She was definitely afraid to involve her daughter in this matter, and left them, running away. But they killed the master's close servant. He definitely won't forgive the whole company. Yulman admired the sweet look of Aisha, who was deep in thought, deciding not to argue with her arguments, which, however, were full of factual errors. Suddenly, the girl fell silent and became sad, folding her palms on her knees. She lowered her head and looked at the floor, but not at Yulman, to whom she was about to tell something. By killing Pierce, they became blood enemies of a very terrible man, one of those great apostles standing at the top of this world. Yulman leaned back in his seat, slyly asking which of those apostles was so strong. Aisha, hearing the cheerful notes in her friend's voice, wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming that he was not joking at all. They will have to confront the 12th apostle, the ruler of the polar night, Capacis. This is an apostle, a super being. On the same level as the gods, they will not succeed. The company is doomed. Yulman carefully placed his palms on Aisha's warm hands and tenderly pressed them to his chest, saying that there was something he had hidden from the girl for a very long time. The guy, squeezing someone else's fingers, exhaled and confessed that he was the first apostle. Aisha froze, holding her breath, and looked at the guy with wide eyes as if he were an alien. And he patiently waited for her to say at least a word, and did not rush her. Aisha perked up and pounded her fists on Yulman's chest, shouting that he should at least pull himself together now and not joke. Their conversation was interrupted by Arya's strange voice, the warrior trying to attract attention through chattering teeth, complaining about the cold. She sat on the bench, hugging her legs with her hands, and really turned blue from the frost that came from nowhere, felt only by her. The couple simultaneously turned sharply towards the girl, shouting her name. They approached Arya, who continued to tremble, as if the part of the carriage where she was sitting had turned into an ice kingdom. Aisha leaned over her friend with concern, asking what was wrong, suspecting the late Pierce of what had happened. Yulman, having carefully examined Aryu, concluded that this was neither magic nor a spell, but pure dark energy. Aisha whistled in confusion. She had never heard or encountered anything like this before. Arya felt herself losing strength, barely remaining conscious, her eyes tightly closed. Her soul was baptized in the dark energy of the afterlife. Some part of it penetrated the body and remained inside. It was necessary to urgently remove the darkness, otherwise the girl was in danger of turning into a walking dead person. The girl leaned back on the bench, exhausted, gradually sinking into the incredible cold. Yulman realized that his source energy would be enough to dispel the dark energy. But for Arya, the source posed an even greater threat. The guy grabbed his head, looking at how Aisha was trying to wake up their friend. He didn't know what to do. Aisha touched the warrior's face with her palm, and the color of her skin gradually began to lose its blueness. This amazed Yulman. It turns out that Aisha managed to contain this dark energy. The guy immediately grabbed the girl by the hand, causing her to cry out in surprise. Raising the stranger's palm to his face, the apostle sniffed, sensing a familiar scent. He looked at Aisha and carefully asked if she had touched the underground grass before. She blushed, pulled her hand back and put it to her face. Since childhood, her mother had given her baths with underground grass, saying that it warmed the body and also increased female attractiveness. Yulman guessed that Harvey was born in the dark energy of the afterlife and is afraid of underground grass, which means that the energy also cannot stand this grass. The guy immediately ordered Aisha to hug Arya as tightly and strongly as possible. The girl was surprised but fulfilled the request. She pressed herself against her friend, clasping her head, and threw the stranger's arms behind her back. Yulman smiled, realizing it was working when he saw the warrior stop shaking. He looked out the carriage window, pulling down the curtain, however. What Aisha was doing was still not enough. He called the coachman, asking where there might be a large city nearby. The man turned around and replied that they needed to go to Astana, and if they sped up the horse, they could get there before sunset. Yulman nodded, saying that Astana would now become their temporary target. The coachman turned around again, warning that elections for the pentagram were being held in the city, and all the hotels must be occupied or very expensive. The apostle ordered the man to give them a lift to the most luxurious and elegant hotel, promising double the fare if he made it there before sunset. Hearing this, the coachman shouted that he would now show who the real professional was and ordered the passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Finally, as the man promised, the company arrived in the city of Astana before sunset. He brought the students to the most luxurious hotel in the city, called the Caesar. The building towered majestically over its neighbors, and at the entrance there were 2 statues of Pegasus. The interior was as lavish as the exterior. The floors were covered with expensive carpets. Even the hotel guests walked importantly along the corridors, as if they had just stepped off the cover of a magazine. Yulman asked the girls to wait for him at the reception desk. He would rent a room and return to them immediately. The apostle approached the beautifully decorated counter and asked the smiling employee to provide 2 rooms with bathrooms. The girl expressed her regret because too many mages had arrived for the selection for the Magic Academy this week, and only the Imperial Suite was left. Yulman fell silent for a moment, realizing that he would be able to be in the same room with Aisha. Blushing and shaking his head, he announced that he would choose this room, when suddenly a loud voice was heard behind him demanding the Imperial Suite. A tall, fair-haired, impudent-looking guy held a pretty girl by the waist and rudely ordered the worker not to hesitate, but to fill out the paperwork and check them in. She became embarrassed and apologized, drawing the stranger's attention to the fact that Yulman was first. The blonde walked up to the counter, ignoring the apostle, and said that he didn't have enough money for such a room. He rudely reminded that he was a VIP client of the hotel and a friend of the director, so a room for him would cost 500 gold per night. The girl smiled awkwardly, saying that the price of the room was 2,000, which caused the guests violent indignation. Yulman frowned at the guy, and he, being an aristocrat, could not hesitate in front of some boy, so he agreed to such a price. The apostle was nervous about the appearance of this couple. He knew that he could not continue to look for the hotel, because Arya was getting worse. As soon as the squabble had started between them, a loud voice boldly asked who was tired of living, since they were preventing Brother Yulman from moving in. The boy turned around in surprise to look at his savior. Linda stood behind him, smiling cheerfully, her arms crossed over her chest. The girl flew up to Yulman and grabbed him by the elbow, exclaiming that they had met again. The impudent fellow, seeing Linda, immediately lost all his ardor and mumbled something instead of greeting. Her angry look spoke louder than any words as soon as the girl turned around. The guy grabbed his companion by the waist, and they instantly ran to the exit. Yulman asked in surprise how Linda ended up here, and she laughed, saying that the hotel belonged to her family. She ordered the worker to check Yulman's brother into the last Imperial Suite for the time he specified, and for free, too. The apostle opened his mouth and began to refuse the offer, because the girl had already helped him, and he couldn't constantly remain at a loss. Linda frowned artificially, stating that his behavior had become too polite. Yulman offered to help him with another matter, and asked if his friend knew where nearby he could find more underground grass for sale. He really needed it. Linda promised to find this rare medicinal herb for him personally, which was difficult to obtain in first-class form. Yulman asked to also obtain the restorative potion, for which he would definitely pay. Meanwhile, Aisha sat on the couch, hugging her heavily breathing friend from behind, giving her a moment of peace from the dark energy. She looked around worriedly, wondering where Yulman was and why he hadn't returned yet. Arya suddenly let out a muffled groan, not regaining consciousness. A dark spot of deadly energy appeared on her neck, and it began to spread even further across her skin. Unable to bear it any longer, Aisha left her friend on the couch and went looking for her student. Linda was the first to see her, and she flinched from the scream when she saw the girl. She winked at Aisha, glad to finally meet the lady of her old friend's heart. She looked at the stranger in surprise. The apostle immediately introduced Linda. With her help, he was able to get a jasper bracelet. She would also be able to buy underground grass. Aisha was very glad to meet him. Linda asked where Aisha was rushing to, noting that she was very nice. But the girl herself was in no way inferior to her. Aisha immediately grabbed Yulman by the collar of his cloak, exclaiming that he should look at Aryu, because the girl herself could no longer cope with the dark energy. The apostle asked if the hugs were helping, but it turned out that they weren't, because the energy began to creep up to the warrior's neck. Yulman asked Linda to quickly look for the underground grass, buy it all, and hurry to their room. Linda didn't need to be told several times. She nodded and hurried to carry out the order. The apostle turned to the worker, demanding that she take them to their room as soon as possible. Once there, the couple drew a warm bath with the underground herb they had brought and lowered Aryu into it, hoping that she would feel better. Both watched the girl with concern. Yulman said that the dark energy could not be gotten rid of in one go. Arya would need to spend the next few days in a bath with underground grass. Aisha started and looked at Yulman, remembering something. She said that she would look after her friend, and the student now had to stay with the guest. Linda had settled down in a large armchair in the living room. She was just drinking tea when Yulman returned to the room. The girl immediately asked how his girlfriend was feeling. The guy replied that she was better, thanks to Linda. She, with her green eyes flashing, looked attentively at her adopted brother. Rising from her chair, she asked if Yulman could help her in that case. The apostle nodded without hesitation, replying that he would definitely help. Linda was surprised that he didn't even ask what she needed help with, but he was only too happy to fulfill any wish for the service rendered. Linda felt a pang of conscience because last time she lured the guy to the auction to steal the ring from his hand, and he felt only gratitude. Yulman, seeing his friend's indecision, urged her not to be shy because her problems were his too. Linda barely had time to answer when she heard someone's voice outside the door calling her name. The girl opened the door, and one of the hotel employees was standing on the threshold. He was puzzled by something. As it turns out, Mr. Gilmore has received an invitation from Lord Lewis and is going to the banquet. Linda must leave the area as soon as possible. The girl frowned, muttering that the man had finished faster than she expected. A few seconds later, Linda grabbed Yulman by the hand, shouting that they were in trouble and pulled him along with her. Jumping into the carriage, she ordered the employee to take them as quickly as possible to the banquet that her father had left for. The man tried to refer to her father's order, but she shouted that it was her decision and there was no point in chatting. Sitting in the carriage, which was racing forward at breakneck speed, Yulman demanded an explanation from his friend. The girl insistently asked Yulman's brother to save her father. Linda asked the guy if he remembered the old man Louis she had told him about, and the apostle was surprised that the bandit leader, the organizer of the auction, was his girlfriend's father. She nodded, telling him that his status as the head of the mafia would soon pass into other hands, and without their help he would hardly survive tonight. Linda asked Yulman not to ask questions but to simply listen to all the events and then question her. The area south of the imperial capital and north of Gorstva is traditionally called the Raushan Belt, and Louis is the main mafioso of the belt. He has enlisted the help of one of the three big clans, the Capella, helping them build underground trade routes to gain control. Since rumors of the death of the main Capella in Vulcan appeared, the new head of the clan turned away from Linda's father and began to support the new capital gang. The laws of the mafia are such that there cannot be two tigers on one mountain. When a new one comes, the old one must die. Yulman asked why Louis was afraid of the newcomer. Linda sadly explained that the bandits saw the lack of support from her father and became close to the visiting gang. The girl lowered her head, saying with pain in her voice that the head of the new gang had long been hatching plans to overthrow his father, and this banquet was simply a feast before the subsequent execution. Louis hoped that his daughter would run away, but she could not leave her father. Linda regretted that she had allowed Yulman to participate in this, but she had no help at all. The apostle interrupted his friend by placing his hand on her shoulder and squeezing it. He said that he understood everything and asked his friend to calm down, because while he was here, no one would lay a finger on Louis. After some time, the carriage stopped at a large estate in the suburbs. The hotel employee informed Miss that they had arrived. Linda and Yulman slowly walked out into the street. The girl suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, barely having stepped out of the carriage. A crowd of bandits in formal suits had gathered in the courtyard of the estate, and it seemed they were only greeting Linda herself. She swallowed hard and put on the most menacing expression she could muster. Pretending that she was not at all afraid, Linda clenched her fists and, together with Yulman, walked towards the house, passing the men. Stopping at the entrance, the girl abruptly opened the door, which swung open with a loud bang. In the middle of the richly furnished room stood a long table, behind which sat a dark-haired man. His face was covered in scars, and Louis couldn't help but let out a surprised cry when he saw his daughter. The man ran up to Linda, hissing that she shouldn't be there since he had sent a man to warn her. Yulman looked at Louis, wondering how such a large and hostile man could suddenly have such a beautiful daughter. The guy's gaze fell on the numerous snacks. The dishes sparkled every now and then in the bright light, and the various dishes beckoned with their aroma. The apostle felt dizzy from the abundance of aromas. He had not eaten anything special for a long time while on the road. Linda pounced on her father with accusations, screaming that her own daughter could not abandon him at the most important moment in her life and simply run away. A loud voice was heard, belonging to the man who sat at the head of the table. He was stripped to the waist, covered in scars, with a long red beard. The stranger praised the energetic daughter of old Louis. As it turned out, the man had invited the whole family to this wonderful feast, and it was a good thing he didn't have to send for Linda. The stranger bared his teeth and wanted to say something since the girl had dared to appear in person. He was immediately interrupted by Yulman, who shamelessly grabbed a glass of drink standing on the table, asking Linda why this juice tasted so strange. The girl warned that this was a fruit wine from the Western continent, and that it would quickly make you drunk. The tipsy apostle hiccuped, saying that the wine was simply excellent. Those gathered at the table, watching Yulman, openly laughed at the one who dared to interrupt Gilmore so openly. The apostle, holding a glass in his hands, looked around dazedly. He was so carried away by the drink that he completely failed to notice the big guy's fist flying towards his face. Not expecting such a vile maneuver, the guy lost control of the glass and flew into the opposite wall. Linda perked up, looking at her falling friend, screaming his name. The apostle, still intoxicated by the wine, landed on the ground, hitting the back of his head painfully. Those present jumped up from their seats to get a better view of the unfolding squabble. Gilmore, clenching his fists so hard that the veins stood out, growled that he hated those who interrupted him the most. Linda came closer to the big guy, and a fiery tornado began to form on her arm like a hoop. Seeing this, one of Gilmore's bandits jumped up behind the girl. Old Man Lewis took the blow, pushing his daughter aside. A hurricane swept through the room, sweeping away everything in its path, including the sumptuously laid table. One of the bandits, remaining seated on the surviving chair, managed to grab only a glass from the table and now looked with disappointment at what was left of it. He turned sullenly to old Lewis, saying that he certainly had not expected to eat that evening. In the confusion, the man missed the moment when a red-haired woman ran up to him. She, smiling cheerfully, demanded that they give way to the young people, because the old man himself understood everything perfectly well, so let him not interfere. Another guy with a massive chain around his neck grinned, saying that in the world the weak always obey the strong. Lewis lost his support. Let him not blame anyone now. The other bandits got tired of listening to this. One of them jumped up, getting ready to deal with the man, shouting that it was time to finish off the annoying old man. The muscular, bald-headed bandit landed on the ground, punching the floor with all his might. He raised his head and looked defiantly at the former leader. He reminded him of his good attitude towards the gang, warning that they could take his life, but they should just leave his daughter alone. The guy with the chain raised an eyebrow, pretending to apologize for killing everyone. That was the order from above. Old Lewis's face darkened with anger as soon as he heard these words. He pushed his daughter aside, asking her not to interfere. The man rolled up the sleeves of his jacket, reaching discreetly into his pocket. He turned away so that he could not be seen and took out a small weapon from there. Lewis turned sharply and threw many small daggers towards his enemies. However, they were well prepared and immediately repelled the attack with their blades. Lewis immediately ran up to the woman and grabbed her by the hand in which she was holding the sword, then hit her right in the face. He turned around and slammed his fist into the guy with the chain around his neck. Next on his list was a former subordinate who had been sitting at the table earlier. Lewis broke the blade of his sword with one hand. The man looked in disbelief at the fragments of his weapon crumbling right before his eyes. Taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, Lewis kicked him in the stomach with all his might. Bandits rushed towards the former leader from all sides. Lewis was not the head of the mafia for nothing, so he was able to emerge victorious in this unequal fight. The guy with the chain got what he deserved, letting out a stifled cry. The bald-headed bandit fell to the floor, losing several teeth. Louis straightened up and walked over to the bandit, placing his foot on his back. The man clenched his fists and quickly scanned the room for danger. Linda and the hotel worker whistled in amazement, noting the strength of the mafia boss. Gilmore bared his teeth, angry that no one present could handle Louis. Deciding to show how to fight, the big guy flexed his fists. He immediately approached the old man, smiling slyly, and offered to teach him a lesson using one of his techniques. Gilmore's smile widened as he watched his opponent's reaction. Louis didn't answer. He too tried not to lose sight of the enemy. The next second, the old man took knives out of his pocket and sharply threw them at the big guy. He, without even moving, instantly caught them with his bare hands. Two daggers clashed behind his back, never having tasted the blood of another. Lewis let out a startled cry, not expecting him to be able to dodge his attack. Gilmore scratched his bruised shoulder, which the dagger had not hit. The man bared his teeth, calling his opponent incredibly pathetic. Shouting that he would leave Lewis alive, the red-haired villain rushed towards him at great speed. Everything happened so quickly that the old man only had time to look down. He let out a strangled cry as someone else's fist knocked the wind out of his chest. The next moment, Gilmore hit Louis with even more force, sending him flying backwards. Linda screamed desperately, calling for her father. He didn't have time to fall. Ullman stood firmly on his feet when the man flew straight towards him. The guy, with his inhuman reaction, managed to grab his girlfriend's father, holding him with one hand. Gilmore stared blankly at the skinny guy he had just beaten up. Ullman turned to Louis and asked if he was okay, calling the man father, still hiccuping from the wine he had drunk. Those present began to talk among themselves in surprise, wondering why the stranger was addressing old Louis so dismissively. Someone called Ullman a son-in-law, and this brought Linda into incredible delight. Gilmore couldn't figure out what was wrong with the guy, why he was still alive from a punch to the face. The man decided to find out more about everything. He turned to his accomplices, saying that he was giving them another chance to get rid of their opponents. The guy in the torn t-shirt smiled slyly, thanking his master. His name was Wolf, and the bandit exclaimed that he would gladly carry out this task, running straight towards Ullman and Linda with her father. Turning to Wolf, Ullman muttered, his tongue slurred from the wine, that the thirst to kill the man was too strong. As soon as he added that Aisha would not like this, the villain's body was cut by magic. He did not even have time to understand what happened. A surprised expression froze on his face. Hot blood spurted from Wolf's mouth, and the air smelled of metal. The man, his eyes wide, fell to the floor, raising a cloud of dust, while those present vied with each other to ask who it was that had defeated him. Gilmore was dumbfounded when he saw one of his best fighters being knocked out cold by a puny guy in a matter of minutes. The other bandits who had previously fought with Old Man Lewis also did nothing, only warily watching Ullman. Louis himself was dumbfounded because he, being seasoned in battles, had not seen such skill for a long time. His daughter Linda also froze with her mouth slightly open, not expecting such a thing from her brother Ullman. The bandits immediately began to talk among themselves, casting sidelong glances at the stranger who had killed the indestructible Wolf with one blow. Ullman leaned over to the deceased criminal and, with a slurred voice, gave a tirade about his thirst to kill, and that what was happening would not please Aisha and Sierra. He added that the bandits also stink, and Aisha will not be happy with their presence. Two of Gilmore's men growled at this and exclaimed that they would all attack the boy together. Preparing to carry out their threat, they put their fists forward and ran straight towards Ullman, who was staggering from alcohol. 4 perfectly precise sword swings went to each of the opponents. They became victims of their own carelessness. Just like Ralph earlier, Gilmore gritted his teeth until they creaked dully, as he saw that he had suddenly lost his closest confidants. Old Lewis leaned forward. All the unspoken words caught in his throat at once. Ullman, turning to those present, hiccuped loudly, saying that it had become much cleaner. He smirked, a mocking look on his face, as an explosion was heard behind the apostle. Louis muttered that the guy used incredibly strong and legendary moves like the King of the Blade and the Indomitable Sword, while Linda was secretly glad that she knew how to choose men wisely. Now Gilmore and Ullman stood opposite each other, ready to fight. The red-haired leader drew his eyebrows together, threateningly asking if the boy understood what kind of enemy he had just made for himself. Slightly closing his heavy eyelids, Ullman quietly said that the man looked a little familiar, but still, he was too cruel. Aisha would be scared. Before Gilmore could blink, the stranger was gone from his sight, leaving behind only clouds of smoke. The next moment, a shadow flashed behind the man. He felt a light breeze and was amazed at the enemy's incredible speed. Ullman raised Excalibur over Gilmore's head, but he, being an experienced fighter, dodged it. Gilmore deftly caught the second blow of Ullman's sword with both palms, ending up in front of the guy. Ullman narrowed his eyes in surprise, surprised at himself that he had not been able to kill the enemy on the first try. The bandit's hands were shaking, but due to the guy's condition, he was able to hold back this attack as well. The man abruptly lowered his palms, demanding that Ullman not get cocky. He, unable to immediately get his bearings, allowed himself to be dragged down. Gilmore growled and, leaning forward, hit the stranger on the head with his forehead as hard as he could. Taking advantage of his opponent's hesitation, he sharply straightened his arms and pulled the guy towards himself. The bandit grabbed Ullman by the top of his head and slammed the boy's head into the hard floor. Gilmore jumped on the apostle's back, pressing him firmly into the hard surface, shouting that behind him was far from only Mr. Capella, which meant that the stranger would regret his decision for the rest of his life. Confident that the opponent under his strong palm had long since been stunned, Gilmore heard him ask in a muffled voice who was muttering behind him. The bandit's hand trembled slightly. He thought angrily that a normal person's skull would have crumbled long ago. But this boy was behaving normally. He had to be tougher with him. He shouted angrily that Yulman would now have the opportunity to recognize his tormentor. Gilmore's muscular torso was bulging with veins, and his body was engulfed in a magical dark flame. The fire only grew stronger, and soon everyone backed away in fear as the heat became completely unbearable. Old Man Louis immediately created a large red shield in an attempt to protect himself and his daughter. As the smoke began to clear, the man looked in shock to where Gilmore stood, looming over the boy. The flame died out, leaving behind a choking smell of burning, and in its place a new fire flared up. Gilmore's hair had become longer, even brighter than before. The bandit turned into a giant with gray skin. The scars turned purple. The man looked at his hands, exclaiming that he had succeeded. The apostle tried to get up, wheezing that he felt unwell, and the monster towered over him with a victorious grin, assuring Yulman that he was lucky enough to see Gilmore's true face before he died. His head was buzzing unbearably. The voices around him were causing pain. The guy decided to do something. As soon as the giant extended his huge hand towards the apostle, Yulman ordered the first seal to open, and a bright purple light with white veins flowed upward. Gilmore noticed the changes and snapped his sharp teeth. As it turned out, his opponent had also gained strength. The apostle, overcoming his nausea, clenched his fist and pointed it at the enemy. He rose up on one knee, and now the giant, feeling his superiority, tried to push the stranger's hand away. Gilmore noticed too late that the boy's palm was stronger, and his elbow began to bleed. Thinking that he had already become a beast, the man's body, thanks to an unknown force, flew back. Sliding across the floor, he looked at Yulman in shock, realizing that this guy was an even bigger monster. The apostle wiped his mouth with his sleeve, not taking his eyes off the giant, his legs barely holding up his poisoned body. Gilmore decided that while there was still time, he should escape from the unexpectedly strong opponent. But one thought struck his consciousness. Even before becoming stronger, the stranger was already faster. The escape could fail. Gilmore's gaze darted towards old Louis, and he chose the weaker opponent. The man turned around abruptly and rushed at the mafia boss, confusing him. Instead of hitting the old man, he pushed him away, ordering him to get out of the way, and headed towards his daughter. Yulman's eyes were closing. A strong desire to fall asleep right here was overwhelming him, but he held on steadfastly. The giant, pressing the fluttering Linda to himself, squeezed her neck and ordered the guy to let him go, otherwise his wife would be dead. Linda laughed through force, gasping for air, croaking that she was not Yulman's wife at all, and not even a girlfriend, but an ordinary friend. Gilmore shook her, shouting that she was deceiving him, because if the guy didn't save the hostage, both of them would regret it. Distracted, the giant flinched when he heard the stranger's unnatural voice and slowly looked up at him. Instead of eyes, Yulman had frightening red dots, and bowing his head like a doll, he asked if the man was threatening him. Fearful and angry at the same time, the bandit leaned forward, examining the guy. He hissed through his teeth that Yulman was right, and now he was being threatened. Thinking to himself that there was nothing left to lose, and there was no turning back. The mighty apostle straightened up and summoned Sylph. Clutching Excalibur in his hand, the space was illuminated with green light. As soon as Yulman raised his hand, a tornado of the same color formed in the air, the glow instantly blinding the monster. The bright flames ate away at his eyes, and Gilmore howled like a wild animal, refusing to give up. Linda closed her eyes and bit her lip, realizing that in Yulman's heart there was only room for Aisha. She herself was a fleeting acquaintance to him, meaning nothing. It was her fault that she met the guy so late. The apostle's sword did not cut directly, but formed a wall of powerful energy directed at Gilmore. In a moment, the room was destroyed. The bandits outside saw smoke and debris, while hearing the screams of their boss. The surviving soldiers, shielded from the fire, stood in a room filled with smoke and could not believe their eyes. Old Louis, not believing that his daughter would survive, now looked at her, safe and sound, calling her by name. The girl responded in confusion, standing at the epicenter of the explosion, green circles hovering around her body. Startled, she began to look around in fear, seeing only destroyed walls in front of her. She had not yet fully realized that she had survived, and Louis realized that Yulman had used the sword to perform the Heart's Desire act, killing Gilmore without hurting his daughter. Yulman, drunkenly hiccuping, slowly approached his friend, asking if he had scared her. The apostle smiled kindly at Linda and embraced her, surprising the girl even more. He immediately frowned without breaking the embrace, turned to the bandits, threateningly saying that they would no longer dare to interfere with Luis. The surviving trio listened to the muttering of the boy with his expressionless face and trembling hands. Yulman, staggering, began to mumble in a drunken state that now Linda was his person, and to kill her would mean becoming his enemy. Even now, watching her hiccuping savior, the girl was incredibly touched. The room, probably a bedroom, was gently illuminated by the first rays of the sun, coming from a large window. Yulman opened his eyes slightly, looking at the ceiling, and realized that both his arms had gone numb overnight. Turning his head to one side, he discovered a soundly sleeping sylph who had once again run into his bed. Linda lay on the left hand of the apostle, and it looked rather strange. The guy's eyes widened and he sat up in bed, completely unable to remember what they had been doing there last night. Memories of yesterday's feast in a rich house began to appear in his head, where, together with Sylph, Yulman tried to convince the leader of the bandits to let the girl's father go. Then he drank a glass of strange juice. But Linda warned him that it was not juice at all, but a fruit wine from the mainland, which quickly makes you drunk. At that moment, Yulman's friend raised herself on her elbow, blinking sleepily, and greeted the apostle. Sylph also woke up, rubbing her eyes, asking her master what he had been muttering since early morning. Yulman sat in bed, hunched over, and was very unhappy, asking to be given time to think. The apostle stood up and went to the window, deciding to put his memories in order. Yesterday, if he was not mistaken, he got pretty drunk. The guy leaned both hands on the windowsill, gazing out at the busy street. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that everything was fine with the city, since the last time the situation ended badly. Yulman shuddered and froze in place, feeling the touch of someone else's hands from behind. Linda hugged him tenderly from behind, whispering whether the apostle remembered the words he had spoken yesterday. The guy went cold, asking in a trembling voice what he could have said. Linda smiled and blushing replied that her friend called her his person. Sylph opened her notebook, noticing without emotion that these words were accurate. She wrote everything down. Yulman abruptly stepped aside, waving his arms. He had drunk a glass of juice yesterday and didn't remember anything else after that. The apostle looked at the girls with bewildered eyes. Linda put her finger to his mouth, gently telling him that he shouldn't say anything. She knew that the guy would take his words back, and it was a pity that she had already believed them. Then the girl waved her hand in front of Yulman, saying that she would not insist on his responsibility for this, but would simply wait for the day when he himself wanted to accept her. Meanwhile, workers were restoring the destroyed mansion, carting away pieces of walls and scattered furniture. Old Louis and his assistant turned around sharply, surprised by the arriving guests. Louis joyfully greeted yesterday's group of rescuers, immediately asking Yulman if he had rested well. The guy felt very awkward and scratched the back of his head, smiling and replying that everything was fine. The man sincerely thanked the apostle for his help, who laughed sheepishly, replying that he was glad of the good results, thinking to himself that he did not remember anything. Louis announced that the remaining people had recognized Yulman's strength, so after the discussion, it was decided to make the guy the head of the Zhaoshan Mafia. The apostle's eyes widened and he waved his hands. Managing the mafia would not be interesting to him. It would be too much trouble. The old man immediately offered to become the organization's secret guard and not deal with his direct duties. Yulman froze in indecision. Linda immediately grabbed his hand, urging him to agree. The girl's cheeks turned red. Tears glistened in her eyes. She sighed and quietly said the words that her friend had told her. She was under his protection. The apostle rushed to console Linda, asking her not to cry. He could not stand it when young girls cried. His girlfriend immediately perked up, jumping around Yulman like a puppy, and he wanted to leave here, thinking that he had once again gotten into another mess. 2 weeks flew by in the daily chores, while changes were also taking place in Baimo's castle. In front of the wide gates, decorated with white and blue ornaments, stood 2 figures. The fair-haired youth removed the hood from his head, which covered his entire face, when his interlocutor asked if the job was done. The blonde nodded. He did everything as his uncle, the imperial sage Chester Bollet, ordered. The thing was already with Princess Luna. She didn't suspect anything. The man extended his hand so that the messenger bird flying towards him could land on his palm. He told the boy to stay in the laboratory and work hard on the experiments. Chester squinted and pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose as he began to read the letter. Hasidan noticed that his uncle's mood had changed and asked what had happened. As it turned out, it had become known that Gilmore was dead. The blonde's eyes widened, afraid that the Capella clan, who had secretly covered up his and his uncle's affairs, had sensed something. Gilmore was a test subject with superpowers, and now he's been killed in a one-on-one fight, and it's still unclear what kind of person did it. The Imperial Sage burned the letter with a snap of his fingers. A small flame that appeared in his hand incinerated the paper. Chester was not at all worried about Gilmore's death, calling it a manufacturing defect. Hasadan gritted his teeth, noting that now it was necessary to follow his killer. He would soon end up on the altar of 5 stars. The boy asked his uncle when they could return Sylph, the Bollet family's crown jewel, but Chester blamed Hasadan for the loss of the sword. His eyes gleamed slyly from behind his glasses. The man reminded him that Aces was protecting this impudent fellow, and they didn't need to rush into this matter. There had been no news from the old man lately. The search was ongoing. Bali had heard that Sierra Charlotte was acting as the director of the academy. The man chuckled, saying that very soon Aces would realize that he could not protect anyone. Charlotte stood on the mountain rise, looking ahead tensely, her arms crossed over her chest. The assistant informed the director that everyone had had enough rest, and she nodded, ordering him to inform them that the hike was continuing. The newly appointed head of the academy has not had a moment of peace since the students left. It's been a month since stupid Yulman went looking for Aisha, and there has been no news from him since then. At this time, the apostle fell into the strong grip of the warrior Arya, begging her to stop. The girl had been in the water for an eternity, and now she wanted to check how much her strength had been restored. But Yulman couldn't last a minute in the fight, and had already begun to choke. Sierra helpfully wiped away a thin stream of blood under the owner's nose with a handkerchief. Arya irritably asked what kind of cold it was that covered her entire body. Aisha joined the conversation and said that it was the dark energy of the afterlife. Pierce was also familiar as a vampire from the afterlife. It was probably he who left all that nastiness in Arya's body. The warrior remembered her feelings. During the fight, her body became colder and colder. Apparently, he had already used his skills on the girl. Yulman, having looked at his friend, concluded that since her body was almost cleared of dark energy, they needed to return to the academy. But Arya didn't want to leave so easily because the company had spent so much time here and still hadn't had any fun. They needed to walk the streets before leaving. Yulman raised an eyebrow and snorted in displeasure at this suggestion. Arya winked at Aisha, assuring her that the walk wouldn't keep the boys long and wouldn't affect the travel time in any way. She used a strong argument. She asked if Yulman wanted to go on a date with Aisha, since the hotel guests praised the local evening market. Having heard just one word, the apostle's face quickly changed and he nodded in agreement, which greatly surprised Aisha. After some time, Yulman was already walking along a noisy, bright street in the company of Aisha, assuring her that Arya and Sylph were very busy and would come later. Of course, it was the warrior's idea to leave the couple alone, because Aisha had been upset lately and needed to relax properly. It seemed that her idea was a success. The girl smiled for the first time in a long time when she saw the sweet shops. There was a festive mood all around. The lights and noise of the market lifted the spirits. Aisha laughed heartily, and the apostle, seeing this, felt much better himself. But the small details never escaped the perceptive guy. The corners of his lips crawled down. He decided to find out from Aisha what was bothering her, what heavy thoughts were occupying his beloved's head. The couple settled down and stood by a tree lit by small lights. The apostle said that everyone was worried about Aisha, who walked everywhere alone and was sad. But the girl, tucking her hair behind her ear, smiled, assuring him that everything was fine. However, she looked away and admitted that she thought a lot about the appearance of the 12th apostle, who would come for them to answer for what they had done. After all, the company is too weak against the revenge of such a legendary apostle. Yulman turned Aisha towards him and put his hands on her shoulders, squeezing lightly. The guy asked me to trust him. Instead of worrying about the uncertain future, I need to enjoy the joy of today, especially since it is very weak for me. Aisha raised her eyes, framed by trembling eyelashes, and looked at Yulman with hope. He was right. The main thing is to be with a loving person, and even if she has to die for this, she is not afraid. Aisha stood close to the apostle, clasping her palms together at her stomach and closing her eyes. Yulman shuddered, noticing that the situation had changed dramatically, and even the surrounding world had become quiet. The girl slowly reached out to him. Perhaps this was the very moment the guy had been dreaming about. Trembling with anticipation, he reached out to meet her, but the magic was destroyed by a strange voice that sounded very close. Aisha jumped back, covering Yulman's mouth as someone exclaimed that running away together to have fun was a wise decision. A group of guys in school uniforms looked at the couple with smiles. Their leader introduced himself, Humble Servant Groot, Imperial Academy of Magic, 4th year, Class Capella, and asked permission to spend time with Aisha. Yulman was still trembling, but now not from tenderness, but from rage, when Aisha embarrassedly asked again where the guy came from. Confident in his irresistibility, he looked at the girl with a slight smile on his lips. The apostle slowly turned to the impudent man, threatening to kill him with one glance, and said that they were also students of the Imperial Academy of Magic. Groot frowned when he heard Yulman's words. He brazenly demanded the guy to step aside, calling him a fool because he was talking to a beautiful girl. The apostle silently turned to his disciples, and only by the expression on his face did Aisha understand that they were in trouble. And she called out to the boy in fear. Groot's accomplices began to praise themselves with all their might. They passed the selection at school competitions, and now they will participate in the pentagram. And the captain is recognized as the strongest in the school. Yulman raised an eyebrow and looked at Groot with disdain, asking if he was really that strong. The student narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. This impudent fellow definitely wanted to get into trouble. The apostle laughed, calling the guys swindlers who dared to hide behind the name of the Great Imperial Academy of Magic. Of course, these clowns wear the academy uniform in everyday life, and it's incredibly funny. Groot, slowly seething with anger, exclaimed that Yulman had dared to dishonor him and immediately summoned magical pentagrams in the air. The student began waving his arms, intending to attack Yulman. Aisha screamed in fear, warning her beloved. She froze when she didn't notice the guy next to her. He rushed towards the opponents with the speed of light. The next moment, the apostle raised his leg and pushed the self-confident disciple in the stomach. The pentagrams immediately evaporated, and Yulman's incredible strength threw the impudent fellow far back. Seeing their captain lying in disgrace in the mud, covered in a cloud of dust, the accomplices screamed. Yulman nodded dismissively towards Groot, saying that the academy's strongest student had shown himself to be such a weakling. He winked at Aisha, asking if she had seen his attack. The girl need not worry about the arrival of the 12th apostle. Yulman wanted to tell his identity again, but then he was interrupted by a commanding female voice asking the students what they were doing there. One of them pointed his finger at Yulman, shouting that he had beaten up Captain Groot. The apostle chuckled, turning in their direction, shaming them for even running to complain. But the next second he fell silent, staring dumbfoundedly at the director. He certainly didn't expect to see her here. Charlotte stood in front of her student, hands on hips, and threatened a very long conversation. Yulman could only blink his eyes, muttering the girl's name. Aisha was no less surprised. A little later, the couple left the market and went to meet with the director. Yulman sat on the sofa and expressed regret with his whole appearance, asking Master Sierra not to be angry. But Charlotte was not giving in, because the students had disappeared for a whole month and were also having fun all over the empire. Without listening to the apostle's feeble explanations, the girl asked where he had gone to look for Aisha, since the estate had long since been deserted. As soon as Yulman began to speak, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Aisha looked at the guy pleadingly, and he realized that the girl did not want to reveal the whole truth. Then Yulman smiled broadly and told the story of Aisha's family moving to a secluded place in the east, which is why it took them so long. Charlotte probably didn't believe them, but she was still glad that the students were back and okay now. There were several knocks on the door and Sierra invited the guests in. The students of the academy stood at the threshold. Judging by their faces, there was no good news to expect. The principal asked how Groot was feeling. The student told him about his serious injury. The guy will not be able to continue his journey and take part in the competition. The shadows over Charlotte's head deepened at the news and she smiled unkindly. Then she slowly turned to Yulman, quietly saying that everything happened because of someone. The apostle tried to justify himself. He didn't know that he would meet a student dressed in the academy uniform at the market. They objected to him that the team had passed difficult tests and became the best to represent the academy at the pentagram. Aisha intervened in the conversation, asking what it was. Sierra explained that the pentagram was a great celebration for the continent, held every 3 years between the 5 best academies, and was held in honor of the great heroes of the past, the ancient seals. The academy director covered her face with her hand in despair, moaning that there were only 2 weeks left until the start of the competition, and the best team was out. The guy who entered the room a few minutes ago suddenly offered to give the student the opportunity to replace Groot and perform, since he had proven himself to be a capable fighter. Everyone present turned sharply towards the door, and Groot's close friends showed genuine shock on their faces from what they heard. One of them rudely shouted in Yulman's face that the director could not allow the guy to join their team. Aisha clenched her fists, deciding on something for a few moments, and finally took a deep breath, gathering her courage. Turning to the apostle's opponents, the girl exhaled and offered her candidacy to participate in the competition together with Yulman. The boys frowned and started shouting over each other. They said that each school only had 3 slots in the competition, and now some first graders decided to replace them. Aisha lowered her head in shame, her light hair covering her thoughtful face. The next moment, she looked seriously at the seniors, clasping her hands together. If she proves that she is stronger than them, then she will be able to replace them at competitions. The fourth-year student once again found himself with his mouth wide open, amazed by the girl's impudence. He stood up abruptly and clenched his fists, turning to Aisha, the first year who had underestimated them. Charlotte was surprised by Aisha's behavior because she is usually very quiet and calm, but today she was impulsive. Does she really want to protect a stupid student? The director decided to give her such an opportunity and spoke in favor of arranging a small competition between the two sides. Hearing the indignant cries, the witch put her hands on her hips, declaring that the students had clearly lost if they did not agree. Yulman raised his hand, and from his cunning eyes it was clear that the apostle was up to something. He grinned and suggested that Arya be considered for participation in the battle. Meanwhile, the girl was calmly having fun at the evening market with Sylph. Arya's morning began with her being stunned by unexpected news, which did not make the warrior very happy. Shaking her head, she was surprised by everything that had happened. Aisha had just finished her story. She was outraged that she had to challenge senior students to a fight, and even participate in a competition. Her friend just remembered that just recently the warrior had fought with gusto in the estate. She began to persuade Arya because participating in the competition was a great experience. You could fight with the best warriors, hone your skills in practice, for which there was also a reward. After listening to her friend, Arya raised her fist up, exclaiming that she wanted to know her power level, and she would be able to get his permission. Aisha asked whose permission was needed, but the warrior only joked and abruptly changed the subject. When asked where Yulman had gone, Aisha replied that he had left early in the morning to say goodbye to a friend. Arya was surprised when this guy managed to make friends in an unfamiliar city. At that moment, she heard Yulman's voice right next to her ear and shuddered. The apostle asked why the girl was surprised that he had friends. The warrior waved her arms, abruptly jumping away from him and calling him a pervert who suddenly appears behind people's backs. Aisha chuckled at this reaction, but Charlotte interrupted the fun, sternly asking if everyone was there. Seeing that the Trinity had gathered around the carriage, the witch ordered them to set off. Several carriages, drawn by white horses, were leaving the city that had given them shelter for a short time. Linda and her father watched the travelers from the balcony. The girl thoughtfully noted that she had probably caused so much suffering to other people, and now she had to pay for it with her own sorrows. Hot tears for the love that had left glistened in the corners of her eyes. Linda whispered to Yulman not to forget her. After a short silence, the girl told her father that she wanted to leave everything she had done before behind and that she would resolve her affairs in other ways. The man calmly accepted his daughter's decision, replying that she could do whatever she considered necessary. Meanwhile, the carriages had already left the city and were now driving along a rough road framed by green meadows. Charlotte suggested that the three ask her questions about magic, since Fenmo was a long way away. Yulman shrugged, replying that he didn't have any such questions, but he wanted to ask about the strange legend about the magical seals in Fengmo, and whether the pentagram appeared because of them. The witch was angry that her student did not know such basic things, but since they had time, she would tell a story. At the point of contact between the Empire and the kingdoms of Kenis and Maiduan, there is the city of Marta, also known here on the mainland as Fenmo. According to legend, around the 2000th year of the existence of the human race, a monster with incredible intelligence appeared here, and it almost managed to send humanity into oblivion. Frightened people called this creepy, super powerful creature a demon. Yulman pretended to be deep in thought and asked if the demon really existed and which of the apostles destroyed him. Arya exclaimed that that time people dealt with the demon themselves. Aisha asked in surprise if the girl knew this legend. She laughed. Her mother told her this story when she was a child, but she didn't remember the details, only vague memories. Charlotte, crossing her arms over her chest, continued her story. At that time, the 5 most powerful mages on the continent united to cast the pentagram entangling spell and ended up trapping the demon underground. After that, the 5 mages agreed to meet in Fengmo every 3 years and check if the pentagram was intact. After their deaths, their children continued the tradition. Now it has turned into a celebration and competition. The apostle spoke up, concluding that somewhere under the city a terrible demon was now imprisoned in fetters. The witch reminded that this was a legend, and it was unlikely that the truth would be found out, but now the guys needed to start preparing because there was no time left. It was a clear day. The sun was jumping on the brightly tiled roof of the hotel. A tall blonde girl asked the employee if the Imperial Magic Academy had arrived, but she was told that there was no news yet. Her Highness nodded, asking not to worry, as it was a completely normal question. At that moment, the doors swung open and a noisy group appeared on the threshold. Arya was admiringly examining the room. Yulman was holding the sleeping sylph in his arms. Aisha was going to the reception to get the keys. The blonde girl asked the strangers who they were, because the hotel provided services to 2 Imperial Magic Academies. But as it turned out, the hotel allocated 2 floors for the competition participants, and the other floors were for ordinary guests. Her Highness looked around the company, and it seemed to her a bad sign that there were many girls around. Yulman, still carrying baby Sylph in his arms, suddenly sneezed loudly. He narrowed his eyes, wondering who was remembering him now. The apostle just happened to be passing by Her Highness and the girl assistants, and could not help but look in surprise. Arya noticed this and pounced on the guy with accusations, believing that one Aisha was not enough for him. And now his friend was looking at every beauty passing by. He shuddered and shouted that this was nonsense. Couldn't he just look around? But the warrior laughed into her fist. Aisha approached the reception desk and addressed the employee, saying that she was a participant in the competition from the Fram Empire's Imperial Magic Academy, and asked for the keys to the room. The employee hesitated and did not answer, beginning to turn around excitedly. Charlotte appeared behind Aisha, frowning and asking if something was wrong. The girls smiled respectfully, barely seeing the stern witch, and deftly took out the keys, handing them to the guests. Sierra twirled her keychain on her finger and smiled at her students, asking them to unpack their luggage and then join them for the welcome dinner. These words had a magical effect on Yulman and Aryu, and they opened their mouths in delight. Aisha looked at her beloved in surprise, asking why he was behaving like this. Sylph, who had already woken up by that time, did not lag behind her master, and saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth from the words about the banquet. A little later, crowds of competition participants and city guests gathered at the hotel walls. The whole company, led by Charlotte, sat at a large round table. The witch did not expect that they would spend half a day in line at the canteen. The hotel staff had good reason to recommend this place to guests. Soon, all sorts of delicious dishes were already adorning the snow-white tablecloth. Arya grabbed a fork and knife and looked at the food with admiration, ready to pounce on it right now. Little Sylph, who had already tried a piece of pie, suddenly grimaced, which did not escape the attention of her owner. Arya, having chewed a little, was taken aback, because the food immediately became tart after the usual taste. The apostle brought an olive, skewered on a fork to his nose, and immediately smelled an unusual aroma. A man with an emaciated appearance approached the guys and mockingly said that those who come for the first time react the same way. His neighbor, with the same signs of exhaustion on his face, told about the specialty of the local dishes. They contained medicinal herbs that strengthen the body and satisfy hunger. Most people are new to this, but once you finish eating, you can feel the energy of your body and spirit, and then you will want to eat even more. Arya, hearing this, decided to try the delicious treats too. As soon as she raised the fork to her mouth, Yulman immediately intercepted her hand and pulled it towards himself. He ordered his friend not to touch anything because the dishes contained poison, and once you eat it, a person immediately becomes addicted. The man sitting at their table opened his mouth in surprise, while the warrior smiled timidly, carefully placing her fork on the table. She clutched her throat, screaming that she had just swallowed a piece. But Yulman consoled her, saying that it was not a poison that would cause death. A stranger immediately approached the company, drawing their attention to himself, and politely asked permission to disturb them. Having sat down in a free chair, stern-looking men immediately stood on either side of him. The stranger said that he had accidentally heard about the poison in the dishes, and asked to explain why the guests had come to such a conclusion. Yulman slowly stood up from the table, looking closely at the man. He smiled and said that it was simple. Everyone knows about saxifrage and puffball, but not everyone knows that their juice can be used to produce a poison that is addictive to people. When ingested, it allows a person to fall into euphoria, but with frequent use it causes yellowing of the skin, muscle exhaustion, the person becomes depressed, and he craves only one thing, to taste the poison again. The man pointed at himself, asking in surprise what had happened as the group stared at him. Yulman demonstrated a blue liquid in a spoon. Poison, like oil. It does not mix with water. If you go to the kitchen right now, you can find a lot of interesting things there. The guests suddenly jumped up from their seats, shouting that people were being poisoned here and demanded that the chef be brought. A plump man immediately came out into the hall, frowning and asking what was going on here and why there was a row in his establishment. He suddenly fell silent when he saw the long-haired stranger with his guards. The poisoned guests attacked the host, shaking their fists, accusing him of adding poison to the food, from which everyone present could die. He stepped back, shocked by what he had heard, declaring that it was complete nonsense. The man pointed his finger at Yulman, ordering him not to listen to him. Surely this scoundrel also wants to open a restaurant and is jealous of his business, using all means to harm him. Arya screamed furiously that if she heard another word, she would rip out the impudent man's tongue. And indeed, large jars of poison were found in the kitchen, and they were immediately carried out into the hall by those same guests. They rushed at the owner, ordering him to explain what had happened and not try to justify himself by saying that this was not the property of the canteen. The man began to mumble something, and the deceived guests had already crowded around him, telling the guards to seize the deceiver. The owner looked imploringly at the long-haired stranger, asking Mr. Lazar to help. He silently turned his gaze to the side, barely nodding to his guard. Faster than lightning, a tall confidant of Lazar flew up to the man and sharply struck him under the neck. The owner grabbed his throat, foam poured from his mouth, and frightened screams were heard from all sides. The man stood up and smiled broadly at the guests, asking for forgiveness for his family having invested in this dining room, not knowing that the fat man would do evil behind their backs. Sierra looked closely at Laser, asking if he had arrived from their kingdom of Kennis. He nodded and looked at Yulman, saying that he was pleasantly surprised by his knowledge of botany. Smiling even wider, he declared that he wanted to invite the boy to the kingdom with him, but the apostle sharply refused. Yulman dismissively reported that the man smelled of the same muck. The main witness was destroyed. If you put it all together, Lazar was the very person who started all these poisonings. Lazar bared his teeth, looking down at Yulman, asking if he was afraid to refuse the invitation and say something he shouldn't. As soon as he added whether Yulman was afraid that he would never leave this dining room again, a dagger flew towards the apostle. But he did not reach his goal, being shot down by something literally a second into the flight. Aisha and Arya didn't even have time to react before everything happened, and only screamed in fear. Lazar turned around angrily, realizing that his plan had failed, and demanded to know who had done it. A female voice answered him, informing him that the city of Marta was now under the jurisdiction of the Fram Empire. That same imperious blonde girl from the hotel looked angrily at the man. She didn't think that the representatives of the Kingdom of Kennis should make a scene here, much less kill people. Narrowing her blue eyes, she pushed her hair out of her face, asking Prince Lazar again. Yulman's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the man's title, and he was quite astonished. He grinned and replied with irony in his voice that Her Majesty Luna was absolutely right. Arya rubbed her chin. She didn't know that the second heir to the throne of the Empire had arrived here in person. Although he was second, there was no particular difference with first place. Everyone has long known that the first heir, Prince Mars, is not capable of anything. Luna strictly ordered the man not to curry favor with her, because the guests had come to defend the honor of the Empire at the Pentagram, and he was letting his hands go. Did he really want to start a war between the two countries? Lazar smiled, saying that the princess was quite the joker. He came to watch the competition, and their wedding had already been announced. Sierra protested, screaming that she didn't know about any wedding, that it was completely insane. She clenched her fists, addressing Luna. She was the recognized heir to the imperial throne. She could not marry King Kennis. The girl looked calmly at the witch, saying that she would explain everything to her later, because there was no time to warn her. Charlotte barely wanted to say anything else when Yulman intervened in the conversation, asking the master not to worry. Glancing towards the prince, he calmly informed him that the man would not live long. A couple of days would pass after the wedding, and Luna would already be a widow. Hearing this, Lazar defiantly asked what he meant, and his guards immediately leaned forward. The moon's defenders also did not stand still. One of them almost pulled her sword out of its sheath. Laser raised an eyebrow, telling Yulman that he had just taken pity on him in the presence of Princess Luna, and did not take his life. The guy was just a crazy suicide. Let him blame himself for what happened. The apostle turned his head slightly and advised the prince to be a little calmer. He began to creep up on the man like a wild cat, asking if he often woke up in a cold sweat from nightmares, when there was not enough air and his heart beat much faster. Lazar shuddered in fear, losing all his confidence, and asked how the guy knew this. Yulman said that the prince smelled very strongly of medicine, and every medicine, as we know, has side effects. A drop of sweat ran down Lazar's face, but he tried to justify himself, exclaiming that he was not so stupid as to take incomprehensible drugs. He was just very tired, that's all. He thought to himself that his test mice were trying out different drugs, so if there was poison anywhere, it certainly wasn't in this. Yulman grinned, objecting that all drugs have side effects that do not act immediately, even if it is sediment from the ingredients used, dust raised during the creation of the powder. Everything contains a share of poison. The danger of some poisons does not manifest itself in the first minutes, but it accumulates in the body, and only then do symptoms appear, and then the grave is already very close. For the first time, Lazar thought about it, accepting the bitter truth he had heard. He himself had created thousands of drugs, and now he didn't even know which of them was the problem. To Yulman's complete surprise, the man, with a hint of hysteria in his voice, demanded that he be saved. Since the guy understood from just one smell what these people were poisoned with, it means he knows everything about the prince's poison. If Yulman saves him, he will get everything, but if not, then he should prepare for the worst. Before the apostle could react, Arya and Aisha came forward, both girls ready to defend their friend, complaining that they couldn't even go out for dinner. Something was bound to happen. The guards tried to stop Lazar, asking him not to trust the stranger. Perhaps he should first return to the palace and undergo an examination by the court doctors. The prince, frightened by the words of others, ordered them to shut up. He knew whether there was poison in him or not. He turned to Yulman once again, promising gold, beauties, titles, everything he wanted for salvation, and swore by the honor of the second prince of the kingdom of Kenis. Glancing at Aisha and Aryu, the apostle thoughtfully asked again if he could get everything he wanted. Yulman thought about it and demanded that the prince break off his engagement with Luna himself, in exchange for which he would receive a recipe for getting rid of the poison. But Lazar shouted angrily that he would never do what the guy asked. Charlotte met this proposal with approval. Now the Fram Empire is in turmoil and has a problem with aggressors. If Luna refuses the wedding, a war with Kenis cannot be avoided, unless Laser himself breaks off the engagement. The witch smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. Sometimes her stupid student could really use his brain. The apostle shrugged, mockingly telling the prince that he didn't care what decision he made. The man gritted his teeth in helplessness and muttered that he would agree to call off the wedding if only the boy could cure him. Yulman immediately grabbed a pen and wrote 2 recipes on paper. One would help Laser get rid of the poison, the second for all the visitors of this eatery who had managed to eat. The guests accepted the valuable notes from the hands of the apostle with sincere gratitude. Yulman turned to the prince, giving him another recording. The remedy will help get rid of the poison, but will hit some internal organs. As soon as the engagement is officially canceled, the apostle will give the second part, a recipe for a medicine for internal organs. Lazar was indignant. He expected the guy to give him everything at once. Did he really not believe the promises of the prince himself? Yulman smiled sweetly, replying that he was doing this for his own safety. The prince snatched the piece of paper from someone else's hands, promising to cancel the wedding. And as for the events that took place in the dining room, he would compensate for all the losses caused to the citizens of the empire. A group of students, led by Charlotte, watched as Laser and his guards left the establishment. The man turned around one last time, asking Yulman's name and whether he was the Fire Witch's apprentice. He warned that his medicine had better help. Otherwise, the boy would find out how the deception of the royals ends. By the evening, the city was already decorated with colorful garlands. Preparations for the competition were in full swing. Luna stood on the balcony of her room. She knew that the idea of marriage came from her helpless brother, who found a strange gentleman who offered to marry Prince Laser in exchange for refuge in the kingdom of Kenis. She told Sierra this. She knew that the 3 clans had already secretly joined forces. Father Luna had only a part of the power in her hands. General Isis controlled the country. The royal family was now in danger. The girl turned to the witch, smiling and telling her that her father was now most concerned about her and her safety, and that it was better for his daughter to hide in the kingdom of Kenis. Charlotte asked defiantly, "Does the emperor really not know what kind of person this Lazar is?" Luna replied regretfully that the prince had quite a good reputation, and if she had not sent people to find out more about him, they would never have learned of his evil and treachery. The strange gentleman promised military power to help the imperial family in exchange for strengthening Luna's position in society. Sierra immediately exclaimed that the girl was simply sold as a commodity. Everyone turned their gaze to Yulman, who was munching on buns, thanks to whom Luna had gotten rid of the unpleasant engagement. But in this way, the crisis of the royal family was returning to its starting point. The girl rushed to Sierra, asking where Teacher Aces was now, from whom there had been no news for 3 months. Perhaps only he could help. The witch looked away, evasively answering that the old man died of an unknown disease. This news truly shocked Luna, who was sure that everything was fine with the teacher. Charlotte had to admit that all this time his letters had been written in her handwriting. The world could not be allowed to know this news. Luna knew that Ace's power scared the three main cans. If they only found out about his death, a big war for the Empire would start. The members of the royal family would be killed. Sierra grabbed Luna's hands, asking her forcefully to come with her and leave the Fram Empire together. The girl looked at her friend affectionately, asking her not to worry because the second heiress already had one method ready. The witch should not have asked questions and trusted the moon. She would tell everything herself at the right moment. Charlotte agreed to wait, because the heiress would not make a mistake and must tell the truth. Turning to Yulman, the witch asked him to wait while she saw her friend off. He gave a thumbs up, asking why they had ended their conversation so quickly. Luna immediately thanked the guy for his help. He smiled widely, saying that it was his duty as Charlotte's student. The witch immediately turned away, unexpectedly blushing, which surprised the second heiress. She thought to herself that she had heard rumors about Sierra suddenly having a fiancé, who was also her student. Having said goodbye to everyone, Luna and her subjects left the hotel. The girls asked Her Highness what they should do now. Her Highness stopped abruptly and straightened up proudly, turning to the others. She confidently informed them that they should forget about meeting with Sierra and continue to act strictly according to the plan. Once in his laboratory, Lazar immediately began to create a medicine according to Yulman's recipe. Mixing the ingredients himself, he read what was written, repeating out loud what needed to be done. Soon the man raised a glass with the prepared medicine in front of him, one of the guards cautiously asking if the gentleman was sure that everything was okay with the mixture. After sniffing, Lazar replied that he had carefully studied the recipe himself and had people who understood pharmacology check it several times, especially since he had now prepared it himself. Closing his eyes, the prince exhaled and decisively drank the medicine in several gulps. Laser dropped the glass on the table with a loud bang, immediately grabbed his chest, squeezed the collar of his coat, and hissed. It was no wonder that guy delighted everyone at the Magic Congress. After the first sip, the fire in my chest immediately went out. The guard timidly asked about the engagement. The prince only chuckled, answering that he would not stoop to incomprehensible threats from strangers. Moreover, he had already sent a man to deal with this impudent fellow, which would be difficult to do publicly. Some insignificant worm had dared to disgrace the prince, forcing him to beg for the recipe. He needed to be taught a lesson. In the hotel where the students were staying, all the lights were out, and it was deep night outside. In his room, Yulman left the window open despite the cool night air. The man sent by Prince Dazar took advantage of this. A figure, all dressed in black clothes, deftly jumped onto the windowsill. After hesitating, the killer made sure that the man on the wide bed was fast asleep. The figure, whose face was covered by a thick mask, took a handkerchief soaked in a special solution from his pocket and approached the target. Suddenly, the killer stopped dead in his tracks, hearing strange sounds. In an incredibly colorful and vivid dream, Yulman found himself in the presence of Aisha, a girl standing in front of him in a wedding dress. She wanted to return to the palace of the apostles and make a whole crowd of copies of the groom. Aisha slowly approached Yulman, dressed in snow-white wedding clothes, and adjusted the veil that had fallen on her shoulder, then took her future husband by the hands and asked if he agreed. The apostle, unable to feel his legs from happiness, smiled broadly and nodded. Of course he agreed. Having picked up the bride in his arms, Yulman did not notice any changes and urged her to quickly return to the palace to start creating children. Suddenly, the stern voice of Master Sierra was heard, who suddenly found herself in the arms of her student instead of Aisha. The witch called for the guy to stop. Yulman almost dropped his fickle burden, and, not understanding where the dream was and where reality was, he woke up screaming. Opening his eyes, he saw a sleepy figure in black leaning over him, strange eyes looking in shock at their victim, who was no longer sleeping, the stranger clutching a foul-smelling handkerchief in his hands. The apostle, possessing excellent reflexes, immediately intercepted the killer's hand, grabbing her by the wrist. The next moment, without letting go of the stranger, he deftly rolled from the bed to the floor, dragging the figure along with him, and immediately threw it to the floor, twisting his arm upward. Bending down lower over the uninvited guest, the apostle, still disheveled from sleep, menacingly asked who the stranger was. He twitched violently, trying to escape, and deliberately turned his face away, not wanting his victim to be able to see the eyes through the slits in the mask. Holding the figure tightly in a vice, Yulman wondered who could wear a black suit, a mask, and not look at the face. At the same time, this man carries poisons and potions with him, breaking into other people's rooms in the middle of the night. Exhaling, Yulman muttered out loud that he had managed to meet that same legendary assassin, a professional killer, while the stranger was surprised to himself that the victim was not afraid of him at all. Large eyes framed by long eyelashes sparkled in the darkness. The guest whispered that he did not come for Yulman's life, Let him not resist. Behave well and follow him." The apostle chuckled, trying not to make any noise, and called for them to slow down, since it was he who had caught the spy. Thanks to his abilities in the ensuing silence, the guy was able to feel a magic knife flying towards his back. He let go of the killer and jumped sharply to the side, the weapon flashing past, leaving behind a soft pink color. The figure jumped onto the bed and crouched low, leaning on one arm, exclaiming that the guy had accidentally grabbed her. The stranger in black clothes looked closely at his order, noting its impressive abilities, but, as he was told, the victim did not know how to use magic. Therefore, running up to Yulman, the assassin, with the help of a few movements, created a magical pentagram of the same pink color called the blink of an eye. The killer held his head high and opened his eyes wide, illuminated by the spell. Without lowering his hands, the figure shuddered in amazement when Yulman, with his mouth slightly open, admired his magical abilities, because for the first time he saw a real professional killer in real life. The assassin, however, did not share his joy, and was perplexed as to why the blink of an eye had no effect on this guy. The apostle whistled and reminded that the unexpected guest had promised not to kill him. Then, seeing that several swords were already rushing towards him, he asked why the assassin was going to grab him, and who he was after all. Yulman straightened up and slowed down, allowing the sharp blades to come closer to him. Not a muscle moved on his face as the apostle deflected the weapon with a single wave of his hand, never breaking eye contact with his killer. The assassin clutched the knife handle in his hands. It seemed there were mistakes in the information about the guy. His abilities were incredible. It was better for them to part ways on good terms before there was a ruckus. Yulman created a blue glow in his palm, which did not symbolize anything good for the enemy, and advised the figure to behave well and tell everything. He raised his hand higher, silently threatening the killer, and he, moving further and further towards the wall, did not know what to do next. Suddenly, the guest's eyes widened as he realized that this was not magic, but a long-lost martial art. A few seconds later, Yulman suddenly jumped up and literally flew towards the assassin, hitting him in the neck with the edge of his palm. A bright white light blinded the stranger, burning his clothes without harming his body. And it was then revealed that there was a girl under the mask. The apostle waited for the cloud of dust to settle, mockingly asking why the assassin was silent and did not tell about himself, so that he would not be angry if Yulman decided to act by force. Soon, having looked more closely at the girl, the apostle, who was greedy for beauty, was taken aback. Standing before him was Anka, assassin number Z231, and she was indeed incredibly beautiful, left naked by the explosion, covering herself with the surviving scraps of clothing. As soon as the apostle asked her to get dressed, the door to his room swung open and Sierra entered the room in her nightgown. With her hands on her hips, she, still sleepy, screamed belligerently at the apostle, who was making noise alone in his room. The witch's voice died down as soon as she saw her student standing in his pants in front of a half-naked stranger. Yulman, holding his shirt in his hands, which he was going to give to the assassin, slowly turned to Charlotte, begging her to listen to his explanation. Shadows thickened over the master's figure. His hair began to flutter like snakes. Yulman squeaked the witch's name again. Charlotte straightened up and laughed strangely, baring her teeth. There was silence, and Sierra exploded with a hysterical scream that shook the entire hotel. The apostle waved his hands, calling for calm. Anka's killer, taking advantage of the commotion that had begun, escaped through an open window, covering herself with a shirt. The assassin rushed to the Kenny's consulate, where Lazar was waiting for her. Seeing that the girl had come empty-handed, he demanded an explanation. She shook her head and closed her eyes, replying that she had failed the mission, the target was too strong, and she was unable to defeat it. The prince screamed angrily that Anka was talking nonsense. That worthless person couldn't have that much strength. The girl hesitated, saying that the guy had incredible powers, perhaps even legendary ones, but the man quickly shut her up. Smiling nervously, he smoothed his hair, saying that in the Empire there were currently only 4 people with legendary powers. In Kennis, there were only 3. So where did that weakling get so many of them? Anka sends only the best mercenaries who have no failures. How could this number be wrong? The girl dropped to one knee, preparing to accept her punishment, when a bottle suddenly flew towards her. The killer caught her, looked at the prince in bewilderment, and asked what it was. He replied that the failed mission would not go unpunished, and demanded to drink his newest trial drug. If Z231 survives, Laser will spare her. The assassin thanked the prince for his generosity. He gritted his teeth in displeasure as he watched the girl gulp down the contents of the bottle. The man returned to the table with the test tubes when his assistant asked what to do with the antidote. Hearing this question, Lazar became even more angry and clenched his teeth until they creaked. In a rage, He suddenly knocked over all the flasks and bottles from the table, shouting that scientists and pharmacists were parasites who had failed to research and find the cause of the disease after so much time. The man sat down in the chair, which creaked from the impact, and loudly banged his fists on the table, cursing. His heart skipped a beat, and from the incredible pain throughout his body, Laser's eyes darkened for a moment. The assistant asked to come to him with shouts. The man in a trembling voice demanded that the pigeons be prepared for flight in order to send an urgent letter to his father. He covered his pale face with his hand, cursing Yulman, because this time he himself had failed, breaking up the wedding in exchange for the antidote. Finally, morning came. The sun was shining brightly in the sky and fluffy clouds floated by occasionally. Yulman hoped that he could appease the master after the night's adventures and came to her with 2 cups of tea, smiling broadly. She didn't even turn to the student, telling Aisha and Arya about the investigation into the assassin's identity and purpose. Now their main goal is safety and confidence in successful participation in the competition. Individual combat training is almost over, and the day of the competition is approaching. Today we need to decide on tactics. The teams that will participate in the competition are Fram Imperial Academy of Magic, Institute of Magic Cultivation, Manju Demon Research Institute, Higher School of Magic, and the Kenny's Kingdom Magic Research Institute, a total of 15 participants. The competition is not a one-on-one fight at all. Everyone will be thrown into a 4-level labyrinth. The pentagram, the goal of the participants, is to capture the key to the door leading to the next level. It is hidden in the middle. To advance to the 4th level, you need to connect all 3 keys from the previous levels. The team that manages to do this will win the competition. Standing in front of the students, Charlotte spoke about a meeting she had held with other teachers regarding the technique of the competitors and asked for their opinion. Now, of the 3, Aisha is the strongest. She needs to go to the most difficult 3rd level. Arya is a crazy fighter, and there is no need to worry about her lack of magical powers, so she is on the 2nd level. Having told about the girls, Charlotte faltered when it came to describing Yulman. Shaking her head, she had to admit that the guy wasn't the most important part of the team, and he would have to go to the 1st level. The rest were surprised by the master's decision. Yulman never showed how strong he was. He must have reasons for this. Arya thought that for some reason not everyone believed in his strength. Aisha asked if the boy would be able to defeat the students from other schools if he had Sylph. The little girl listened to her elders and drank tea. Sierra told her that participants cannot bring living objects with them. There was a test before the start, and now everyone knows that the Ballet sword has a soul. Aisha, embarrassed, wanted to suggest something else, but the witch asked her to relax. Turning to Yulman, Charlotte glanced at him, saying that there was one way to make the boy stronger. The apostle winced and scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. The silence of the corridors was interrupted by some kind of rumble coming from one of the rooms. Blushing, Charlotte weakly asked Yulman not to twitch and be patient, because everything was being done for his own good. The languid student, whose nose was already bleeding, muttered something. His head rested on Sierra's lap as she slowly poured her power into her student. She breathlessly said that she had done a lot for him thanks to her powers. Finally, the day of the competition at Pentagram arrived, and many spectators gathered around the huge arena. Near the main entrance, teams have already arrived at the scene. Sierra glanced around the area, nodding towards the entrance of the arena, telling the students that they could only rely on themselves from here on out. Arya suddenly asked Yulman if he had given Prince Laser the promised antidote. The apostle replied that he had given the antidote, since Luna had already received notice of the breakup of the wedding. The warrior waved her fist, exclaiming that her friend had done this in vain, because the man had wanted to kill him, but Yulman had only waved it off. Looking around, Charlotte noticed 2 familiar figures nearby. She frowned, recognizing Chester Bolet, clearly not expecting to see him here. The man bowed, smiling broadly, saying that he had not seen the beautiful maiden Miss Charlotte for a long time, but she was still as beautiful and bright as ever. The witch did not accept the polite greeting, and rudely reproached the sage for spending his time at an entertainment event instead of immersing himself in research. Aisha's mouth dropped open in surprise when she saw Chester Bolet himself. He, not at all embarrassed, said that recently he had become interested in the history of the sealed city. The labyrinth is closed at normal times and opens once every 3 years. His companion, wearing a hood that covered almost his entire face, bared his teeth. Bolet added that he had heard about a change in part of the team, and that among the members there was a student named Yulman. Hearing his name, the apostle glanced at the man and chuckled in surprise. The same one stood with his head bowed to his shoulder and looked at the student with an incomprehensible smile. At that moment, Sierra hurried the team members to enter the arena. Theodore turned away from contemplating Yulman and said that he would not detain Miss Charlotte any longer. They would see each other on the platform anyway. The team of academy students and Bolle with his companion went their separate ways. Passing by Yulman, the sage suddenly put his hand on his shoulder. With a sly grin, he whispered to the boy to keep Sylph. Then, without saying another word, he walked on. After giving a few more words of advice to her students, Charlotte went to the judges' stand. The final preparations for the live broadcast and sound setup were coming to an end. The girl commentating on the event spoke into the microphone, announcing that before the start of the competition, the hosts had received 2 pieces of news and now wanted to ask everyone for forgiveness. Her face appeared on the huge screens above the stands. The leaders of the Imperial Academy of Magic and the Queen Kennis Institute of Magic had urgent business. They would not be able to participate, and the leaders of the 2 teams were being replaced. Sierra was just wondering where Luna might be when the Imperial Magic Academy's speaker was announced. The next moment, the ringing voice of the commentator rang out over the stands, announcing Luna as a participant. The witch screamed in shock when the second heiress's face was shown on the screens. The spectators could not contain their surprise when they saw their princess, who was participating in the competition for the first time. Charlotte grabbed the director of the Imperial Academy of Magic, Decker, by the collar and shook him, asking how this happened. He, having unhooked the witch from himself, said that something had happened to the previous host's health, and Luna, as a fictitious school student, had the right to speak. Sierra narrowed her eyes, not believing that everything had happened by mutual consent. Soon the new leading institute of magic of the Kingdom of Kennis was announced. It was Prince Kennis, His Highness Laser. All the judges turned their heads at once towards the organizer, and he became embarrassed, mumbling that he had to do it. The commentator joyfully pounded her fists on the table, exclaiming that this time the competition would be broadcast in its entirety on the big screen. Moreover, each participant will be followed by a television drone, filming the entire process. Now the images of all 15 participants had already appeared on the screen. Yulman reached out his hand to the drone in surprise, and the girl asked him not to do this. The first stage was announced. Entrance to the arena, first level. The apostle looked at the television drone in surprise. It was the first time he had seen anything like it. 15 participants took their places. Yulman found himself inside a glowing circle. The competition was declared officially open, and the students began to happily chatter as they caught ribbons from the festive firecrackers. The participants entered the labyrinth, and in the process of searching for keys to another level, they all had to face low-level magical creatures and competitors from other magical schools. An hour later, on the first level, one of the students appeared in the room with the keys. Seeing the key under the glass flask, the girl let out a cry of victory. A tired sigh was heard behind her. Yulman had been walking in circles for so long, and the key was right in front of him. Seeing the student, he whistled, not expecting to see a cute girl there. She glanced at the key and turned towards the stranger. The next moment, she frowned and summoned vortex magic. The student immediately grew fairy wings on her back and rushed towards the flask, exclaiming that the key would be hers. As soon as her hand reached the treasured object, the student's entire body was suddenly grasped by someone's long tongue. She screamed in horror as the appendage threw the small body far back. There was a loud click. The student barely had time to move her hand. Yulman was still standing in the middle of the room, holding his hands in his pockets. He raised his head up, his mouth slightly open in amazement. The student instantly disappeared into the mouth of a huge monster in the form of a hypertrophied frog with blue eyes. The apostle looked at the B-level magical beast. The student's hand, meanwhile, dangled in the air between the monster's fangs. The frog's eyes widened, croaking in surprise as magic began to leak out of its mouth. The girl, covered in poison, transformed in her hospital bed. Doctors rushed to her, shouting that the giant frog's saliva was poisonous and that they urgently needed an antidote. As the events were broadcast on large screens, the commentator sighed. The fairy from the Royal Institute of Magic, being one step away from the key, fell into the clutches of the guarding magical guard. Each participant must create a special sign, kindly provided by the school, and they will be evacuated if they can no longer continue the competition. Sierra's neighbor told her to relax. Her wayward student would be caught before his oxygen ran out, taken to the hospital, and he would be as good as new. The witch smiled, saying that it would be better for the students of the other school to be careful. Otherwise, their oxygen supply would be cut off too. The healers led the weakened fairy by the arms. The director of her school advised Charlotte not to let the student take part in the competition. The giant frog has a heightened sense of its territory and has now been hypnotized to properly guard the key. The director of the School of Fairies mockingly pitied Yulman. If on the first level, left alone, he does not get the key, he will automatically get to the next level, and he himself will be evacuated. Sierra waved it off, replying that everything was ahead. There was no point in writing off the student so early. A commentator's voice could be heard above the stands, exclaiming that this was simply unbelievable. As it turned out, the owner of the first-level key was a participant from the Imperial Academy of Magic, Yulman. The giant frog did not attack him, but simply sat next to him and watched. The school principals looked at the screen in shock, not knowing what to say. Spectators suspected the organizers of deception and fraud, aiding the students. The apostle turned to the monster, asking if he would mind giving up the key. Then he asked again if the monster would definitely not interfere with him. The frog croaked long and fell with all its weight on its back. The commentator nearly fell out of her chair, screaming that the giant frog had been defeated. Yulman watched the monster's tremors with boredom. Smiling, he said that he was a good boy, let him know his place. When the winner of the first floor was a participant from the Imperial Magic Academy, it was necessary to move to another floor to find out what was happening on the level above. The school principals couldn't understand what the student did with the frog. They said that he was a student of the Fire Witch and wasn't even strong in elementary magic. Is it just luck, or is someone helping him behind the scenes since the first-level members of the pentagram are the weakest? Meanwhile, on the third level, the key was still under the glass dome. The A-level magical creature, the Flaming Bear, was the keeper of the key on the third level. The monster stuck out its tongue, revealing a row of sharp teeth as the golem grabbed it by the throat. Prince Lazar stood before a huge stone monster, whose shoulders were crowned with golden spikes. The man shook his long hair and looked into the teledrone camera, saying that his Institute of Magic would be the champions this year. His fans squealed with delight, exclaiming that Prince Lazar was an incredible handsome man. He subdued a stone golem with concentrated magic and also killed a rank magical beast with one blow. The director of the Royal Institute snorted dismissively, saying that it was unfair because the prince was an experienced magician with excellent skills. The organizer objected to her, saying that having natural gifts is not prohibited. Meanwhile, Lazar was already reaching out his hand to the glass cover. At that moment, the space was illuminated by bright flashes of fire. There was an explosion that destroyed one of the walls. In the room, there was a stone golem covering its face with a huge hand. He sat on one knee right in front of the prince, who turned around and said that he had not expected to meet. A female figure appeared at the entrance to the room. It was Princess Luna. She entered the room clutching her sword tightly in her hands. Sierra leaned forward, watching her on the big screen, asking what she was doing. On the second level, in the room with the key, no one has yet reached the main item. The long tentacle split into several parts. As soon as the pieces fell, new ones grew in their place. The students began to quarrel. This thing, as they said in school during the subject about magical beasts, could not be cut. Fire had to be used. One of the students stubbornly shook his head, disagreeing with his interlocutor. He had already created fire in his palm, directing it towards the monster. His friend watched as Arya militantly cut the monster into pieces and asked in bewilderment why she was doing this. The organizer, observing Sierra's student, asked what kind of magic the student was using. The witch replied that she only had basic wind magic, but the girl had some berserker blood in her blood, and it seemed she was using it. The gray-haired man's eyebrows shot up. He didn't think he would see something like this with his own eyes. Meanwhile, the students on the second level were trying to escape from the long, snake-like monster, throwing flashes of fire at it and its remains with all their might. The sharp teeth almost closed over one of the boys. Arya turned towards the loud scream. The participants she was fighting with disappeared, using a special signal in case of danger, because the tentacles almost grabbed them. Sighing, the warrior concluded that she was left completely alone against the strong shoots. There was nothing to do. Arya pounced on her enemy with a war cry, cutting through the flesh with her axe. Losing her vigilance for a second, the student felt sticky touches on her elbow and grimaced in disgust. She cursed loudly and gripped the axe tighter as monstrous tentacles surrounded her in a tenacious ring. Having encircled Arya's body, they slowly directed their victim straight into the monster's huge open mouth. The girl looked enchanted straight into the abyss when a bright flash of fire flashed before her face. The next moment, the flames went straight into the creature's stomach and tore it into small pieces. The room filled with smoke. The tentacles around the warrior disappeared, and she coughed loudly, finding herself free. Raising her head, the girl saw Yulman, wheezing that he had arrived on time. After greeting the guy, unflatteringly calling him a pervert, she smiled at the apostle, who returned the smile. Spectators immediately noted the power of the attack. considering that, according to general information, this participant got into the competition by accident. Sierra stared at the screen in shock as her colleagues began to accuse the witch of giving false information. Charlotte shook her head. She had taken all of the students' void rings, and the guards at the entrance had checked everything thoroughly. She hadn't taught Yulman intermediate-level magic and was surprised by what was happening, but now the guy was calmly helping Arya bandage her injured leg. She didn't even thank her friend, calling him an arrogant bastard. Suddenly, rustling sounds were heard from the other side of the room, and the students saw that the tentacles began to move. The apostle cursed, exclaiming that they were not dead yet. After his words, the monster's head rose into the air, clicking its teeth. Yulman decided that this was an excellent opportunity to avenge Aryu. A few minutes before this, more large-scale events took place on the 3rd level. Every now and then, they tried to pierce the huge stone with a sharp blade. Luna attacked the barrier unsuccessfully, cursing loudly. As it turned out, the stone was not ordinary. The next moment, a huge stone hand flew towards the heiress. The girl was thrown aside, raising a cloud of dust, and the golem rose to its full height in the room. Luna managed to regain her balance and was about to attack the monster. She felt the weight of the sword in her hand decrease significantly. As it turned out, the blade had simply broken. The commentator pounded his fists on the table in concern as he said this. The treacherous ex-fiancé was slowly heading towards Luna. Assuming that the princess had already realized the difference between them, he advised the girl to get out of the pentagram on her own. Smiling, Lazar said that he did not want to hurt the lady. His fans clapped their hands, trusting in the prince's wisdom. Luna did not share their delight and only clenched her teeth in anger. Straightening up, the sword in her hands burst into a bright flame. With its help, the blade began to restore itself. Right from the bright fire, Luna pulled out a new renewed blade. As it turned out, it was the long-lost legendary lightning sword Asia. Sierra remained silent, watching the princess intently. Lightning Asia and Sylph were two magical weapons of the legendary King Yuansu. But Asia did not have a soul, so this blade could be taken into the arena. Charlotte remembered what Luna had told her. Asia was probably her secret, but even with such a sword it would be very difficult to fight the 3 major clans. The huge stone golem was attacked by a sword and fire. The moon fearlessly attacked him again and again. Soon the monster's figure was engulfed in flames, obscuring Lazar's view. He covered his face with his hand, watching the fight from the sidelines. A few seconds later, Luna's voice was heard inviting the prince to fight. The heiress stood right on the remains of the defeated golem. Laser smirked, hissing that Her Highness was very bossy. A strange sound like a click was heard at the girl's feet. At that very moment, the princess's legs found themselves in the steel grip of a stone that gripped the human ankles like quicksand. The girl growled and began to hit the stone with her sword, trying to get out. But at some point, the blade remained right in the sand, firmly stuck there. Luna suddenly realized that nothing was changing. The sand was only rising higher, enveloping her body more and more. The prince only scoffed. Standing to the side, the stones could absorb magical power, and Luna's attacks only made them more powerful. And even legendary weapons won't help in this case. Lazar said that the princess should be a good girl and not make unnecessary movements when preparing to attack her. He didn't notice how a small portal formed above his head, which grew larger with each passing second. Finally, a huge block of ice fell directly from it into the room. Luna leaned forward in surprise, not understanding what was happening. 3 small ice floes separated from the block and floated up to the girl, asking her to give her hand. She couldn't make up her mind, and they hurried the princess. Realizing that there was no other way out, Luna hesitantly extended her hand. The next moment, her palm was grasped by someone else's, which appeared literally out of nowhere. From the small ice floes, as if from a veil, a girl's figure emerged. Luna looked at her savior in bewilderment. Laser roared in anger, realizing that he had been deceived. He gritted his teeth as he watched the figure of Luna disappear from the stone's grip. In its place remained icy traces unknown to the man. He looked around the room, not understanding where the princess had gone. A few seconds later, he shuddered and opened his eyes wide. The sharp end of a dagger was sticking out of the prince's chest. It appeared from the ice behind him, piercing Laser through and through. The man turned around slowly, losing his last strength. The announcer loudly announced that Mr. Lazar had been killed with a single blow to the chest by Princess Luna. A participant in the competition from the Imperial Academy of Magic, Aisha, helped the princess escape from the prince and successfully attack him from an ambush. The audience stood up from their seats in shock, seeing the death of the prince and surprised by the appearance of the stranger. Sierra smiled, looking at her student with admiration, while the organizer saw ice crystals that could absorb light and reflect it. Aisha was able to limit the spread of magical powers using crystals. No one would be able to sense it. He asked Sierra if the girl was a first-year student. The witch confirmed it. Aisha is a very hard-working student. Laser, meanwhile, slowly turned into sand. He knew that the girl blocked her magical powers so that he could not feel them. The prince stunned Luna by saying that this was not a final victory. His sand figure crumbled and crawled in different directions. Now several living figures of Laser appeared in the room. More than 100, as the commentator reported, Aisha and Luna were surrounded. The prince's fans squealed with delight, showering the man with praise. Sierra panicked, worried about Luna and Aisha. The last one cursed when she saw a whole crowd of doubles. Luna didn't think the prince would be so prudent. The doubles immediately followed the man as soon as he entered the labyrinth. The girls stood back to back, preparing to attack. Luna was the first to try to attack one of the doppelgangers, pointing a blade at him. Laser's body was cut open, but instead of blood, sand gushed onto the floor. A mocking smile was frozen on the figure's face. The other doubles with the same smiles came closer and closer. Aisha closed her eyes and used the ice seal spell. All the figures were covered in a thick layer of ice. She shouted to Luna that they needed to take advantage of the moment and find the real one. Then she added that she wouldn't last long. The commentator stated that contestant Aisha was able to use her ice magic to freeze Prince Laser and all of his doppelgangers. One of the students became interested in Aisha, who controlled ice magic over such a large area. But not everything was so simple. All the doubles contain a piece of the prince's magic, and it is almost impossible to find the real one. The girls simply didn't have time to check each one. Unfortunately, the competition participants had no other choice. The majestic blade of lightning Asia soared into the air. Luna clutched it tightly in her hand, determined to destroy all enemy double bodies. Bright lightning bolts stretched from the weapon. Her Highness did not lower Asia. The all-consuming fire surrounded the thin figure in a dense ring, incinerating the clones. The flames spread faster and faster with each passing second, and lightning continued to strike at the right points in the room. The dangerous flint was so close to Aisha that the girl closed her eyes tightly and covered her face with her hands. Charlotte watched the situation tensely along with the others. It seemed Luna had used her sword at full power. The commentator trembled, her mouth slightly open in surprise, peering at the screens of the teledrones. Until this moment, no one had seen the abilities of the blade and its owner. The spectators froze in their seats in amazement. A ringing voice echoed across the stands as the fire slowly began to fade, leaving a thick wall of fog. Not a single one of Laser's doubles had managed to escape. Luna looked around warily, and this did not escape the commentator's attention. The girl assumed that the warrior had overdone the blow. Luna smelled an unusual smell and realized that the fog that surrounded her was not fog at all. This was what the prince was most strong in: poison, a thick wall of poisonous fog. The heiress heard someone else's footsteps behind her and turned around sharply, her blue eyes widening. Laser himself, whole and unharmed, emerged from the veil with a mad smile, raising his blade over her. Thin tentacles of poisonous fog slowly reached out towards the moon, entangling it. But the girl, despite this obstacle, turned her whole body and blocked the blow with her sword. Lae'zel bared his teeth, hissing that the princess, fortunately for him, had not managed to repel the attack. Otherwise, he would have definitely lost. The prince slowly but surely lowered Asia closer to Luna's throat, and she realized that the man had gotten rid of his magical powers to avoid being blocked. After a few seconds, the heiress's hands weakened. Lazar managed to emerge victorious, and he pushed Luna away with a loud laugh. Seeing the princess disappear into the poisonous fog, Aisha hysterically screamed her name. She, beside herself with anger, raised her hands to use her own icy power. But something was wrong. The body suddenly weakened. The blood pounded in the temples like loud drums. Aisha felt herself suddenly lose all her strength and began to slowly sink to the floor, enveloped in toxic fumes. Kneeling, she slowly raised her head. Laser smugly advised not to try to fight, because his poison had already penetrated the student. The green death made it difficult to think clearly and breathe freely. Aisha bared her teeth, only now realizing how much they had underestimated the prince. Luna, finding herself in the epicenter of the fog, bit her lip, barely remaining conscious. The prince, who was not afraid of the fog, looked up, hearing a buzzing sound. Now all he has to do is deal with those annoying, interfering machines. A stream of energy flew into the TV drones, destroying the screens, and the audience was instantly deprived of the opportunity to watch the fight. During this time, the poisonous fog cleared slightly. Laser approached the heavily breathing Luna, who was sitting, leaning on Asia, stuck into the ground. The man approached the girl and pointed his blade straight at her. confident in his own impunity. People would only hear the tragic news of the accidental death of the princess in the pentagram. Luna smirked and leaned forward fearlessly, whispering that even the prince had been bribed to deal with her. The interlocutor grinned. This is just a struggle between the participants of the competition, adding that Luna will die due to problems with equipment due to the drones failing. He intended to say that everything happened by accident and without his knowledge. After his words, a deafening explosion was heard behind him, and Laser turned around in surprise. Aisha, who was trying to get through the fog, also heard a loud sound and began to look around. A blinding light filled the entire space, and the blast wave knocked the girl off her feet. The ground split into several pieces, and a brown body with a protruding tongue and a row of sharp teeth appeared from there. The prince looked closely at the monster, recognizing it as a magical leech. A male figure appeared near the monster's body. Aisha cried out in surprise, recognizing the guest. Yulman carried Arya, who was cursing at him. In his arms, the guy just wanted to try to bring fire magic to a critical point, but now he destroyed the entire floor. Sierra jumped up and slammed her fists on the table, causing the girl sitting next to her to flinch. When the drones stopped broadcasting the competition, the witch firmly decided to go to the pentagram. Her partner tried to calm Charlotte down by saying that the drones had simply malfunctioned, but she knew that the sudden breakdown of all the teledrones on level 3 was no accident. The guy next to them adjusted his glasses and noticed the image that appeared at the right level. The video was garbled, but several new figures could still be seen through the wall of smoke. Charlotte immediately recognized Yulman and realized that everything was fine, including Luna. The boy folded his hands in front of him, clasping them together, thoughtfully muttering that the student had managed to break through the floor of the labyrinth. Not to mention its thickness. Even high-level magic would not be able to destroy the magical barrier installed inside the floor in one go. Compression magic only sounds easy. If the attempt fails, the creator will be destroyed by the magical impulse. This student of Sierra is much stronger than everyone thinks. Yulman and Arya stood in the ruined labyrinth, the remnants of the poisonous fog spreading at their feet. The apostles saw Prince Lazar and Princess Luna and turned to their highnesses with a smile. The warrior took a deep breath and blushed, declaring that it smelled very nice here. Aisha hesitated, exclaiming that the entire air was poisoned, causing her friend to cry out in shock. She grabbed Yulman's hand and shook it, wailing that it was becoming difficult for her to breathe because of the poison. Laser watched this spectacle silently, wondering how these two had broken into the labyrinth. The teledrones that were following this couple appeared in the air again. We need to deal with them first. Realizing that the real reason for the breakdown would only hinder him from dealing with the guests, Laser immediately changed the shape of his blade. Long hair fluttered in the wind as the prince took a fighting stance, and a long magical spear with a beautiful, ornate tip appeared in his hand. Arya was still not herself from the experiences. She was worried that she would have to fight, but Yulman asked her not to worry. Lazar bared his teeth and chose the apostle as his target, intending to pierce him with his weapon. The guy didn't move, just stood there with an impassive face as the tip approached him. The long, poisonous tentacles that followed from the spear hit Yulman's suddenly appeared defense. Lazar wasn't upset at all. He was just a little surprised that the guy could still use magic. He probably had good immunity to poison, but how much longer could he last? Yulman breathed in the fumes and suddenly felt that the aroma of the poison became sharper. He blinked, his mouth slightly open, when he saw the sharp point of a spear right next to his face. A long green beam pierced him. The light was so bright that it prevented others from seeing what was happening. Aisha and Arya huddled close to each other, watching each other warily. Laser, confident that he had fatally struck the boy, smiled ominously. His hopes were not destined to come true. When the bright light disappeared, Yulman held the spear shaft tightly in his hand. The prince growled, but still did not despair, deciding to try something more powerful. The tip that the apostle was holding whispered something as if alive right next to his ear and suddenly hissed like a snake. The weapon, falling silent, exploded in the stranger's hands and turned into a sweet-smelling cloud of poison, completely covering the man. The student coughed. Laser laughed, shouting that this was his special poison and it dissolves magical powers. The apostle cleared his throat and wiped the moisture from his mouth, surprised by what he heard. He tilted his head to the side, thinking about it. So this was his opponent's secret move. The prince couldn't believe his eyes. The boy had been poisoned. He wouldn't have been able to use magic after that. He should have had complete paralysis of his entire body. The man suddenly remembered the assassin's words. He said that Yulman had incredible, legendary powers, which meant that it was really so. Yulman sniffed the air again because all this time the aroma vaguely reminded him of something and did not give him any peace. He said that he remembered where he had heard the same notes before. The potion of the assassin who tried to kill him smelled the same. The apostle asked the prince directly whether he had sent away the murderer, despite the fact that the disciple had cured him of poison, and he had tried to kill him in return. The man shook his head without answering the question, but said that he had no idea about Yulman's legendary level, and this meant that such forces needed to be countered with something equally legendary. Laser stretched his arms out to the sides, and a multitude of pentagrams appeared around his figure, from which huge stone points slowly extended. Yulman froze in place, silently watching his opponent, his body glowing with a bright golden color. The prince pretended to be sorry that the boy had already lost some of his strength. He stretched out his hand forward, pointing his palm at the disciple, and shouted that he would now teach him a lesson. A stream of stone blocks poured down on the apostle. Yulman used the fire chain attack to stop the threat flying towards him. He deftly dodged the stones and knocked them down with bright flashes of fire. The apostle was distracted when two purple streams of energy rushed past him. They soared upward, heading straight for the humming teledrones to destroy the equipment. The ground shook as the magical currents collided with the chambers, exploding them. Yulman watched what was happening in amazement, only now realizing with detachment that they had been filmed the whole time. His attention was drawn to Lazar, who loudly exclaimed that now nothing would prevent them from getting to the main thing. He took an empty bottle out of his jacket pocket, with purple liquid splashing at the bottom. After drinking it, the prince wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, saying that he needed to become stronger than the legendary enemy in order to defeat him. Laser's body began to shake as if he were having a fit. He began to tremble slightly, holding his hands in front of him. Darkness enveloped the prince's tall figure. A thunderous voice swept over the labyrinth, threatening Yulman, Luna, and the two girls with death for disrespect, threats, and a broken engagement. The apostle discovered that black energy was also connected to Laser. But now, being at the competition, all the participants had seals that do not allow them to die. The man laughed. He had prepared everything long ago. Now, in the pentagram, the seals were of no use. Luna said in a low voice in the ensuing silence that she would rather die here than marry such a vile man. The prince, who had completely forgotten about his bride, turned around at the sound of the girl's voice. The princess stood at the glass dome and already held the golden key in her hands, although the darkness and poison of Laser had long since penetrated her body. The girl said that she knew in advance about the use of poison, so she sent a man to steal the recipe and create an antidote. The prince hissed like an enraged snake, shouting that he should have declared war and destroyed everyone. Yulman chuckled, urging Lazar to continue speaking if he still had something to say. The man turned sharply to the apostle and noticed a strange object in his hands. The apostle, like a child, waved the small teledrone in his hands, which he put in his pocket, taking from the eliminated participant. At this time, the prince's stupidly surprised face was broadcast on the large screens of the podium, and everyone present heard his words. The audience looked at each other in disappointment when they learned that he turned out to be a real scoundrel and had deceived everyone. The founder of the competition declared the end of the competition and ordered his men to evacuate all the students from the pentagram, as well as check the magic circle to ensure that the seals of the participants were intact. The commentators screamed furiously into the microphone that the situation was simply outrageous. The second prince, Kenis, famous for his virtues, turned out to be a scoundrel. When Lazar heard the ringing voice announcing the end of the competition, he bared his teeth, cursing Yulman. He slowly approached the student, who urged the prince to come closer, shaking the teledrone in his face. Luna looked at the student and mentally thanked all of Sierra's followers. She walked up to the great golden gates and placed her hand on the carving of the star, knowing that this result was not enough for her to change the fate of the empire. The gates began to open slowly. A bright light poured out from there. Luna asked Sierra for forgiveness. Because what the heiress is doing is necessary for the future of the empire, she has no other choice. Now the structure of the pentagram labyrinth began to change rapidly. The room where the organizers were sitting began to shake, and everyone was suddenly pulled to the side. The witch, holding onto the table, asked if the mechanisms on the fourth level could make such a noise. The organizer faltered. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. The man muttered that the sound was not related to the labyrinth. It was the seals. In fact, it is impossible to get to the fourth level of the labyrinth. A person will be thrown out of there when the doors are opened, but not if the magical barrier of seals is opened. Seeing the glow, Laser screamed. The gate led to the demon that almost destroyed humanity, and he would be released. The prince shook his head and grimaced when he saw the exit from the labyrinth. He shouted that the opponents must not escape. Their fate was to die here, and he rushed headlong towards the moon. He pulled his fist back to hit the girl with all his might, as she was already enveloped in white light. Hearing the screams, the princess turned around sharply, but there was nothing human about her anymore. Empty eyes, glowing golden, looked at the man. The sight was so terrible that Laser froze and stepped back. Yulman watched in surprise as the fist raised over the princess disappeared into flames, a stream of blood splashing onto the brown ground. The prince began to thrash about in hysterics, crawling back and clutching the rest of his hand. He whispered that a demon had crept onto the earth. The man's teeth were grinding as he clenched them, trying to ease the pain. He began to crawl back, falling on his back, begging for help, asking not to be killed. The majestic figure of Luna loomed over the traitor, smiling broadly, and a real demonic fire splashed in her eyes. Another jolt caused Sierra to stagger and fall to the ground, leaning on one knee. The witch stood up and slowly walked towards the exit, and they began to ask her where Charlotte was heading. The mentor's voice was filled with despair. She knew that Yulman and the others were still in the labyrinth and needed to be pulled out of there. Everyone involved in the competition ran headlong from the main building towards the stands, fearing that the demon would soon emerge from the labyrinth. Two people silently watched what was happening: the imperial sage, Chester Bale, and his companion in a long cloak. The blonde adjusted his glasses and stretched with satisfaction. Everything was going perfectly. Lazar and Luna had performed their roles as pawns remarkably well. The man beckoned to the young man, who had lingered by the panoramic window. It was necessary to leave in order to carry out the next step of the plan. Meanwhile, Luna stood with her back to the students in front of the half-open gates. A bloody Lazar lay nearby, and Yulman closed the chain. Aisha assumed that something was wrong with the princess. Arya warned the apostle of the danger. Luna turned around sharply, her eyes darting from one student to another. The guy assumed that she was looking for someone. The moon demon's gaze stopped right behind Yulman, and he belatedly realized who the girl had noticed. The heiress grinned and rushed towards Aisha, carrying a stream of blue air behind her. The apostle cursed, remembering that there was still poison in the girl's lungs and they could not move. Aisha pulled back but couldn't hide, her face frozen in an expression of all-consuming panic. The apostle rushed after Luna, preparing to use his second-level seal. The space was filled with purple color with white dots, and Yulman ordered the seal to open. Aisha and Arya's figures were left behind as a huge stream of seal collided with the running demon. Luna slid across the floor and dropped to one knee to keep from being carried away further by the energy. A mechanical voice came from her lips, ordering to kill. Aisha, incredibly worried about her friends, assumed that the sealed demon had possessed Luna. The princess's light hair fell over her face. She was breathing heavily, piercing those present with an infernal gaze. Yulman straightened up, looking intently at the girl's figure as if calculating something. Finally, a smile played on his lips. The decision was made. Excitement bubbled in his blood. The game became more interesting. The guy ran straight towards the monster. He extended his hand with the seal on it and touched the sword that Luna extended, lightning Asia. The apostle grabbed the blade, pushing away its owner. He thought that because of the demon, the power of the legendary sword could not manifest in the hands of the princess. The weapon flew into the air, the demon becoming disoriented as the apostle's fist began to approach him. The moon, engulfed by the devilish power, roared like a beast. She didn't have time to block the blow, and a beam of bright purple light pierced the girl. Yulman chuckled, shouting that the battle was not over yet. Realizing that she had been outwitted, the princess froze, looking down with a questioning gaze. Then the apostle commanded the seal of the fourth level to open, and the beam of his power again threw the demon back. In a bright flash, the moon flew back to the gate and disappeared behind it in streams of white light. Aisha and Arya looked in that direction warily, still unable to move. A deceptive silence fell, and the students thought that the girl had disappeared and that the demon was trying to find a new home. The apostle approached his girlfriends. He had to take them upstairs and then return on his own and check everything. Aisha protested, because who knows what will happen if Yulman goes there, straight into the clutches of the demon. But the guy only smiled in response, asking the girl not to worry. He hugged her tenderly, reminding her that he was the first apostle, with powers capable of confronting the demon and protecting Aisha, Aggie, Sierra, and all of humanity. Tears glistened in the witch's eyes. She buried her nose in Yulman's shoulder, whispering that even at a moment like this he was talking nonsense. Gently pushing the silent Aisha away from him, the guy called on everyone to get out of the labyrinth, but Arya reminded them that the teleporters were broken, according to Laser. The apostle shrugged. This is just transfer magic. Now he will create new teleports, and the problem will be solved. Just as he was about to remove the poison from the girls, the prince's plaintive howl was heard from the gate. He extended his stump of an arm towards the students, begging them to save him and take him with them. Yulman turned around abruptly and said that they had almost forgotten about their brother Lazar. Sierra ran to the entrance to the labyrinth and ran into two employees. As it turned out, it was impossible to enter inside. To the witch's indignant cries, one of the girls stuttered and replied that the shaking had completely destroyed the entrance to the labyrinth, and all the seals leading inside had broken. She pointed to the side where the wounded participants were gradually gathering. They had already safely gotten out, except for those who were on the third floor. Charlotte clenched her fists and bit her lip in despair. It turns out that now in the labyrinth, there are only Aisha and the others. Suddenly, a magical fire lit up in one of the seals, and the employee rushed in that direction. She screamed that someone had gotten out again, attracting the attention of the others. Seeing her students, Sierra ran towards them to make sure they were okay. The girls stood at the seal, slightly stunned by the events that had just taken place. The witch breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the girls were alive and well, having found themselves here without any injuries. A groan of pain was heard. Turning in that direction, Charlotte saw a beaten and wounded prince hanging in the arms of the employees. The girl hissed, dismissively waving her hand at Lazar, and asked Aisha where Yulman and Luna were. Fearing Sierra's reaction, the student timidly said the boys' names, starting to stutter. Finally, having collected her thoughts, the girl told what had happened to the princess. The witch scratched her chin, realizing that this was the princess's secret. The resurrection of a demon that would help stop the crisis in the empire, in her opinion. And the stupid Yulman decided that he could defeat the monster. Sierra covered her face with her hand, exclaiming that they were completely careless and did whatever they wanted, and nothing could help Yulman at all. While the teacher was lamenting, her student, casually putting his hands in his pockets, walked through the gate and found himself in a dark cave. Walking along the narrow stone road, something rang and glittered under his boot. Lowering his head, the apostle discovered under his feet a golden ring of the moon with an emerald. Yulman raised his head, hearing a strange sound, as if a fire was burning nearby. Very close to the guy was an arena surrounded by high cliffs, and above it, right in the air, was the moon, illuminated by a red glow. The apostle gasped, his mouth slightly open in amazement, and his head tilted to the side with interest. The girl seemed to be trapped in a whirlwind of symbols that stretched around her body. Yulman whistled. It looked impressive. In front of the moon was the demon himself, of incredible size. A monster with a goat's head and several pairs of eyes, a devilish star shining on his forehead. The devil's head jerked, approaching the princess's figure, and his mouth opened slightly. The moon shook. Multicolored flashes filled the space, and a deep alien voice spoke phrases in an unknown language through the girl's lips. But the apostle knew that these were spells in the language of the Nagas. It seems that not only 5 magicians but also 1 Naga participated in that legendary imprisonment rite. The mad gaze of the demon-intoxicated princess darted towards Yulman. The girl was ready to open the seals. She slyly asked if the guest wanted to interfere with them. The guy grinned, replying that he would wait a little longer after all, until he could see Luna's body in all its glory. The demon laughed. Mortals are sometimes very funny. Perhaps the student will later regret his stupidity. The princess's naked body went into convulsions, and a translucent red dome covered it with a thin film. A long black hand with sharp claws emerged from the thickness of the stone and reached out towards the apostle. The heiress, deprived of essence, began to fall on her back. Her eyes were tightly closed. The apostle rushed towards her, taking off his jacket as he went. He pressed the girl to himself, threw clothes on her, and looked angrily at the demon. Right around the 2 human figures, the arena began to explode, as if a terrible monster was crawling right underneath it, breaking its way into the air. A few seconds later, the demon came out to freedom. He was laughing loudly and gutturally. Thin, pulsating veins were visible through his muscular body. The beast's wide mouth opened. He thundered that from this second no one in the world would be able to stop him. Every creature on the planet would pay in full for their attitude towards the beast. The demon shut up as a small figure flew into the air right in front of him, engulfed in purple flames. Yulman put his hands in his pockets, cheerfully examining the otherworldly creature, without answering the question of who he was. A huge paw reached out to the man. The demon was furious at the insolence of an ordinary man. The apostle calmly extended his hand, and a huge wave of energy covered the goat's face. After examining the demon, the guy chuckled and praised the fullness of his life force. Looking back, the monster was stunned when he saw his doubles. Now there were many monsters around the arena with the red seal. Yulman forced all his lives to come out of one body. Moreover, from the real demon, who was comparable in size to the apostle, only his head remained, asking how the boy managed to do this. He shrugged and gasped again, holding out his hand and asking to take a look. On the student's palm, the fire of hell blossomed, still a small but bright flame. It grew larger with each passing second, and then it came out of the circle in which those present were located. The devilish eyes flashed and went out again. The head shook, exclaiming that in front of him was the apostle himself. This was completely impossible. Yulman leaned over the demon and gently touched the back of his head, sympathetically asking if he had already fought with the apostles, and the monster began to resentfully tell his story of imprisonment. Hearing about Garos's blood prison, the boy was interested in how the demon escaped from the blood prison and what happened to Garos. The monster's head shook and its voice broke as it announced that Garos was already dead. The apostle instantly dropped his mocking expression and stared at the demon in amazement. He couldn't believe it happened, and the guy didn't know anything. The monster did not know what happened, but at one point he stopped feeling his strength. It became increasingly difficult to maintain the prison of blood. It took 1,000 years to break through the prison wall and escape here. Yulman barely listened to Demon, thinking about the fact that the life of the apostle is inexhaustible, and no one has heard about their death until now. He looked at the monster again, and he spoke forcefully about the time it would take Garos to kill him. Yulman shrugged, reminding that Garos was only the 8th apostle. The demon, showing concern with his whole appearance, timidly asked the man who he was. A smile played on the guy's lips and his dark hair fell over his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he loudly exclaimed that he was the first apostle and burned the demon's head in the bright flames of the fire of hell. The thing is that this fire destroys only the demon's physical shell and cannot prevent its power from flowing into another body. But for a while it will no longer harm anyone. Now there was one more problem to solve. How could he and the princess get out of here? The girl was unconscious, deprived of strength from the long presence of the demonic entity within her. The apostle thought that there was no returning seal here, so that the demon could not return to the human world. The gates of space only open in one direction, but the Naga left writing, which means he was here and found a way to get out. Looking up, Yulman decided to at least try to find out. In a bright purple flash, he flew up to the stone ceiling. The powerful impact caused the surface to collapse, causing small stones to fall down. The apostle found himself in a space unknown to him, cold and cosmic. He froze in the air, looking at the incredible sky strewn with myriads of stars. The student felt as if he had been here before, or it was just a figment of his imagination. The strange rocks stretched to the very horizon, their sharp peaks almost reaching the sky, and below, circles were still moving in the dark water from the flash. At this time, those involved in the competition gathered on the half-destroyed third level of the labyrinth. They combed the area, ordering each other to carefully examine the level and check every corner to find the remaining students. The Imperial Sage Chester Belay approached the huge crater formed by the explosion. He knelt down on one knee, looking for something. Finally, an attentive gaze spotted the necessary thing, which immediately appeared in the man's hand. The competition organizer, with Sierra already standing next to him, slowly approached the gate. He reached out his hand, touching the steel surface, about to say something but suddenly fell silent. Charlotte leaned forward, asking worriedly what was wrong, and the man faltered, feeling an incredible force. The seal on the gate turned out to be intact, and even more stable than before, which amazed the organizer. Based on the powerful force that those present felt earlier, the seal should have already been removed. Aisha's heart sank when the student standing next to her reported that someone had removed the seal and sealed the demon back again. The magic that can seal it requires a sacrifice, and since it's working again and Sierra's apprentice is nowhere to be seen, there's a chance he's the one responsible. Tears gathered in the corners of Aisha's eyes and she sobbed, her voice shaking as she said that this couldn't be happening. The girl jumped up, hysterically calling Yulman, begging him to come out and not make everyone worry. Sierra approached the student, asking her in a low voice to stop screaming. She quietly said that Yulman was probably alive, which instantly calmed Aisha down. The witch turned to little Sylph, asking her to confirm what she had said, and she nodded. Aisha asked with hope in her voice if this was true. The spirit of the sword said that she was connected to Yulman by a contract, and could sense whether he was alive or not. Charlotte shook her head. After all, she didn't know the guy's exact location right now, but he was probably fighting someone at the moment. And it was the pure truth. Yulman, with his shirt unbuttoned, was running away from the golden flame that was catching up with him. He shouted as he walked that Luna was too aggressive and asked her to calm down. The naked princess, covering herself only with the student's jacket, extended her hand to him and called him a pervert, whom she had no intention of listening to. When she woke up, she found herself completely naked with Yulman. His pants were half down. How else to understand this situation? The apostle tried to explain that he undressed because he had picked up the girl from the bottom of the lake and was going to dry his clothes. But Luna was adamant and did not believe that she had ended up in the water if she only remembered the labyrinth. Suddenly, strange images flashed through her head. In particular, a bloody Lazar, left without a hand. Luna stopped abruptly and looked at her hand, remembering that she had freed the demon and cut off Prince Lazar's hand. The girl trembled. She had been deceived. From the very beginning, there was no magic to control the demon, because such power is simply not available to ordinary people. She was confused by stories that the demon's power could save the fate of the Empire. Luna had released a monster that was destroying the world, and now everyone would die because of her. The apostle ran up to the princess, grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her, trying to attract her attention. The boy exclaimed loudly, saying that the demon was not released, the princess did nothing irreparable, and no one would die because of her. She, looking at the apostle with moist eyes, repeated the spoken words with her lips alone. Without letting go of the girl, Yulman repeated again that she had only cut off Prince Lazar's hand, and that it was a small problem. There was no need to blame herself. Luna chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, lowering her eyes and calming down. A few seconds passed. She was still smiling, looking at Yulman, who was not going to move away. A second later, the princess asked in a muffled voice how much longer the student was going to grope her. The apostle abruptly removed his hands, stuttering that he had not intended to do anything like that. Stepping back too quickly, he caught the toe of his boot on the loose ground and realized with horror that he was falling. Unable to stay on his feet, he fell right onto Luna, who turned red and didn't think to move aside. Finally, there was a bang, and they both fell to the ground, their heads colliding. The girl's lips trembled from someone else's closeness. The princess again called the apostle a pervert. Yulman leaned his hands on either side of the girl, holding his breath and not knowing how to move away. The princess hugged her jacket to herself, trying to push the guy away. She hissed that now she would definitely kill him. The apostle, confused in his thoughts, began to lament that it was just an accident. Luna screamed angrily that talking was useless. Yulman should go to hell. Aisha, standing in the labyrinth, suddenly felt unexpectedly that her friend was really alive and well. The apostle leaned against a large rock, wearing only trousers, asking the princess if she had changed her clothes. The girl ordered not to even look in her direction, and soon came out, dressed in the student's shirt, with his jacket tied around her waist, and using his tie as a hair decoration. She looked around, thinking that she needed to solve the main problems first, and then deal with the pervert. Luna didn't understand where they were, asking Yulman if they were still in the labyrinth. The apostle himself did not know, but he assumed that they were now on the continent of a completely different world. Luna clicked her tongue indignantly, thinking that she had ended up in the east, but that even sounded like nonsense. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard in the bushes nearby. The heiress and the apostle turned around warily, and a small green man appeared in front of them with a toy, to a human eye, club in his hand. Luna hid behind Yulman's back and squealed when the monster pointed his finger at them and exclaimed something in his own language. The guy asked his friend not to worry, because it was not a demon, but an ordinary goblin. This explanation did not really console the heiress. At the end of the last human civilization, most of the demons moved to the magical world. Only a few of them remained on the mainland with people, so the moon did not recognize this goblin. The creature beckoned to the travelers, urging them to follow it, while muttering something under its breath. The apostle shrugged and called the princess to follow him when she was surprised that the boy wanted to follow this strange creature. Yulman shook his head, saying that they had no other choice. They were not familiar with the people or the area here. They needed to find someone, establish contact, and find out the situation. He gave Luna a mocking look, adding that it was time to find her something suitable. She couldn't wear his clothes forever. The apostle played with his eyebrows, asking if the girl really liked walking like that. But she almost hit him and demanded that he hurry. The unknown road was not very diverse. The desert landscape remained practically unchanged. Only a small fortress appeared in the distance. Wooden gates reliably hid the small settlement from prying eyes. In front of them, like a warning sign, skulls were strung on stands. When the travelers approached the settlement, Yulman whistled, seeing a small village. The goblin shouted something in his own language to the guard who was observing the situation from a special guard tower. He bared his teeth and shouted something in response, apparently agreeing to let the guests in. The goblin walked forward, leading the guests. They were met by the villagers, watching the newcomers with genuine interest and wariness. Luna felt very awkward as she carefully asked Yulman if it was dangerous to just follow their guide. Postal urged the girl to relax and not worry, because he was fully responsible for her safety in front of Sierra. A few minutes later, The goblin led Yulman and Luna to the central square where the elder and heads of the village had gathered. He approached the elderly goblin with a staff in his hand and loudly said something to him. The villager said with pride in his voice that he had brought back 2 runaway slaves from the beast-eared people. But it seemed to him that someone had cut off their ears. The elder asked something in surprise, and the goblin pointed his finger at Yulman, who did not understand the modern magical language that the creatures spoke. He only knew ancient magical. Having carefully examined the travelers, the old man shuddered in surprise. He suddenly raised his staff and hit the resident on the back of the head, calling him a cretin, because they were not animal-eared at all. Long ago, in his travels to foreign lands, he saw creatures with such an appearance. The goblin recognized these noble creatures and mistook Yulman and Luna for succubi. The crowd gasped in shock when they heard the elder's words, as they had only heard about these creatures before. The goblin nodded. In their family, all the men are majestic, and the women are beautiful. Male succubi like to bare their torsos to attract the other sex, and the woman next to him has no underwear, so she achieves greater popularity. Several young and brightly made-up goblin girls sighed dreamily when they heard the succubi dressing up, calling Luna a dirty girl. The princess saw the confused looks directed at her and said that they were looking at her strangely. The goblin asked the elder if the wanderers were really succubi, since they didn't understand a word. He replied that some of the succubi still insist on using the ancient magical language. It was necessary to try. Then the elder goblin addressed Yulman in the ancient magical language known to him and introduced himself as Siavakita, settlement of the Vukunda goblin tribe, sage. The apostle's face lit up. He was glad that now, finally, he would have someone to chat with. Without further ado, the disciple turned to Siawakita and asked if he knew where the emperor was now. The goblin looked down and thought that the succubus would immediately find out about the emperor, but he replied that the emperor was currently in Gaocheng. The apostle immediately asked how far this Gaocheng was from the village. The elder timidly said that if the guest wanted to go to the city, he would have to go through the lands of the beast-eared ones. If he did not object, the goblin would send a ranger with him. He would guide the travelers. The apostle thought for a moment, and Luna raised an eyebrow, asking her friend what the creature meant. He shrugged his shoulders, replying that they weren't discussing anything special. They were just talking about the road. At that moment, the same goblin who had found Yulman and Luna ran up to the elder, shouting about the trouble that had happened. Sweating from excitement and running, the creature warned that an ogre had broken into the village. The elder let out a startled cry. This was what the villagers feared the most. And indeed, a huge monster with red eyes and large fangs destroyed the gates, bursting into the fortress, and goblins ran away from him who did not even reach the ogre's ankles. The monster clicked its teeth, lisping something, emitting an angry growl, and steam was coming out of its mouth. The goblins tried to defend themselves and their property. A small figure tried to jump on the monster from above, swinging a small axe. But he didn't even have time to touch the ogre. He punched the small warrior away like a ball. The monster roared, scattering what was left of the gate around, and the goblins rushed at him from all sides, calling on him not to be afraid and to fight for the tribe. The ogre bared his teeth, opened his huge mouth, and roared again. He began to hit the ground with his strong fists, and stones flew into the air from his blows. The tiny goblins dropped their weapons and began to fall as the ground shook beneath them. One of the defenders found himself on his knees, coughing violently from the dust that had risen into the air. The ogre licked his lips carnivorously and scooped up the earth beneath his feet with his fist, collecting the goblins as if they were mushrooms in a forest clearing. Luna opened her mouth in amazement, sympathizing with the goblins, asking Yulman what kind of terrible monster it was. He answered, "A real ogre." The princess trembled as she watched the monster, sitting on his knees, pull one of the villagers into his mouth. Holding the small figure, he opened his mouth wide, preparing to snack on the goblin. The apostle noted absent-mindedly that now the goblins would certainly not provide them with a guide. So when he suggested going, Luna was surprised that the student did not want to help the tribe. Shrugging his shoulders, Yulman said that this was the resident's business. He had no reason to voluntarily interfere in all this, but then Siavaketa fell into the student's lap. He grabbed the succubus's trousers and, with tears in his old eyes, begged him to help and save the village. Yulman looked around the area and fell silent, deciding what to do. Luna, not understanding what was being said, assumed that the elder was asking for help, but the apostle stroked the old man on the head. He was simply seeing them off on their hike. Even though the princess saw tears, Yulman deceived the girl, answering that the headman was very gentle and kind. He turned sharply and walked in the other direction, leaving Siavakita on his knees. The student was glad to help. But now they were in another world. It was worth staying away from troubles. Before he could finish speaking, a large cage appeared to the side. A strange girl sitting there was crying and asking for help. As soon as he heard the sobs, Yulman stopped abruptly and became alert, like a hound. He began to carefully examine the area, wondering if he had heard a girl's voice. Meanwhile, the ogre was slowly walking towards them and had already approached that very cage. Roaring terribly, he struck the bars with his claws, tearing off the top of the cage. The creature sitting there was a man with cat ears, dressed in a light dress. A terrifying ogre's mouth appeared in front of the girl. The captive's ears trembled slightly from what she saw. She shook her head, sobbing. The monster slowly approached the creature, clicking its teeth and noisily sniffing the air. The girl screamed at the top of her lungs, begging for help, closing her eyes tightly so as not to see the horror. Her eyes widened when she heard a soft male voice right next to her ear. The space was illuminated by a bright light, and a ray of hope appeared in the captive's soul. Yulman could not stand the girl's tears and immediately changed his mind, deciding to come to her aid. Luna couldn't believe her eyes when Yulman's figure instantly evaporated, and she was left alone. Shawakeda stopped crying and looked at the succubus, who was returning to them in bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, with a movement of his hand, the apostle cut the ogre's huge face into two parts, clasping the girl's shoulders with one hand. He looked at the stunned captive with a smile, asking if everything was okay with her. The ogre's heavy body fell heavily to the ground in front of the villagers, raising a huge cloud of dust. The wounded goblins, rubbing the back of their heads, looked in disbelief at the enemy who had been defeated in 2 counts. Joyful cries were heard from everywhere. How wonderful! Finally, the residents were safe. Only now did the apostle notice cat ears on the head of his new acquaintance and was surprised. She protested, shaking her head, and replied that she was not a cat but Lim. The student smiled, asking if that was her name, and Luna hissed that the guy was a real pervert. Having suddenly found herself next to her friend, she declared that she had not yet managed to deal with him, as he was already reaching out to another girl. Yulman rolled his eyes, replying that he had no intention of using his hands. A still-shaking Sayavakeda ran up to the trio, warmly thanking the succubus for saving his people from the ogre. Smiling timidly, he added that he also thanked her for saving the beast-eared slave. The goblins caught this girl to present her as a gift to the green sorcerer in exchange for a source of water. If something happened to her, they would have to start hunting for a new victim. The girl, hearing someone else's words, pressed herself against the apostle's chest, lamenting that Lim did not want to be given to the green sorcerer. The tips of her sharp teeth showed as she clenched them, shaking violently with fear. Yulman frowned and shook his head, turning to the elder. He raised his hand and gently stroked Lim's head, saying that they were just missing a guide to get to Gaocheng, and now he was taking the girl with him. Shawakeda extended his clawed hand, muttering that it was completely impossible. But seeing the expression on his savior's face as he asked if there were any objections, the old man immediately took his words back. Smiling again, the student turned to Lim, asking if she agreed. The girl blushed, whispering that she agreed, her little ears trembling slightly. She suddenly exclaimed that she agreed to do everything for the sake of the master, which caused undisguised surprise in the apostle and Luna. The princess, narrowing her eyes, slowly turned to her friend, accusing him of excessive licentiousness, but he shook his head furiously. The elder, scratching his nose, told the gentleman about the tradition. When the animal-eared creatures rub someone's ears, it means a marriage proposal. Yulman cried out in shock, not removing his hands from Lemur's head. As it turned out, if a stranger rubbed the ears of the animal-eared one, he would not mind. This was considered a request for recognition as the owner. Sighing, the elder allowed the girl to be taken away, since the succubus liked her so much, despite the fact that the apostle waved his hand because he didn't mean anything like that. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Lim's thin voice could be heard continuing to call the student her master. The apostle timidly lowered his head to look at the little girl, who was almost crying, thinking that she was no longer needed by her master. The guy hesitated and began to make excuses, not wanting to hurt Lim's feelings. The princess, watching this scene, shook her head sadly. She clicked her tongue and loudly, once again, called her friend a scumbag. As the boys had agreed, they asked the elder for clothes, and they provided them to the travelers, making them from what they had, since the goblins didn't have any that were the right size. Having dressed, Luna and Yulman sighed with satisfaction, looking at themselves in simple suits. It was better than running naked through the desert. The Lord Apostle was even given the tribe's only cart. But because the ogre had eaten all the cattle, there was no one to harness except people. Shawakeda pointed to the bandaged villagers, offering to provide some of them to pull the cart, but the student refused. Very soon, Yulman regretted his decision, because he was the only one pulling the cart with the girls, and it was not easy to walk like that through the desert. He couldn't even wipe the sweat from his forehead, because both hands were busy, and the sun was mercilessly beating down. Luna noted with sadness that so much time had passed, and they had not even met water once. Even the trees had all dried up and died. Lim sighed. For 6 years now, they have been suffering from a terrible drought here. The lakes and rivers have evaporated, the trees have also died. In order to get to the water, the beast-eared ones often entered into fights with the goblins. The princess looked at the girl with concern and asked why her people didn't move to another place if everything was so bad. She shrugged and sighed. The whole area here is one continuous desert. They simply have nowhere to move. The apostle listened to the conversation in silence, and when the girls fell silent, he asked Lim how about leaving the desert altogether. The girl looked at the gentleman and Luna, asking if they had ever left the house, assuming that they came from a wealthy family. As it turned out, the territories are separated by huge chasms full of terrible predators. Even with wings, they cannot be crossed. Gaochen is connected to 4 zones, each of which borders 2 more territories. The only way to enter another territory or zone is to obtain a special pass. Luna exclaimed indignantly. The apostle shook his head and grinned, throwing out that they did not need this pass. He winked at the girl, telling her that they would break through directly, causing her to let out another indignant cry. While the travelers were making their way through the desert, all of the green sorcerer's warriors gathered in the main hall of the cave. A huge fanged mouth gnawed juicy meat from the bone, chewing it with disgusting chomping sounds. The sorcerer clamped the bone in his mouth, muttering to his subjects that the Vukunda tribe had not brought offerings this month, but had also allowed the precious captive to escape. He sat on his crystal-studded throne, his legs spread wide, and croaked that it was time to get rid of this tribe of useless creatures. The monsters, their eyes glowing red, all bared their teeth at once when their leader announced that this was how they would test the combat readiness of the fighters. They, licking their lips carnivorously, approached one of the cages filled with animal-eared creatures, because it's better to eat well before work. There, clutching scraps of fabric to themselves, 3 girls with cat ears looked at the monsters in fear. The ugly monsters laughed, coming closer and closer to the captives, saliva flowing from their mouths. Streams of blood splashed onto the wall, and the fighters promised the lemurs that they would thoroughly enjoy them. A cold night fell on the desert, bringing long-awaited coolness to the tired travelers. The rescued girls suddenly came to life and approached Yulman, shouting to the master that ahead was the land of the Lim tribe. The apostle, who was completely exhausted from the whole day's journey, breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. But, as it turned out, travelers were not very welcome here. Armed, animal-eared men blocked the way for uninvited guests. They screamed when they saw the people. That these were magicians who came from the goblin tribe, there was definitely nothing good to expect here. The warriors were joined by several more armed creatures, who were ordered to detain the strangers. Lim appeared at the edge of the cart, covering Yulman and Luna with her hands. The girl ordered her fellow tribesmen to stop, because these magicians saved her. The men, desperate to see one of their tribe again, stared at her in surprise, as if she had returned from the dead. The beast-eared ones surrounded the girl, exclaiming that they were glad to see her back, because they had already lost hope of seeing Lim when the goblins caught her. The travelers were taken to the fortress, to a large tent, where they were warmly greeted, thanked for saving Lim. At a large table laden with food sat the head of the beast-eared tribe, Maggle, a humanoid man. He was missing one ear. He said that their relations with the goblin tribe were disgusting, so that anyone who came from them could not avoid suspicion, and they immediately apologized to the master. The apostle, however, was not offended, and replied with a smile that he understood everything. Magul asked if Yulman had proposed marriage to Lim. The girl blossomed, and confirmed that the man had scratched her ear. The student felt Luna's sharp glances behind him, and seemed to hear the harsh words she called him. The head of the tribe laughed, saying that it was a young matter. He understood everything, and if Lim agreed, there would be no objections. He instantly became serious, saying that the girl had returned just in time. There was an important matter that needed to be discussed. The man was silent for a moment, and then exhaled and said that Arlie had fallen ill with the rot virus 19. The girl jumped up from the table and clenched her fists, screaming that she didn't believe it. She rushed headlong out of the tent, sobbing loudly. Yulman reached out to Lemur with regret. Maggle shook his head, saying that the girl's mother had also died from the rot virus 19, and now Arlie, whom Lim had cared for so long, had also become infected with the disease. When the apostle asked what it was, the man replied, "The putrefaction virus appeared 4 years ago, and the disease is very contagious. The infected person first develops a fever, shortness of breath, a strong cough, and then rapid aging begins. The vital forces disappear from the body, leading to death. The tribe's best doctors are trying to find a cure for this disease, but in order to avoid infecting the entire tribe, all those infected and those who have been in contact with them are required to self-isolate. Yulman asked again if he understood that all the sick and those in contact with them should leave the tribe. Magel nodded. The apostle reminded the man that he had told Lim about Arlie's illness, and that she, even knowing how contagious the rot virus was, would still run to visit her. Magul's words fell upon those present like a punitive guillotine. This is exactly what he intended. The feigned good nature instantly disappeared from the beast-eared man's face, and he muffledly announced that the girl had come from the goblin tribe and had brought with her 2 magicians who could guarantee that she was telling the truth. Lim ran headlong into her dear friend's tent. Despite the danger, the dwelling was already surrounded by their fellow tribesmen with weapons in their hands. Exhausted and suddenly aged, Arlie asked Lim with dry lips to leave and not think about her, because she would also have to leave the tribe, but the girl, choking with tears, insisted that she would definitely cure her. The beast ears were talking outside, not knowing what to do, but they had to obey Magul's order because the disease would spread and everyone would die. The leader, meanwhile, reacted very evenly. He could not sacrifice the entire tribe. There was no other way out. Yulman and Luna looked at the man with incredible anger in their eyes. The girls were taken out into the street, and not far from them, the tribe and the leader gathered, who ordered them to obey him. To prevent the spread of the rot virus, Arlie and Lim, who is in contact with her, will be expelled from the tribe. This was the verdict of the head of the beast ears, and no one dared to disobey him. Lim frowned as she supported the back of Arlie's head, who was lying on the ground and slowly dying. Magel demanded that she take the magicians that the girl had brought from the goblins and leave immediately, but Lim was not going to give up so easily. She agreed to leave the tribe, but asked to take with her the raw materials for the medicine. The head of the beast ears looked at the girl without a shadow of mercy, saying that the recipe described in the Black Thunder's medicinal book, according to the assurances of the best doctors, was absolutely useless. The man added sternly that if that recipe had helped, Lim's mother would still be alive. Yulman, standing silently near the girls, glanced at the inconsolable girl. He raised his head and turned to Magul, asking him to give him the recipe so he could try to cure Arlie. The man raised an eyebrow. He couldn't just hand over the valuable ingredients at the guy's first order. He couldn't waste precious resources on all sorts of nonsense. The apostle raised his chin, asking if he was not clear in what he was explaining, and repeated his request. His gaze darkened sharply. If Lim tried it and the recipe turned out to be useless, the guy would understand everything and would not cause inconvenience if the tribe did not want to immediately move on to the consequences of his anger. Magul stepped back, his mouth hanging open in astonishing impudence at how this stranger dared to address him in such a tone. He suddenly realized that this guy was giving off a smell of great danger. It was unclear what was going on here, but it was better to be gentle with him. The head of the beast ears crossed his arms over his chest, agreeing to the proposal, but immediately stipulating that if the girl did not achieve any results, she should only blame herself. Yulman turned to Lim, slyly asking if this was okay with her. With eyes full of gratitude, she looked at her master and smiled warmly. Magul shouted to the healers, ordering them to bring the ingredients. Lim would prepare his potion right here. Arlie was laid on a blanket close to the fire, while the girl brewed the potion for 3 hours, until dawn, surrounded by the discontentedly chattering tribe. When the animal-eared ones began to hurry her, Yulman shouted at them, ordering them to be calmer. Luna, covering her mouth with her hand, whispered to the apostle whether their plan would work, since it was already morning, whether the girl would be able to make an effective medicine. The student grinned, replying that they needed to wait a bit longer. Maybe Lim would succeed. The princess cursed when she heard that her friend also had something in store. Another hour passed when Lim stood up abruptly, holding a bowl of prepared medicine in her hands. Yulman silently lifted the dying Arlie to help the girl give her medicine. The friend opened her eyes with difficulty and smiled through force. Whispering that Lim had already done everything she could, the outcome was not important. Clenching her teeth, the girl approached her friend and carefully poured the liquid into her mouth. A few seconds passed. Lim and the apostle leaned over Arlie impatiently. She coughed and bowed her head. She closed her eyes and did not answer. Magul stamped his foot and pointed his finger at the company, shouting that he had said so many times that nothing would work. Adding that there was nothing more to talk about, the leader ordered the soldiers to throw the infected away. But Yulman's loud voice rang out in the morning silence, asking to wait. The chief angrily barked at the guy, but he, smiling calmly, replied that the treatment process was not over yet. He turned to Luna, asking her to use elemental magic on Arlie and gather the water element for her. This amazed Magul. He did not expect that the guests would turn out to be real magicians. The princess quietly asked what Yulman had in mind, since in such a dry place it was hard to get even a drop of water, but the student asked her to trust him. The moon sighed and really gathered life-giving moisture in her palms, asking the elements of water from all over the world to gather, not to pass by, and let the earth before her eyes be watered with streams. A second later, Arlie found herself immersed in the thickness of water that the heiress had summoned with such difficulty. The animal-eared tribes began to talk among themselves, amazed at the natural magic of water. Right before their eyes, Arlie was recovering, becoming young and beautiful again. The travelers really did cure her. The recipe turned out to work. Yulman raised his finger, saying that the so-called rot virus is not a terrible, incurable disease at all. This disease is caused by a simple lack of water. If the tribe wants to cure the virus, they should stay close to water. A large amount of water will make the medicine effective, and all the patients, like old lady Arlie, will turn back into those they were before. In front of the assembled stood the same animal-eared, pretty young girl, shyly running her fingers through her long hair. The apostle and Luna looked at the beauty in front of them in amazement. Now the entire tribe had no doubts about the miraculous power of the recipe, having seen their former tribeswoman, Arlie, who had been hugging herself, blinking in surprise at the crowd, returned to her original form. Yulman turned to the puzzled clan leader, asking if he had anything to say. Magul coughed and smiled completely insincerely, mumbling that everything was fine now. He hadn't even thought that the problem wasn't in the recipe, but in the water. Lim, who had been silent until then, exclaimed that the problem was not in the water at all. She fearlessly pointed her finger at the chief, saying that he simply did not give it to the sick, and because of this, the prescription became useless. Magul stared in shock at the girl who accused him of killing all the sick. Those who lost their loved ones fell to their knees. Their legs could no longer support them from what they heard. The young man desperately screamed that his father had also been treated with this recipe and had not survived. The rest of the animal-eared ones cried, realizing that they had missed a precious chance to save their relatives. Some had driven their own mother and sister out of the tribe. A crowd of enraged animal-eared people slowly advanced on Magul, who had killed their relatives. He was now unworthy of the title of elder. Stones flew at the man, hitting him right in the head. The man didn't even defend himself. He growled, turning towards Lim, who had attacked him first. Sobbing, the girl, red with anger, screamed desperately, demanding that her mother be returned. Magul bared his teeth, demanding that the significance of the tragedy not be exaggerated, since the tribe itself was to blame for everything. Realizing that he had no more excuses, the chief exclaimed that he was not the only one who decided to throw people out. Everyone agreed with this. The patients were old. Now the saved drops of water would help them to hold out for a couple of days longer, where Magul could get water for treatment as well. In this world, the strongest survives. People here are clearly not from kindergarten, so as not to understand such truths, the tribe got rid of those who dragged them back. Now the resources will be used for more useful people. Magul slowly stared back from his fellow tribesmen, shouting that the water they drank was taken thanks to the sacrifices of other people. Now, no one is different from him in their actions. The man pressed his hand to his chest, saying that it was harder for him than for anyone else, because the tribe had no idea about it, and that he, as the main one, had to act in the interests of the entire tribe. The beast-eared ones stopped. Sympathy for the suffering of the leader appeared on their faces. There were loud claps. Yulman praised Magul for bearing all the hardships of the life of a headman. Well said. The man rolled his eyes and turned to the boy, asking what else he needed. The apostle shrugged, saying that he had nothing against it, but the goblin elder told very interesting things. A wide, predatory smile appeared on the student's face. He continued to say that water for the tribe of beast ears was exchanged by their headman with the sorcerer for special offerings, and also that the kidnapping of Lim was not at all a random attack by the goblins. The head of the tribe himself exchanged her for resources. The people who heard all this gasped. They didn't even know about the offerings in exchange of fellow tribesmen for resources. Seeing that Lim had returned from the goblins, Magul was afraid that all his dirty deeds would come to light, so he came up with the idea of taking advantage of Arlie's illness to drive her out of the tribe. The man screamed hysterically that this was complete nonsense. The foreigner did not understand anything, because the leader did everything for the sake of the tribe. Lim clenched her fists, adding that Magul was doing everything only to protect his established position as the head of the tribe. Someone who is unable to protect the tribe should not be its leader. This beast-eared one is the most useless person here. The apostle approached the girl and put his hand on her shoulder, praising her for the excellent speech she had given. Luna extended her hand to the man. A stream of water burst from her palm. The girl exclaimed that a man who does not value the lives of his fellow men should not be a leader. The beast-eared one froze, mumbling that he was the boss and no one had the right to touch him. With a stream of water attack, the princess simply washed away the unfaithful beast-eared one. Only his screams could be heard in the distance. A tsunami of life-giving moisture rose into the air, spinning like a top. Once high in the sky, a saving and life-giving rain poured down to the earth. He watered the desert. Exhausted by the heat, the animal-eared ones ran out into the streets, dancing with boundless joy, and put buckets under the water. Someone called on his fellow tribesmen to look at the sky. There was something there that had not been seen for many years. A multicolored rainbow appeared high in the sky, and people stood there, mesmerized, looking at it. Tears came to Lim's eyes because, after the drought ends, you can see a rainbow after the rain. A ghostly figure of her smiling mother appeared before her eyes. The girl looked at the rainbow and sobbed briefly. Lim clasped her hands together and cried quietly, keeping her head down. Luna and Yulman stood, watching the cheerful animal-eared creatures with smiles on their lips. The apostle sighed, saying that the rainbow looked great despite being artificial, and the princess immediately ordered him to remain silent. Now the tribe had collected water for a long time. They would not have to worry about drought. Everyone sincerely thanked Mr. Yulman and his companion. Lim was pulled out of her lingering memories by a fellow tribeswoman. The young girl waved her hand, saying that they needed to discuss something. After hesitating a bit, the animal-eared one finally asked if it was possible to ask Mr. Yulman to become the new leader of the village. The girls watched as the rest of the beast-eared ones repaired the broken gates, since Magel himself created the problems and could not cope with them. Now a new clan leader is needed. Mr. Yulman is so strong, he can even use magic. He is not at all lacking in intelligence, but he has no tail or ears. Lim was very excited at first, but immediately became depressed because the owner's destination was Gaoqing, and he wouldn't be able to stay here. Her interlocutor thought for a moment, but after a few seconds she beamed, exclaiming that she had an idea. Everyone already knew that the gentleman rubbed Lim's ears and proposed marriage. Since he could not stay, let his children stay, the child would become the leader of the tribe. Lim said in confusion that the magician had no children, but then her fellow tribeswoman, with joy in her voice, suggested a solution. All that was needed was to give birth to 1 or even 2 children. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl giggled. Lost in her dreams, she suggested out loud that since Mr. Yulman was currently resting, she needed to come to him and quietly sneak into the tent. The beast-eared one, seeing Lim's bright red cheeks, came to her senses, realizing that she had gone a little too far. After so much time, Yulman and Luna finally managed to return to their tent. The princess threw herself onto the sleeping place assigned to her, burying herself in the soft pillows, and finally she found herself on a cozy bed. Yulman smiled indulgently, asking Luna why she was so happy about an ordinary bed, but the girl only snapped. Luna blushed slightly and hissed, because when she got to this damn place, she saw only goblins, ogres, and rot viruses. Now a bed in which you can rest is a rather rare thing. She hugged the pillow tightly and breathed a sigh of relief, dreaming of washing herself some more. The apostle stared at his companion, asking why she couldn't just ask the beast-eared ones to prepare everything for her. But the princess looked sternly at the student, calling him stupid. Even though she had independently obtained water for the tribe, she could not wash herself with the precious resource, knowing that the animal-eared ones were dying from drought. The apostle smiled, noticing that he had not noticed the girl's kind-heartedness before and was now very surprised. Once again angry at the student for such words, Luna fell silent for a moment, squeezing the soft fabric of the pillow. Sitting in bed, she looked at the wall but not at Yulman when she wanted to ask him something. She sighed resignedly. Her voice was filled with melancholy. From the very beginning, the girl doubted everything that surrounded them in the other world. Now the princess was worried that they would not be able to return to the real world. Perhaps there were transitions between the worlds somewhere. Before she could completely fall into despair, the apostle firmly informed her that they would return. Sierra, Aisha. The girls are looking for him, so the apostle must definitely return, even if it means crossing worlds. He looked closely at his companion and winked at her, asking her not to worry because he would take her with him. For the first time in a long time, hope appeared in the princess's blue eyes. The fabric of the tent suddenly opened, and an agitated Lim appeared in the opening, shouting that something bad had happened. She began to stutter, trying to tell her master that the goblin tribe had returned. No, they had been forced to return. Luna did not let go of the pillow from her embrace, and together with Yulman they stared at the guest. Goblins led by their elder Sievakita gathered in front of the gates to the settlement. Their way was blocked by two armed beast-eared ones. Yulman and Luna hurried to the place, the apostle asking the tribe on the go what had happened. One of the beast ears worriedly reported that the goblin tribe was asking for help. They looked like they were being chased. Yulman stepped forward and immediately saw an elderly elder in front of him. He, as before, began to beg the student to sweep away his settlement. Now they were completely helpless. Shawakaita's lips trembled as he tried to say that the green sorcerer had attacked the tribe. One of the goblins, looking around all the time, saw something in the distance and immediately attracted the attention of the elder, squealing that the sorcerer had caught up with them. The old man shook, leaning back when he saw the monsters. Transformed goblins, created by them to intimidate the beast-eared and other tribes. The grinning faces with red eyes really did look like they had been recut like dolls to create the perfect weapon. Fierce and cruel, with a very bad trait. A thirst for flesh, that's what these creatures were. A whole army of ferocious monsters gathered against a small tribe on the mountain cliffs. The animal-eared ones trembled with horror when they saw the full scale of the disaster. They couldn't even imagine what to do now and how to defend themselves against such a number of monsters. One beast-eared one ran up to Sievakita and grabbed his clothes, shouting that the goblins had deliberately brought hordes of monsters to a foreign village. The old man muttered that he simply wanted to ask Mr. Yulman for help. But the beast-eared one became even more agitated, declaring that one magician could not cope against such a number of mutants. The apostle, looking at the army, shrugged his shoulders, saying that it would take a long time to fight such freaks. But overall, there were no problems. The beast-ear stopped shaking the elder and looked questioningly at the magician, who nodded, saying that he could fight. Their conversation was interrupted by Lim's desperate cry. She demanded to stop. The girl ordered to stop bombarding Yulman with annoying requests. He looked at Lim in surprise and said that there was no problem. Lim warmly thanked the apostle for saving herself from the goblins and the entire village from destruction. Even the fact of meeting the owner makes her incredibly happy. The owner did so much for Lim. The girl didn't know how to thank him. And now the green sorcerer with a whole army has come for the beast-eared ones and the goblins. The owner doesn't have to put himself in danger for them. So Lim asks him and Miss Luna to leave here as soon as possible. The girl stumbled and burst into tears, asking for forgiveness for the fact that she could no longer be Yulman's guide. Her fellow tribesmen looked at the master with sympathy, listening to their conversation. Even Sievakita thought about it, and admitted that it was shameless on his part to use impossible methods against a benefactor who had already saved the tribe. He nodded to himself, demanding that they leave quickly. He would need a little time. The goblin tribe would hold off the monsters. The princess silently watched as the creatures conversed with the student. Lim also fell silent, biting her lip and waiting for the inevitable. The little goblin swallowed hard, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for everyone, Yulman grabbed his head and burst out laughing, exclaiming that he and Luna were not respected at all. He informed Lim that if he wanted to leave any place, he would do so of his own free will, and there was no force that could force him to do anything. And the problem he talked about at the beginning was just from an empty stomach. It's worth spending effort on fighting monsters to get hungry. Yulman smiled, looking affectionately at Lim. He turned towards the army, saying that the beast-eared ones needed to go cook something tasty and wait for victory. A few seconds later, the apostle and Luna found themselves alone on the battlefield. The mutants grinned carnivorously upon seeing their victims. The apostle suggested that the princess step aside if she was afraid, but the girl angrily replied that after such a speech, she could not simply hide. However, she looked away uncertainly. Then she asked if the guy had some kind of trump card or if he was just trying not to lose face with the tribes. Watching the monsters approach, the girl asked if Yulman would be able to deal with them. He immediately said that he would do it without any problems. Luna screamed at the guy in despair, wondering if he had really mastered some kind of incredible magic. The princess looked at Yulman with a puzzled expression, who nodded in response. It wasn't forbidden magic. Sierra's student had reached such an incredible level. It turns out that Charlotte has been teaching these legendary tricks for a long time. With a heavy sigh, the princess said that she would help the student buy time. Although she didn't have everything that Yulman had, performing such complex magic charmingly took a lot of time. The girl knew that for sure. So the princess will hold off the goblins while the apostle concentrates on his magic. He promised to take her with him when he returned to their world. Yulman couldn't be allowed to die before that moment. He thought that no time was needed for preparation but remained silent. Luna summoned Lightning Asia, ordering her to imbue her with her power. A clear voice was heard. The sword replied that the princess's strength was not enough to subdue the blade, but Asia appreciated how she was looked after. So be it. Holding the sword out in front of her, Luna saw the ghostly human form of the weapon next to her. The green sorcerer also noticed her, surprised. Was the soul of the sword going to fight his army? He bared his teeth when he saw the beautiful young girl and licked his lips carnivorously. The sorcerer, sitting on a wooden throne, immediately ordered his monsters to take the soul alive. At that moment, the fighters rushed towards the princess. Asia informed Luna that using the sword's powers would speed up the consumption of a person's magic. Judging by her condition, the heiress could only hold out for about 10 seconds now. A bright golden light illuminated the mutants' ugly faces. The princess loudly objected that she had enough strength. The thin figure was surrounded by a horde of hostile army, clinging to the girl from all sides. Brandishing their swords, they tried to attack the princess, pushing their way through each other. But the next moment, they were thrown back by bright lightning coming from the sword. The light multiplied, cutting through the bodies of the monsters, littering the ground with their remains. The green sorcerer bared his teeth and leaned forward. He felt the power of the sword's soul on himself, calling it worthy. But compared to his power, it means nothing at all. The sorcerer screamed furiously, creating waves of powerful energy around himself. The princess, embraced by her, clenched her teeth from the bright flash of pain. She barely remained conscious even after using the sword's soul powers. And in the end, she did almost nothing. The weapon fell from the weakened hand. Every cell of the body was filled with pain. But suddenly, Luna was surprised to find herself in Yulman's arms, and he praised his friend for her good work. The girl asked with regret in her eyes and hope if she had helped buy the apostle a little time. He nodded with a smile. Luna did everything that was required of her. Lightning-fast Asia softly lay in Yulman's palm. He, holding the princess with one hand, asked her to rest. The green sorcerer noticed the man's appearance, shouting that another fool, not knowing respect, would be killed by the Green King's soldiers. Now the apostle and Luna were surrounded by a huge army. The guy glanced at the monsters, whistled mockingly, repeating the sorcerer's words. He threw the blade over his shoulder, asking his soul about her affairs. Asia regretted that Yulman was not her owner, so he would not be able to use the powers, but the apostle did not need that. The soul was surprised. Because the king of the elements forged it with the purest lightning, nothing can harm it. Yulman asked if it could withstand the lightning magic of other energy sources. Instead of an answer, the sword rattled from the bright streams. The apostle understood everything and smiled. A red energy arrow immediately struck the sword. Seeing her, the green sorcerer retreated back in fear. This amazed all the observers of the tribes. The blade's soul protested, asking what kind of thunder Yulman was introducing into the steel. Not hearing an answer, the little voice squeaked that she needed to stop. There was no more energy left in her. The soul writhed from the power that overwhelmed it. It could not bear it any longer. The apostle was surprised by the small capacity of the magic sword, although Asia was able to cope with its lightning energy. Luna looked at the sword engulfed in flames that Yulman calmly held in his hand in confusion, wondering if it was powerful enough for his techniques. The voice of the weapon demanded that it be used quickly, and then Yulman agreed to it. He wasted no time in using the short version technique. A great celestial punishment fell upon the entire army of mutants in a huge bloody stream. Even the green sorcerer had never encountered such power in his entire existence. He tried to defend himself with a special black armor, but even the one that had previously resisted any attacks crumbled to pieces. The apostle's incredible energy simply dispelled the mutants' massive bodies. When the smoke cleared, Luna and Yulman were safe, the army surrounding them destroyed. The goblin and beast-eared tribes looked at the empty battlefield in shock. So many monsters were dead in an instant, it was something incredible. Even the princess was shocked. Could it really be Sierra who taught this to her student? While Yulman was examining the sword, Luna thought that Charlotte could also use magic of such power. The blade's soul froze powerlessly in the air, looking straight at the apostle. Blushing, Asya exclaimed that Yulman, not being her master, had so unceremoniously dealt with her body, deceived her, and forced her to serve him. But that sweet moment when the sword was filled with power and that short moment of liberation were beautiful. The girl looked at the student with adoration, saying that he was really good and did not disgrace the honor of the magic sword. Yulman looked into the clouds of smoke and was surprised. As it turned out, the green sorcerer did not die. Now, completely burnt, he slowly rose from his knees. The mutant roared, asking Yulman where an ordinary person got so much strength from. He replied that there was no point in telling him anything, because after learning the answer, the monster would die anyway. The sorcerer, hearing this, laughed loudly. The goblin has not yet shown its power, and right now the impudent man will see it. The dark world of the heart spell allowed the mutant to be filled with dark energy, which flowed like small snakes through his body.